right now. We'll see who jumps in. But I should probably go and tell some people back on Facebook what we're doing.
Yeah, at least post on the group.
Yeah. What the hell is happening in the background there?
No, I'm in public right now, so.
Oh right, fair enough. Nothing to be done about that.
Yeah, exactly. So there's gonna be a little bit of noise in the background as we do this,
but
yeah,
it's not a major problem. And besides, there's nothing that we can do about it.
Yeah.
Well, we can see and we can only hope. So yeah, the internet aristocrat. I must say, I was sort of really quite angry and quite upset about all this. I mean, this is some kind of thing where when the King of Pole got nobbled because of that bloody stream, which at the time I enjoyed immensely, though now I'm regretting the terrible fallout of it. It's awful. I hear people are on Twitter having a go at Jade and that kind of thing and saying, "Oh, you're like Yoko Ono, you ruined it." I think that's terrible. Absolutely out of order.
Well, I've been hearing a lot of the same thing. You know, it's not her fault. You know, it's completely ridiculous to think that. What this guy chooses to do. I mean, and that's the thing. It's not like this should be a surprise to anyone. Same thing with King of Pole. It wasn't a surprise when he left because he'd been showing signs for some time that he was sick of the harassment. I mean, he got a knife in the mail, you know, for Christ's sake. And then on top of that, you know, Internet Aristocrat in his streams was always talking about how he was, you know, he was sick of all the fame and he wanted to talk to a smaller audience to begin with. So, you know, he really couldn't take it. But I mean, that doesn't justify all the shit posting that's going on about him. You know, it's frankly unfair.
It is absolutely unfair, yeah. And everything he said has been taken out of context and tone policed. And I'm thinking, well, what the hell are we doing? We're like Gamergate. We don't go around tone policing each other. We're meant to stop each other swearing at the skeletons, maybe, and harassing people. We call each other out on that. But we shouldn't be hassling what they do in their private lives like there's some kind of... I mean, people have been trained to this, haven't they, by the media? Really. Say, oh, put people on a pedestal and then put them down, and they do that again and again and again. And so people have sort of learnt to behave like that, and it's awful. It's shocking. It's harassment, really. I was listening to that stream earlier. Where the hell are you? Just out of interest, are they opening bottles? What are they doing?
Well, I'm in a public room right now.
But what's happening in the background? Just out of interest.
People opening and closing doors, mostly.
Oh, I see. Oh, fair enough.
If it's too loud, I can mute when I'm not talking. If it's distracting anyone.
No, it's just fascinating. It's that chink noise. It sounds like somebody's opening like a vast number of beers and pouring them into a glass.
Well, it's doors mostly, but they're pretty old doors. So.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It sounded like you were in some crazy bar somewhere. People just getting really tanked up fast and that kind of thing.
Oh, I wish that's where I was right now.
Yeah. Oh, I wish I had a drink. Yeah. After today.
But I mean, this is the sort of tone policing and shit posting that's going on, I think, too often in a lot of the groups.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to be uncharitable, I'd say some of these people are deliberately trying to get the older e-celebs out of their way so they can have a shot at the fame, almost. Because I do hear it mainly from people who are podcasters or or think they're sort of Twitter celebrities themselves. It's certainly not going to kind of point any fingers there, but I think there's a degree of that to the behaviour, and I find that rather distasteful and childish and all that bad stuff. I wish it wouldn't happen.
Yeah, it's a lot like what's going on the SJW side too. I mean, you have the old generation, being shit talked about by the newer generation. What it is. It's the new up and coming generation not showing the respect to the sort of foundation of their movement and wanting to get their own piece of fame because they see that there's fame to be had in it.
Yeah, yeah. We should certainly encourage that behaviour in them naturally, but we must guard against it ourselves because it's just disheartening, it's embarrassing, it shows us to be actual harassers. If we're harassing our own people offline, then how can we say we're not, it really...
Well, and how long before some of the other big names, if they're already starting to talk shit about Internet Aristocrat, how long before people like Sargon or Total Biscuit get shit talked,
Well, I think with Sargon and Total Biscuit, neither of them are... They're both quite reserved guys, so they're very unlikely to do anything out of order online. I think they're very, very conscious that they're representing themselves and that it would be very easy to say something out of order. I mean, I'm expecting to. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm always doing things when I'm drunk that I later regret. As you've probably seen on many occasions. But then I'm not anyone, if you see what I mean.
Well, and that's exactly. I understand what you mean, but I think at the same time, it's too many people can't be prominent in a movement. I mean, you can't have multiple people showing as the face, and so I understand the whys, but at the same time, it's ridiculous. It's self-destructive, really.
Absolutely. Destructive to the movement, not so much to the bloody people involved.
That's what I mean, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm really being scattered and sort of airheaded when I talk here, and it's because I'm fiddling around in the background trying to get various links posted here and there to rustle lots of people to come in here. Once we actually get settled, I'll be able to think and without having stuff going on in the background. There we are, my channel, don't I? Copy link location. So I'll apologise to people listening now if they're thinking, well, this is a bit crap, it's a bit all over the place. We're going to try and get that sorted as the podcast progresses. So where am I again? Depressed about the Internet Aristocrat, and we were thinking about whether it could affect other podcasters like Sargon and Total Biscuit. Total Biscuit, I don't think will ever be affected because he's got his own career and he is far too clever. Sargon, as I was saying, is too reserved for that, even though he does lose his shit quite often and say some outrageous stuff. But you kind of expect that from him. It's his shtick to get exasperated and thump the table, which really works.
Hello? Hey. When did you guys find out about IA?
This morning, really.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
hello. There's a bunch of other people who have appeared. When I say this morning, how do you mean about found out about him? That he'd done a flip? Or... Because I've listened to our Internet Aristocrat for years.
Yeah, that he left. Like, did you barely hear that he won't talk about Gamergate?
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that really he didn't like was the reaction to that podcast. But before that, he had complained about the attention that he received and how his channel had got too big and he didn't really like the fame. Yeah. And also then there was that fan fiction sex scene between him and Milo, And after that, he got awfully quiet. He really didn't like it. He was taking it as a joke and like taking it on the chin, but he didn't like that kind of thing said about him at all. He felt that was a bit too close to criticism. Because if you think about his Tumblr videos, it's quite clear that he's a heterosexual man, and I don't know. I think he might have found that mildly insulting. And then to be hassled again, utterly just convinced him that like he'd done his time.
Guys picking this up? Testing this old mic.
Yeah, it works okay.
Sweet.
Sound qualities are alright.
Yeah, I'm gonna tone it down. I'm fucking drunk already.
Excellent. Right. Nice. What was that? So, who else has heard about the internet aristocrat stuff? Or what are your takes on the thing?
I'm just surprised we barely found out about this.
Right. Well, sort of what happened is apparently there was some grief between him and 8chan or something, or he was hanging around on 8chan talking to people. And I don't know, I hear rumours that somebody was accusing him of being a Gawker shill, and I've seen posts to that effect on 8chan now. So I presume that was the icing on the cake for him, and he thought, nah, fuck this shit.
They're saying he's thin-skinned and all this kind
well,
of
I
shit,
don't
man.
think he's hardly thin-skinned, really, is he?
He's probably just fed up.
Yeah, I mean, he's been
I thought he
here
left
since-
weeks ago, though.
No, it's going on like right now as we speak, man, and like the E-Celeb thread and all that shit. It's crazy.
No, because I heard that he left. He wasn't going to talk about Gamergate anymore, or really anything much after the finger bang incident.
Yeah, I mean,
Why is everybody making a big deal out of that? I don't get it. How does that like harm Gamergate?
exactly.
Not really. Nothing.
It wasn't even a Gamergate thread.
No.
Stream.
That stream was fucking epic, man. That was great.
Yeah, that was
I
one
was
of my.
drunk too, man. It was funny.
Yes. Yeah. I was just sitting there going, and then all that red pill stuff afterwards. Oh,
Yeah, that was a classic cop.
yeah. And then that girl sort of saying, right, I'm out of here, and then Sargon was like, whoa, cool it down, man. And it's like, he was probing him as well. He was asking him these questions and that kind of thing. And Paul was answering sort of on behalf of Paul. He was speaking of what some of the members of Paul believe. So he wasn't even representing his own views. He wasn't saying, oh, I deny the Holocaust entirely. He was saying, oh, but you've got to pay some mind to what these people say. You can't just ignore them. That's what SJWs do. People weren't having it. They were like saying, no, you're denying the Holocaust. Attack.
He wasn't representing Paul, though, really.
No, just the views of some people on Paul, if you see what I mean. That's sort of.
He did it pretty badly, though. Even though people on Poll thought he didn't, I guess, explain everything too well.
No, they were all drunk.
Yeah, it was fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah, it was so good, and people should have taken it as that. It's like, oh my god, this is crazy Gamergate behaviour. This is what it's like in the background with such fucking pirates, man. That's how people should have taken it, but
The guys that are criticizing him are always like, "We've got to remain like, leaderless and stuff." But then it's like, like, if we're leaderless, who gives a shit what he says? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it makes some sense.
Yeah, and I've heard these threads and these streams today where people have been calling IA out, and Robin Gethley put it very succinctly to someone who was very anti-aristocrat in the thread. He said, well, what exactly has he done? And there was this silence for like a couple of minutes, and he said, yeah, exactly. Nobody can immediately answer and tell us what has he done wrong.
Yeah.
You've got to think, like, and he said, this means that this is why I think, this is all bad, and this is why I stand with Internet Aristocrat, he was saying, and he really did put up a very good defence of it. To the extent he just muted his old podcast in the end and went and talked to Steve Tom Sawyer and had a chat with him and wished him happy birthday instead. That was a brilliant listen as well, when he just muted his whole fucking podcast to say, right, you lot shut the fuck up. Those are men's epic.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm talking over you.
Yeah, but it's a lot easier to criticize than it actually is to put yourself forward as IA did for as long as he did. I mean, this guy was not only doing videos related to Gamergate, but he was also doing regular streams, on the subject mostly. So I mean, and this guy was fielding, I'm partially guilty of this too. He was fielding 100 dick questions a stream. He was, a lot of troll comments and whatnot, and that was part of the fun. And so it's very easy for these guys to say, well, I shouldn't have done this, but at the same time, this did a lot of great service for Gamergate, and I mean, his presence will be missed. I mean, it's that simple.
Absolutely. Bloody lucky Israelis. He'll have solved the Israeli-Palestinian crisis by the next time we turn up. There'll be something like the Israeli Aristocrat will appear on YouTube and it'll just solve it.
Amazing. This is classic. Yeah, it's like I came in because of like his vids. You know what I mean? It made me aware of what was going on, and I was just like, holy shit, like I never went on Tumblr, and like it's just like, but I understand, and like I'm an old fart, man, and my friends got like kids that age, and they're like, is that what you're doing on the internet, man? It's just like, that's why you're doing that kind of shit, you know what I mean? It's like, holy fuck, like other kin, what the fuck is that, man? Just like, what the fuck?
One thing that worries me about Tumblr, and this is why he was so useful, because sooner or later he would have got to doing videos about it, is the fact that there are some people who are grown-ups and are into quite kinky and perverse sexual practices. There's nothing in itself harmful in that, but they're sharing a social network where that doesn't really have rules. They just say, oh, mark things not safe for work. They say, we rather you didn't report stuff. Adult content is adult content. So they've got all these young kids who are being taught crazy stuff about gender alongside grown adults who believe some crazy stuff about sex. And you can see that in some cases that it's a recipe for a problem. There's going to be some incident that goes terribly wrong for someone. Carry on.
What can I compare it to? Like a bunch of schizophrenics in the same room, self-diagnosing themselves, like, and not seeking real help,
No, they deliberately don't look for help. They instead look for acceptance, which is what they're all doing there. They're all mutually enabling each other to not get treated for some very, very weird stuff.
Oh, sick, man. Pretty sick shit.
And then carry on.
Oh, sorry. And this is what I meant and others meant when we were talking about hug boxes. I mean, you people, and he was about to talk about other kin in his next video if it were ever to be released. And it's another huge thing is these other kin and these headmates, and they're really paling to some serious issues. And how much do we have to accept? And I mean, we're pretty closed in our little corner of the internet, but taking a sort of broader look at everything, really, thankfully it hasn't really. Sorry, I'm rambling on, but it hasn't really permeated mainstream culture yet, and I think that's a very positive thing that the so-called pollution hasn't leaked into the groundwater. But we have to be mindful of these things that the sort of crazy SJW nonsense started that way too, and look where it is today. I mean, so we have to be mindful of these things.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the SJW thing has been sweeping across the internet for just the longest time. They went through atheism. I believe they've been through the comics fandom. There are numerous fandoms on Tumblr, naturally, as you would imagine. They've taken over 4chan. They're all over Reddit. Bloody everywhere. Twitter. They're all popping up and doing their thing of relational aggression and that, where they shame people into holding their views, or at least keeping silence when they pump out their propaganda about all their lovely issues.
And it's acceptable. I mean, it's seen as acceptable, and our opposition to it is, even in the mainstream media, completely been attacked. So you can't tell these kids, hey, what you're doing is wrong. You shouldn't be doing this, because they just have so much support. you know, and even by moderates who would rather us, you know, not criticize anyone, then we all should be friends, and if we can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. So
I think it's interesting that so many people in the Gamergate movement have, who are from ex-Soviet Union countries, are immediately saying, and I might get to do my V. Monroe impression here, like, but they're saying, you know, this is communism, this is just cultural Marxism, and you can't call it anything else. And he's said that a lot recently, and I love him for it because he's totally right. And there's many other people in the streams who said, this is just communism. This is, like, can't you people see it? Can't you Westerners see it? And, yeah, that's the way we should be thinking of it. It's Marxism, it's communism. Yeah, it's sure it is dangerous. It could be dangerous. It could be more dangerous than the Nazis were taking over the country.
And I'm in the Bermuda Triangle. I got like 3 universities with 3 DIGRA members in it. And it's like when you go out to the bars now, man, it's just like a bunch of parrots saying the same shit over and over again. I'm like, what the hell, man? Like tone policing. It's like incredible. You go out to a bar, you know, like an old punk bar, you know, like all kinds of anarchists hanging out. Now these millennials, man, they just sit there and just like, what the fuck is going on here, man? It's just like what is there, like the bartenders, like the thought police or the witchfinder general or something, you know, like nobody looks like they're enjoying themselves or anything. It's like really weird, man, really weird shit.
Well, remember, fun is a
that's the
neurological
punishment
trick.
for going to a bar, though.
Sorry?
I feel like that's the punishment for going to a bar, though.
Yeah, nowadays, these used to be like fun places, though, man. Like really was like good times. I don't know. It's like okay, I'm an old man, and the times have changed or something, but they don't look like they're having fun, man. They really don't.
No,
just like sitting around there and like, you know, just
being hit.
The same shit over and over and over again. You know what I mean? And then if you show up with some of your friends like around my age and stuff, and we start talking, they like look at you and it's like, what the fuck, man? We used to fight for your rights, you know? It's just like, now you're like looking at us like if we're a bunch of rednecks. You know what I mean?
It's like a product of Western education now is that you know, everybody is programmed to say these things that are supposed to elicit a positive response. So it's like, you say, oh, I'm so tolerant, and everybody says, yes, we're all so tolerant. It's like a big intellectual circle jerk all the time.
Yeah.
What did you see that article on the so-called Subversion stuff that came out recently? They were talking about what really struck me is they were talking. This might be actually something different when they were talking to. No, this was something different. When they were talking to. I'm sorry. Do you mind muting your microphone? No, they were talking about this 9-year-old boy. I think it was on Sargon's video. They were talking about what the 9-year-old doesn't like about himself, and this whole list of things. And there's this one person commenting on it, and it's like they were asking him, you know, why you can be a dad, you know, and he was completely, and it's the same thing in universities too now these days. It's very ideologically driven. These things are very ideologically driven.
Yeah, people are being taught to hate themselves effectively. I remember seeing that. I watched the Sargon thing. I saw that. It was one of the weak and stupid things. And this poor lad had written up all this stuff on the board about why he didn't like being a man. And it contained stuff like, oh, because I'm going to have hair growing out everywhere. There are things like, because I couldn't be a mother. And some of it was purely, obviously, SJW stuff that he'd been trained to say. I think something he was talking about being mean to women or something like that. Or not being, always being mistrusted because he was a man, type of thing. And it's so disheartening because it's gaslampping. It's a psychological technique to destroy somebody's will and their sanity and the whole bit. And teachers are doing that to children, our children, and we're allowing that kind of crap. It's beyond the pale. It's insane, and I don't see how it gets tolerated, but it seems to be.
Yeah, I honestly don't think that you can send your child to a public school and be an ethical human being anymore. Like, anything is better than public school. It's just an indoctrination center.
True, I used to think homeschoolers were all a bit, but No, it just does make sense now. It very much makes sense because they are going to get a better education if they're not. If you can actually spend some time teaching them instead of spending the time teaching them fucking gender studies, teaching them political indoctrination. Shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, and it continues on into universities as well. I mean, gender studies are part of basically every arts and social sciences course these days. And it's not just relegated to its own sort of degree ghetto anymore. It's expanded into all fields, and it's gotten really bad. You know, it's gotten so bad that everything becomes an ideology. Everything becomes part of this pushing this ideological agenda. You know.
I sent my kid to private too, man. It's like he got a scholarship, so it was all right. All I had to do was easy. I just read to him and gave him Legos. Now he could read plans. You know what I mean? I was like, don't do any abstract shit. It's a jet. Make a jet. Follow the fucking plans. And it's like he's got it made in the shade. He's going to go into engineering next year. Last year of alimony. Kids going to school. Got all the money set up, man. It's sweet. But public school, man. Fuck that shit. Like, I got a couple of friends that are homeschooling now too, but I think they're kind of like, you know, I have a lot of like feminist friends that are my age. They're really cool people, you know what I mean? Like anarchists. It's like even like they disagree with Shirtgate too, man. They're like, what the fuck is this shit? You know what I mean? Shirt's gonna stop you from fucking going to university, get into STEM. Or are you crazy, man? It's like it's crazy shit, man. I don't know what I'm like. I'm an old fart. I've been using the net like since the beginning. It's like part of my job, right, and all that. But I'm just like, absolutely, what the fuck is going on? You're gonna censor the internet because you don't like what people are saying, man? It's just like crazy. It's like they're going over it. Like, what did they do the other day? Like last week, didn't they go to like the Senate or something like that in the United States and like they want to get everybody's ISP recorded or something? Are you crazy? What about dissidents? Like, you know what I mean? Like, suppose somebody, a whistleblower, like, what's going on, man? And they're, like, insane because it's like, my feelings are hurt. They're insane. It doesn't make any sense. I can't believe this shit. Anyways, I'm drunk. Sorry, guys.
No, it's all good. I mean, by all means, say, I need to make a cup of tea quickly. So I'm going to mute my microphone and let you guys chat on for like 5 minutes while I just bung the kettle on, bung the tea bag in, whatever, have a quick bong. You can see where I'm going here. So will you be all guys be all right moderating yourselves?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we can ramble on for a little bit. Yeah.
Brilliant.
I guess we could kind of touch on just how rampant it is. I mean, it extends way past Gamergate now. I mean, when I entered, I was you know, I'd always been sort of following these sorts of articles, and you don't really see a lot of it extend into games until very recently, a very few months ago. And there'd always been this sort of social justice bent to the media, this sort of Western leftist sort of view.
It's low-hanging fruit. It's low-hanging fruit for them. They can't win anywhere else. They always go after low-hanging fruit. They consider us low-hanging fruit, but they fucked up this time. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
They don't like. They tried with music, like rap music. You're gonna change their lyrics to rap music. Like, go fuck yourself. When they did that back in the day, they used to bootleg tapes. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, we're gonna go after death metal. That atheism plus shit. That's what got me in, man. I'm an atheist, right? And it's just like. I started like watching Thunderfoot stuff like a long time ago. We were like, what are you guys doing, man? The plus shit? What does that have to do with anything? It's like,
and that's. Oh no, sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm done. Yeah.
And that's kind of how I got into it too. I was watching a lot of Thunderfoot's videos on atheism and feminism and the like, and it was just fascinating, because I mean, growing up, Canada's a pretty left country, so you grow up thinking that feminism, is how it was in the 20s and the 30s with all this, suffrage and these actually important issues. Then you see how it is today, how it's just turned into this sort of farce where minor issues like what shirt a man is wearing lands on a comet, And I heard it really best, what Matt Taylor did was he did a sort of equivalent of standing on the top of a mountain, firing a pistol at another bullet traveling through space and hitting. It's absolutely fascinating to know what this guy achieve scientifically, and to have that all sort of destroyed. And then you see Bill Cosby recently, no evidence being put forward, and he's already being hung out to dry because some people said, he did something. There's no evidence to support it, but it's been so indoctrinated into our society.
It's a mob. They're the internet mob. That's
it's
like
the Spanish Inquisition.
Mobbing. There's a couple of trolls online for sure, right? They're hilarious. I love them. Trolling is just like when somebody takes themselves too seriously and you start fucking with them, it's hilarious. The outcome's hilarious. I like YouTube comments when trolls are in there. It's funny shit, It's not serious to me, you know what I mean? It's like, like there's serious stuff on the internet, right? Like, the internet's great. The first time I got on, man, like, what was that, 98. It's like, holy shit, I don't have to go to the university to the library anymore, I could actually contact the author directly and make contact with him and what is this, you know what I mean? Like, what did you mean? And fucking great tool, man, but I'm just like, these people, man, it's just like fucking e-bagging all the time, you know what I mean? It's like Patreon. It's like, I destroy Patreon right away. I take that out. Like, it's just turning it into like it's like welfare, man. You know what I mean? It's like I'm not against like welfare or anything, but that Patreon shit is just like it's not doing anything good for the internet.
Absolutely, and you see every Tumblr page, there's a donate button. Every YouTube channel that has 10 subscribers has a donate button. I mean, are you guys really at this? Like, are people really at the point where I'm not going to get a real job? Well, what job could you really get with those sorts of with those sorts of skills? But I mean, honestly, like, rather than get a real job these days, people are more willing just to beg, and that's shameful.
I have a couple of punk friends that are like that. You know what I mean? It's like, do they owe us a living, sort of thing? Like, of course they do. Of course they fucking do. And it's just like that's what I'm seeing. These guys are like butthurt. They go and like they start e-begging. They don't get anything, and then it's just like you can't blame the government. The government's not running the net, so like they're gonna blame like people that are actually doing something. It's their fault. Why are they getting all the money? Like that lady, like Total Biscuit makes $1,000 in a day, and she's like on fucking blogging about it. Like, how low can you go, man? It's like Total Biscuit's the government of the internet now, and it's just like he owes me a living. You know what I mean? It's like it's your deeds, man. It's not like your word. You know what I mean?
And look at what sort of service he's providing. I mean, this guy is putting out quality content, not just vlogs. He's putting out quality content on a daily basis. Damn right, he's earned $1,000 a day if that's the case.
Fucking 100% of his time. He's not out there partying and fucking getting hair dye and shit like that. You know what I mean? It's just like,
Well, he's not spending, all night in bars till 4 in the morning. He's out there. He's producing content daily.
Everybody I know, man, that was dyeing their hair, they'd use Kool-Aid. That's cheap and all that shit. They just like put Kool-Aid in their hair. You know what I mean? It's just like you're like going. It's like it's all like image and shit. It's just like, what have you done? It's like,
part of that
shitty game. Give me some money. Oh, you're not giving me money. You suck. That's what it comes down to. To me, anyways. It's like you're not giving me money. You're a piece of shit. You're making more money than I do. You're a piece of shit. It's just like you got to provide content, man. Like imagine if they're running like a television station. What would it be like? You know what I mean? Like any of these these social justice warriors are like online, man, like on their Patreon and shit. It's like what would they do? Like what kind of movie would you make? If I gave you $1 million, what kind of TV show would you make? It'd be shit, man. Same thing with their games. It's just like nobody wants it except you and your little crew. And they're such like a minority within a minority. You know what I mean? Like that radical shit. Like nobody I know my age, man, that's like into that stuff. None of the feminists I know are like doing crazy shit like that.
But this is all part of that sort of special snowflake mentality. The same reason they dye their hair all this rainbow of colors. The reason they say, my game is so so good. It teaches tolerant, like bloody depression quests. Now, there are people in my life who genuinely suffer from. It's nothing like that. I guess I could talk firsthand. I mean, it's nothing like that. I've played the game. I've played it all the way. It's nothing like that. So you're teaching tolerance in the wrong way possible. and then you're throwing out all this like, man, all this money, please give it to me, and it's all part of this same sort of special snowflake complex. These people believe they're special without any merit behind it, and so they demand society treat them with the specialty that they feel they have inside themselves.
Yeah, I looked at that Depression Quest game just like out of curiosity. I'm ashamed to say so, but remember those books, man, back when I was a kid, like Choose Your Own Adventure? It's like every page is like sends you back to page 1, you're dead because you got depression and shit. You know what I mean? It's like tunnel vision. It's like something like, what's that game they put out, man? I saw my son playing it. I didn't play it, like The Last of Us. It's her whole game's like that. It's just like you're just walking down a tunnel, man, and just reading her bullshit, her take on depression. I'm just like, depression's not like that, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like there's people out there like cutting their arms up and shit, and it's like, what is she doing? She's like putting magnets in her hand, and it's like, I don't know, man. Just like, I don't get it. You know what I mean?
Well, it's this very San Francisco Bay Area culture idea of what depression is. I mean, it's all through this sort of lens, this sort of wealthy white upper class lens that they see everything through, and that includes things like depression. It's like, how do we feel the depressed are? How do we feel the poor are? How do we feel people of color? And you could see that in the way that they write, that they're disconnected from the subject that they're talking about.
Is that San Francisco? That's like Silicon Valley or something's down there, right?
Yeah, well, it's
close.
It's that sort of area, but I think in San Francisco itself, it's a lot of tech writing and what's the word? Well, game writing and that kind of thing. I think they're some little special snowflakes doing all sorts of wonderful things all over the internet. Like
it's not like a bunch of brats like rebelling against their successful tech parents or something like that. It's like, oh, my dad's like Bill Gates and he made $1 trillion, but he's like not into, he doesn't give a shit about society, so fuck that. When I get all the money, this is what I'm gonna do. Like self-building.
You may well be hitting the nail on the head there. That they are working through their childhood problems with their dads and parents who've spent most of their lives working on their tech projects, and they may well be in a way paying us all back for stealing their parents from them.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
Yeah, it does kind of have this quality to it. I mean, I've always been of the camp that believes that these sort of these rad femme the man-hating section of feminism has daddy issues. And it kind of makes sense when you think about it. It's like my dad so and so made Warcraft 2, and now I've had this shitty childhood and I feel depressed. Well, what I feel is depressed, and well, I'll just go to video games myself. I'll show them. I'll show these gamers who took daddy away from me, and whether they want to admit it it's subconscious, and that's where it's all 90% of where it comes from is this sort of unfulfilled desire for something. And it's this sort of this sort of belief that I should have this. It's this belief that I should have this, and it's all part of that. It's this entitlement. It's this level of entitlement. This like I said, this special snowflake complex. This string of problems that instead of being willing to treat it, they coming from this culture of don't treat, accept. They're expecting everyone to accept it and then conform to how they view the world. So it's turned into this complete mess because of that. They're not willing to admit that they have a problem. They're not willing to admit that there's something wrong. It must clearly be we hate all women. It must clearly be that we hate people. We're all regressive. So, and this is why you see things like conservative being a bad word. It's all based from this very like, if you're not moving forward, you're moving back, which is just nonsense.
Yeah,
that's what I don't get though. It's like they don't understand that they're a minority. Like, look at the results of like the last election in the United States. It's like the GOP won the House, right? So I'm like, if you're so powerful, like, what the fuck? How come those guys are in? You know what I mean? Like nothing you didn't do anything. It's like all my feminist friends, like, oh yeah, I run a cat shelter or whatever, like a catch and neuter. Another one's like logistics for Médecins Sans Frontières, like that Doctors Without Borders. they're all doing something. You know, it's not profitable, but they're like, you know, like they
are
have a cause
actual
and they fight for it.
activists.
It's just like you're like, what are you doing, feminist lady? It's like you're policing the internet for the greater good of mankind. I'm like, you're not doing anything productive for anyone. It's like, and if you have the means to do it, like if you have like daddy's money and shit, shouldn't you do something productive with it? It's just like you're wasting it. You're partying. You're finding an excuse to party. You know, like I'm partying till 4 in the morning, but it's just like, you know, I have this, I have like an agenda, you know, like it's for the greater good of mankind. Like, so it's like bullshit, man. It's like it's fake.
They're just very clever beggars. Really.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's the thing, they've never needed to, like, I mean, this is my assumption, this is generalization, but I don't think most of them have ever needed to actually work for their money. They've never needed to support themselves. They've always either someone support them, and then they're
expensive, man. Drinking in a bar is fucking expensive.
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
like $80 with a cab home. It's like you're gonna blow like $80, man. If you're doing that every night, you better work fucking hard, or like, you know, like whatever you gotta do.
It's fun following their Instagrams, I tell you, because all they do every fucking day is post pictures of what they had for brunch and dinner and all that kind of thing. And they're all getting paid from doing their social justice stuff, and it's all being spent on lovely socializing and fine living and being ladies who lunch and that kind of thing. It's depressing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they think they're the new aristocrats. I mean, they all think that they're this part of this aristocracy, and I think, you know, Sargon talked about this a while back. You know, they all believe that they're this new wave of great intellectual thinkers, and that we owe them as the unwashed masses.
Jack shit, though. They're all parroting the same crap, man. They all say the exact same thing. It's like, you're like, you really believe that? I was out, like, there's a dyke bar downtown, right? I go out there, and when I go out, I'm a dumb bitch. I'm like, I get drunk. It's like, I don't give a shit about like your sexuality or anything like that. I'm like, everybody's equal, you know. And it's like, I'm in there, I'm like getting drunk, you know, and it's just like, let's dance, you know, dancing with them and everything's sweet. Then you sit down with them to talk. It's just like, holy shit, man, you're fucking crazy. You know what I mean? Like, do you really believe that? And they're just like, I don't think they believe it, but somebody like, you know, like Full Mac, he's old school. I really think he believes his own shit, man, and that's dangerous. You know what I mean? He believes what he's saying, man. He's like, I don't think he's like he's doing it for money or anything like that. I really think this guy, like, he thinks that it's just like the world needs to be this way, and I'm gonna be the one to change it. I gotta get like this lady to speak to me because, like, you know, I need a face, you know, like. Yeah. Every company's like that. Every company has, like, you know, a handsome salesman that's like a fast talker and stuff. So he goes down and gets this teleseminar lady, and, you know, who knows if he's doinking her or not? You know what I mean? They might not even have sex. Who knows? You know, it could be just like a business partnership or whatever. Like, no love or anything like that. Just like a salesman, you know. I'm like, any good company has that, but I'm just like, this guy really believes his own shit. I'm starting to think that, man. Like, all the crazy shit that he spews, I think he thinks that this is the way the world should be from now on. You're just like, dude, man, you're fucking crazy. Nobody wants to live in that world. Nobody.
No, nobody really wants to live in the world the SJWs plan. It's fucking horrible. Even women wouldn't like it.
No, they wouldn't even like it. They wouldn't like it at all.
No.
You know?
Well, because they would be subject to the Inquisition too. I mean, and that's the funny thing is when you create this idea of fear. I mean, even the most ardent capitalists were put under suspicion during the McCarthy era. Even the most devout Catholics were chased during the Spanish Inquisition. You're going, you know, when you create this culture of paranoia and this culture of a witch hunt, this is exactly what you get. You get this. No one is safe. Not even the most, you know. Not even the most diehard supporters of their cause will be safe after this. So this is why there needs to be a sort of rebalance, you know, a sort of rationalization to keep everything in line. And I think that's what we're doing. We're trying to keep that rationality. I think the ultimate end goal of Gamergate should be to restore that rationality to media, and it all starts from games and from games journalism. I think this is just how I see it. Vision for it, but it should absolutely be about bringing rationality back to this very emotionally charged subject.
Can I just take a moment out to say hi to Alex St. Louis, who is trying desperately to add himself to the podcast and say something, but he hasn't had an awful lot.
Oh, there you are.
Magical. Well, welcome, Alex. Nice to see you. Nice to hear from you. Join in if you want. Yeah, carry on. Sorry to. Where were we?
No problem. Yeah, it's just it's just like it's hard for me to accept this shit. It's like back in the day, man, like in the 80s, you know, there were so many gangs, you know what I mean? Just like different groups of people and stuff, and like, you know, you could tell people apart, you know what I mean? Like by the way people, like what they listened to, where they went, what part of town, how they dressed, you know. These kids nowadays, man, are just like, I accept everything. It's like you don't have a view, you don't have like a stance.
You hardly even exist.
Yeah, that's it. It's just like I like everything, you know. Oh, everything's cool, you know what I mean? It's just like, so you everything's like you're watered down, man. You have like no character, anything. It's like just like a bunch of army, and like an army of like little brown shirts or something, you know, policing you. It's just like, oh, you can't believe you did that. And it's just like when I went to that bar, I had to leave at the end of the night because like this there was like a transvestite, and I was curious, you know. I was like, okay, it's definitely a man. He's got boobs, but I'm wondering, you know, in my drunkenness, whether it's like, do you still have a penis, or did you get an operation or something? So I was like looking, and like I wanted to ask. It's just like, it looked at me, and it's just like, okay, I've seen what triggered means. It's just like its face turned red. And then it's just like, I was just like, oh, geez, sorry, you know, that I was looking at you like that, you know? And I went to, like, one of my older feminist friends, and it's just like, shit, I think I pissed that guy or lady off. And she's like, oh, you know, telling me about, like, how you have to word things like this, and this. It's like, nah, fuck you. And I'm just like, I'm out of here, man. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm out of here because it's like, if you have a penis, you're a he. If you have a vagina, you're she. There's no in between or any of this shit like that, man. It's like I identified myself as a woman and I'm a man. It's like, fuck off, you know? Like I can't handle that shit. I'm just too old, man. It's like it's too much for me. I'm just like, if you have chromosomes like that, you're a man. If you have chromosomes like that, you're a woman. I don't care if I start accepting that, I'll have to start accepting that. Oh yeah, you identify yourself as a mouse or a fucking a goat or something. You know, I can't do it, man.
Well, this is part of that Tumblr, you know, that sort of entitlement. You know, it's like you have people identifying as, you know, transgender, fluid, with all these sorts of, you know, other kin types, and these, you know, these made up imaginary friends, you know, pretending that they're all within the same system. It's this idea that, you know, I'm special. Address me as I see it because the world revolves around me. And it's
address me as you see me, and that's it. But it's just like you all look the same, you know what I mean? I'm just like, so like you gotta like, you know, like, okay, call me Z or whatever. It's like, nah, I ain't calling you anything. Get the fuck away from me. You know what I mean? It's just like, what the? I don't know. It's just like, it's maybe I guess it's because I'm too old and I drink a lot. Those guys don't drink, you know. Like back in the day, we'd all get pissed up and shit, you know, and like there'd be like broken glass at the end of the night on the floor, and everybody was drunk and pair up, you know, and have some sex and shit. Now it's just like, what the fuck, man? It's like don't want anything to do with you freaks. You know what I mean? It's like, holy shit. Sorry, I'm getting pretty sauce, guys. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
That's right. It's part of the flavor. Yeah.
No, it's not a problem at all. It's not. I mean, it's an impromptu podcast anyway. It's not like, you know, we've dragged you away from your drink, not the other way around, you know.
Friend of comp, got a couple of beers going here. Some Heinekens. It's great.
And it's not like, you know, we're in front of a huge audience, you know, representing the movement. We're just talking. And I think
that's just shooting the shit. Yeah.
I think we have 4 viewers, and that may well be us.
It probably is, yeah.
I am Spartacus.
Yes. Much love out to the 4 viewers. That's gone down to 3 viewers now.
Back to AI though. It's like he did bring a lot of people in.
Yeah.
He did bring a lot of people in. Like he made me aware of it. Like, you know, with his first videos and stuff, you're just like, what the shit? You know, and then you start like, you know, like Justicar and Rizzle Dizzle next, you know, and then it's like I meet up with you guys and stuff like that. I'm just like, you know, it's nice to know that you're not alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's just like,
yeah.
it's just like, you know, I'm an old fool now, and it's like the world's moved on. It's time to walk into the sunset. I'm like, nah, fuck that, man. It's like it's worse. It's gotten worse. You know what I mean? It hasn't gotten better. Just now you can't see who like exactly your enemy is. Sometimes you can, like when they dye their hair like in all kinds of crazy colors and like, you know, Justin Bieber cuts. You could sort of get prepared and like tone it down right away for their sake and shit, you know. But I don't know, you know.
There's some more stuff breaking about Anita Sarkeesian. Let me just turn the chat on in the room, and then I can give you guys a link to this article. Essentially, it's saying, "Oh, we have proved that Anita Sarkeesian is a con woman."
Well,
But I'm not sure about that. I mean,
like,
yeah.
I mean, I saw a lot of Thunderfoot's discussion on it, and that made a lot of sense. But I mean, you can at best speculate. I mean, unless someone has, you know, unless she's willing to bring forward all this private information herself, you're not going to get the whole picture on it. So I mean, you know, you see these things all the time. You see these, you know, definitive proof that X and Y happen. You know, there's no definitive proof. I mean,
But
No.
okay, so we all agree, right, that like, you know, she's a con artist. But for me,
well,
what I see is like we all agree she's a con artist, and anybody who looks at it will see that this is like, okay, she's conning. But
well, anyone with half a brain would see that. I mean,
he's not doing it for money though. They only asked for like 6K. They were doing it for full max vision of his utopia. You know what I mean?
absolutely, yeah.
That's what makes it weird. If it was for money, I'd be just okay. You know what I mean? It's some guy from an Indian call center trying to get me to download a virus so I could pay him to remove it. You know what I mean? Those kinds of guys, like a scam, you know, or Nigerian guy, you know, like, hey, you're got got an inheritance of $1 bazillion and shit. Like, that's acceptable. It's just some like guy, like, you know, whatever. He's like trying to rob you. You know what I mean? But this guy is just like, this is beyond robbing. It's a million times worse than robbery, man. It's just like,
Oh yes, he wants to take over the whole damn world.
Yeah.
They clearly have their sights set on Washington, don't they? I
Oh,
mean,
absolutely.
it's so clean.
Well, yeah, and you see how they're talking to the media, you know, like Brianna Wu especially. I mean, the raving lunacy that she goes on about, and then all of a sudden she talks in MSNBC and she's just angelic and, you know, this sort of weird sort of it's night and day, you know, because they're not they kind of believe that no one will keep them accountable, and if they do, they'll just delete all their stuff and that'll be fine. You know, they think that no one's there to stop them, and so they'll just keep going. You know.
I don't want to go like too red pill, but it's just like, okay, so we know that most of these stations, right, are run by like, you know, like what, three families or something. So it's like, where's Fox News and all this? Usually Fox News would call them out on their bullshit. You know what I mean? Like these big wigs, man, are running these stations. Like it's part of their agenda. It's just like it's part of their agenda to like.
I think Fox are concerned that they have so often in the past run stories that are critical of gaming and violence and whatever in gaming. And they think, oh, well, if we come out and sign Gamergate now, we won't ever be able to run this storyline again.
Yeah.
Because people will say, oh, well, you back Gamergate that time.
No, I mean, you see them, you could find clips online of them like shooting down feminism and stuff like that. They like gun it down like in a split second. Why not this time?
But
Why
I
not
think
that
this
issue.
time?
Because
I
of
think
that
it
issue.
ties in
Because
with
they
their,
want to be able to do that themselves at some point in the future.
Yeah. And I think at the same time they also, I mean, they're a lot smarter than we give them credit for. They know that, I think it's something they do valiantly support. They're not going to go out and say, yeah, we're all for gaming, because I think they know their reputation, especially in, you can see in the broader aspect of things. I personally think that they're staying quiet just because they know it's like having, you know, the KKK support. You know, it's not something you want on your side, you know. So it's like, I think they're staying quiet in a very sort of strategic way.
Yeah, they haven't been asked yet. To an extent, maybe.
yeah, I guess I was getting paranoid. I was starting to think that it's just like, okay, these guys have they're gonna make more money if they like make a fast lane and a slow lane on the internet, and these feminists going to like getting locking down the internet like that might help them. You know what I mean? in the
Yeah, I'm
long
sure they
run.
would love to be the gatekeepers of the tech industry, so
Yeah,
that
so
they
it's like
said
they're
what goes on. Yeah.
yeah, like Macintosh's little brown shirts serve their purpose and stuff, you know. And like I don't know, I'm projecting shit, but it's just like
No, no, I
something's
mean,
wrong. Usually like
Well, we're
the media
speculating,
will
and
like
that's
even
fine.
like Occupy Wall Street. They went down there. It's just like they don't even know what they want. Like after they did like that progressive stack stuff, they're just like, aha, we got them now. They fucked up. Then they went down
Yeah.
there and they broke up. It's like they don't even know what they want. What are they talking about? Listen to them. Look at all these social justice warrior freaks, you know, that fucked it up. Now it's like they're doing it again, but they're not attacking them this time. So why? Like, you know, Cicero style, man. Like, who's profiting off of like letting them run rampant? Or, but
Cui bono. Yeah.
yeah.
Is it?
That's
Yeah, who
it.
benefits?
Yeah, that's
I
it.
think
Who's benefiting?
it's part of that subversion. It's part of that, that idea that we can. I think a lot of these people share that vision of, we can create this new sort of our vision of utopia. So
Yeah,
they're,
let them
they're running with it.
condition us first or something.
Yeah, and you see, it's all part of this great tide. It's in academia, it's in the media, it's in everything. It's this tide that the world is going towards. This progressive wave of social justice, and not even in the positive sense. I mean, like I for one, call it my Canadian liberalism, but I believe there are some very beneficial forms of feminism and social justice.
Yeah.
But it's gone completely beyond the pale. It's ridiculous now. I mean, it's completely mad.
Yeah,
It would be very beneficial for someone to invent a secret police that can never be accused of being a secret police because they're all voluntary members of the public doing it for whatever God knows reason they're doing it. Yeah, who we don't have to pay ever.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
That's it.
Who will
That's
in
it.
fact
You know,
beg
they do
money
it
off
for
them
free.
by
They do
police?
it for free, right?
Yeah, we're all
Yeah.
for free.
That's amazing. Hey, I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be back.
Excellent.
Yeah. Good. So, I mean, it's part of the process. I mean, you see all these, these Tumblr feminists, they're coming forward, and they're the foot soldiers in all this. They don't know better, and that's the thing. It's getting people who don't know better into the movement, and you can sweep a lot of people this way. You could sweep a lot of people and marshal them to whatever
Yeah.
cause you want them to. And that's exactly what they're doing. These really smart people, these professors, these media execs, they know that your man on the street wants to feel important, wants to feel smart, wants to feel in tune with it without actually having the necessities of it. And so that's why they're perpetuating this message. You'll be so progressive, you'll be on the right side of history if you join us. And that's just what's happened. They're all pushing this agenda forward, and stupid people. It's like what Marx called useful idiots, and that's what these people are. They're useful idiots.
Yeah, that's what I think, man. They don't know what they're doing, and it's just like they really don't understand what they're doing. Like how they're gonna fuck everything up for everyone. You know what I mean?
They might
It's
think
like-
they're doing something quite Marxist, but they don't really know who they're doing it for.
Yeah, that's
They may
it.
they may well be just like foot soldiers of the New World Order, for want of a better word, because
Mhm.
it's gone from being a conspiracy theory to being something, well, quite openly admitted. There are efforts to unify the world. European Union, the American Union,
Or even the
lots
UN
of-
itself.
even the UN itself, yeah. And there always has been this push all throughout the 20th and 21st century. So,
They've never had any power. Like this is like their first taste of anything, right? Like, oh, I could like block a bunch of people on Twitter. Look at how like we can't give them anything. They'll just like they're insane. You know what I mean? Like you give them just like, okay, yeah, you could block a couple of people on Twitter. Block everyone. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, you give an inch and they take a mile. I mean,
time we need to execute or imprison these people.
Yeah.
They've done.
Yeah. When do the concentration camps open?
Yeah.
Like it's this whole like if you make people angry enough, they'll be willing to do whatever. It's that mob mentality, and that's what they're building right now. Is this mob mentality?
Put it this way: you see that stuff that's going down in Ferguson? Okay, they didn't charge the cop, right? That's bad. It's like my personal view is like that guy should be in jail, right? You know what I mean? But look at what they're doing. You know what I mean? They're policing Twitter now, and they're doing the same thing as that Ferguson cop. You could compare them to Ferguson cop. It's like, okay, you can police Twitter, and it's just like, kill everyone, silence everything. You're worse than Ferguson cop. You know what I mean?
To be fair, I think the Ferguson cop thing is a different kind of issue because there was he was attacked. He was trying to arrest someone and doing his job and that kind of thing.
Mm.
Can I just butt in here? His name is Darren Wilson, just so we don't refer to him as Ferguson Cop.
Yeah. I didn't remember.
Sorry,
his
yeah,
name.
that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not following it too much. I'm just like, it's ignorant of me just to assume anything and all that stuff. I didn't like watch like the trial or anything like that. I watched like a stream of like the riots and stuff, and it's like I find like riots like that like annoy me and all that. You know, just people like like chanting the shit. I'm like, when people riot and like just say like Europe, right?
Yes.
They don't fuck around, or like Mexico, it's like they get their point across, right? You know what I mean? Like in the States and Canada and shit, or I guess like, they're just like, I'm gonna stand around with a sign and like, just like, like no justice, no peace and shit. It's like, man, you gotta like go and burn down the police station if that's who you're up against. You know what I mean? You like, corner them and.
No.
Yeah, but I think it really demeans your cause to do that, though. I mean, what it makes you look like is a bunch of insane people. I mean, you're not showing that racism is an issue when you, as a collective group, decide to destroy the economic and commercial centers of the place you live in. All you're doing is destroying your homes and like.
Yeah, that's it. I wouldn't destroy like commercial or public property. I would destroy like government property. It's the same. I'm into like, okay, like whether who's right or who's wrong. Let's just put it this way. It's just like if I'm an angry mob and it's just like I'm after a cop, I would burn down the police station. I wouldn't touch his house. I wouldn't touch anything else. I'd go like straight. I'm mad at them.
I see what you
Focus our
mean.
energy on them. You know what I mean?
Or at least protest outside the police station.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
we
it.
should stop talking about smashing up police stations, please.
That's it. It's like us in Gawker, you know what I mean? Like we're mad at Gawker, so we focus on Gawker. We're not like threatening Anita Sarkeesian. We're not threatening any of those people.
Oh, they all introduced themselves into it, didn't they? I mean, the only person who has any right to comment or should have been involved in Gamergate was Zoe Quinn, and even at the start, we wanted to distance her from what we were talking about.
Where's the
and
NRA?
Then Leanna Wu, Sarkeesian, they all jumped into the fight. They weren't pulled.
It's like World War One, Well, it's like World War One, It's like the whole Zoe Quinn issue was the assassination. It was the fuse that lit the powder keg. I mean, these are underlying issues that have been around for at least the last decade, at least the last few years. We've seen this sort of rise of SJWs, and this was the event. This Gamergate is that event that sparked all the underlying tension. So I mean, we can talk about the core issues of Gamergate itself as a movement, as a movement in ethics of games journalism. But the reality is we're fighting a much bigger battle here. We're fighting a much bigger battle with a lot more actors and people like Anita Sarkeesian and Brianna.
Don't you guys smell a rat? Like usually when something happens with like anything to do with a gun in the United States, it's like the NRA's like down there doing damage control like the day after. So it's like she didn't challenge Gamergate. She challenged more like gun laws in the United States, like open carry at that university. Where the fuck was the NRA this time? I'm like, what's going on? Like where were they? They should have been like, well, what the fuck? It's like it's that state's law, you know what I mean? It's an open carry state. Shut the fuck up. Get back on your plane and get the fuck out. That's what the NRA should have been doing. But where were they? Not a fucking peep out of them. Something's going on. I smell like a rat here, man. I know I'm red pilling and shit and I'm drunk, but
I mean, the problem is that they're a very tightly knit group. I mean, it's like the Alliance. They're this entente of this meshed San Francisco culture.
I understand. So you're saying that they're very small and they're even beneath the radar of the NRA, sort of thing.
Well, no, it's like this. The NRA is not related to other elements of Gamergate, and our elements aren't connected to other. Like, it's a very loose coalition of people.
She was challenging the gun laws. They were like making a statement of like, oh yeah, like they wouldn't allow a metal detector and pat downs. It's like it's an open carry state. They're allowed to like burn weapons in there. It's just like, oh, like her stance on like on guns and shit like that. It's like the NRA should have been like on her ass. Like they weren't. It's just like I find that strange. So maybe
I think what you're saying is that you smell a rat and you think, well, why are none of the right wing people attacking her? I mean,
that's right. You know what I mean? Like usual. It's usually that's what happens, you know. Like, but they're not a big enough mob yet. If they get big enough, then they'll do something because.
Or maybe they don't want to tackle them on this issue because they know they have a better luck tackling them on things like Ferguson, where they do say some outrageous and heartless stuff. And maybe they just think this Gamergate stuff, who knows what the fuck? We've never heard of these people.
Exactly.
Readers are not going to know about this.
Okay,
and
I
as
get
I see
it.
it, I think it's part of this, it's not our fight sort of deal. I mean, they hear Gamergate, they think games, video games. Well, we don't really care about video games. We're worried about guns. We're worried about, like, the NRA, for example. It's like we're worried about it's like, so we're fighting a battle with very few allies against a group that has sort of trained itself to be interconnected in this sort of spider's web of this, like I said, this entente of people. So what we're doing is we're fighting a very uphill battle, and that's why things like Op Skynet are very important. So we can build that network, as we can build into one community to face it. And that's what a lot of the movement has been infrastructure building, so that when we have the resources we need to take on this very well-connected organization. And it's an organization of people. Sure, they don't fight me.
I have a lot of faith, though. Like, I've listened to a few of, like, I'm not a fan of Stefan Molyneux.
Yeah.
But I've listened to a few of his things, but his videos. But it's like all the people that call in are like SJWs.
Really?
You know what I mean?
It's
just like
SJWs in his callers list.
yeah. So you see what happens? It's like when I go out right to these bars, you see these kids like they're always cock blocking me, right? You know, I see like a nice girl and there's like table of girls. There's always like one dude there and he's like fucking cock blocking. You know, like that's sexist, that's racist. It's like these girls want to argue. That's how you get them in bed, man. You know what I mean? You argue with them and then you pretend that they made a point and then it's like, oh wow, you educated me. You know what I mean? It's just like it's a ruse. You know what I mean? Like. That's what you gotta do. You gotta do that. You know what I'm talking about, right? And then it's just like, hey, you start an argument with them, and then you're just like, oh yeah, you win. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I respect you now, and all that shit. You're like, you got me, and all this. It works, like. But there's always like some dude there, you know what I mean? And he's like their age and shit like that. He's like fucking cock blocking and stuff like that. What happens to that dude though is just like in 5 years. You let her go and like screw all kinds of dudes and shit like that. Now you're all pissed off. Now you're you know what I mean? You're against it. You know what I mean? That's what happens. Like so it's gonna be like more. They're breeding more misogyny, just say or whatever, because of, like the way they're treating these dudes like trash like that. Not letting them have their point of view, have a say in the matter. You know what I mean? Like.
Well, I think this kind of brings up the thing is like I said it before. We're not making a lot of friends, but they're making a lot of enemies. And that's the thing.
That's what I was gonna say. Sorry.
Wait till you have to pay some alimony. You know what I mean? Wait till you have to pay alimony, my young friend. You know what I mean? That's the way it goes. Full circle, man.
For a while, I was kind of in the belly of the beast. I was going back to college, and I was occasionally hanging out with some like big time LGBT women's studies people.
Yes, and they can get very big.
Yeah. But, like, all you need to do, seriously, is just take whatever logic they're using and go one step further, and then they totally flip the fuck out. So, like, you have people who say, oh, this person, how is it fair that, what's his face? I forgot his name already. Wore the shirt with the ladies on it.
Taylor.
Men shouldn't get to objectify women like that. Now you take their logic and go one step further. You assume that Matt Taylor identifies as a man. Maybe he identifies as a woman. Then he gets to where he wants, right? And then their brains explode, and they get furious at you. That's all you need to do. And I think that's kind of what's happening by Gamergate. Like having such staying power is like that kind of thing is starting to happen. Like they're hitting themselves with their crossfire,
Yes, they're starting to police themselves as well as everyone else, and that's going to cause as much trouble and division in them as it has done everywhere else.
Yeah. All my older girls, man, know that Shirtgate shit is like absurd. Like 7 out of 10 just say. The other 3. you just tell them, like, seriously, you know what I mean? It's just like, it was made by a woman. I don't care. Then you argue and you just come out with facts.
Yes.
And then after that, they concede after, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They just, what you're saying is absurd.
Concede, they block you and run away.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, we're supposed to be able to wear what we want, you know what I mean? It's like, what, you wouldn't let me wear a shirt like that? Come on, it's like, it's cool. There's no nudity on it or anything. It's like pinup girls and stuff. You don't like pinup girls? You don't like Betty Page?
Yeah.
Do you think
It
Betty
has to
Page is
come from
sexist? She's a
association.
misogynist? Betty Page is a misogynist. It's like, it's like, come on, you know what I mean? You're like, come on. It's like, really?
It's very close
It's
to
like,
historical revisionism, isn't it? It's like
yeah, you know?
history.
Yeah, it's like, what the hell, you know? Pinup girls are bad, you know what I mean? It's like the most sexist shit ever. It's like,
Yeah, he might like curvy girls, you know, and that's sort
Yeah.
of feminist, I think, in my limited appreciation of what feminism is anymore. You know, do they like curvy women and naturally shaped women, realistic women?
But yeah,
No, they just
And
like
then-
women who agree with them.
Yeah.
and that's the thing. They're not fighting from any sort of basis of fact. They're fighting from emotion, and emotion is very incoherent. It's very inconsistent. So of course, a lot of what they do doesn't make a lot of sense. You know, it's like we want women to wear whatever they want, and then it's like you guys were talking about before. It turns into this whole sort of inconsistent, self-eating snake of confusion. So we're trying to make sense of it, I think, but we can't make sense of it because there's no consistency within their own argument. There's no rationality. So
it comes down to, like, if they don't like you, they don't want to hear you. But it's like, you can tell right away on first contact, man. You make eye contact, and she's like, I don't want you. It's like, if she does, you could convince her. It's like, if she's, like, interested, you could always convince her. But if, like, first you make eye contact, she'll be like, nah, you know, right away you see it, you know, like, she doesn't want anything to do with you. Don't even fucking bother talking to her, man. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, there's no point, man. It's just like, that's the way it works. The mating game, man. You know what I mean? It's just like, you make eye contact, she's like, looks away. It's like, forget her, man. Don't even try. You know what I mean? But it's like, if she makes eye contact, then you could go up to her and you could have a debate. You know what I mean? And, like, you know, bullshit her into the sack and shit, or just change her mind or something. But some of these girls, man, it's like, they're so like, more than ever than I've ever seen. They're like so uncomfortable, like, you know what I mean, in their own, like, skin and shit. You know, they're like insecure, like, really, really bad. I've never. It's every few years it gets worse and worse. You know, like, I think they're confused. Should I be skinny or should I have a fat ass? You know, like that naked chick or something. It's like, oh yeah, men like big asses, or, you know, like, blue hair and all this shit. It's like, whatever, man. They don't even know what's going on anymore. They're so lost. It's like, we need another Marilyn Monroe to, like, put him in, like, give him a good example of what you're supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? Not like Digra or something like that, where it's just like, you can do whatever you want. You know what I mean? It's like, you're perfect. It's like, everybody's perfect. It's nothing to aspire to.
No.
Well, they're not even consistent about, you know, the great Satan of their religion, rape. You know, what constitutes rape? What does it's all this mess of things that, you know, really don't make any sense, and that's what's
empowerment.
Yeah, exactly. What is empowering? What's demeaning? There's no sort of set codified, you know, vision. You know, so it's
like, they don't know how hard it is for us. It's like, when I go out to a bar, it's like, I'm not picking them. I'm looking for one of them that will accept me. You know what I mean? That's all you're doing. You're just like, will he have sex with me? Will she have sex with me? No. Will she have sex with me? You got to keep doing it and, like, swallow your pride and keep doing it all night and take the rejection and shit. It's like, oh, he's too big, he's too tall, he's too skinny, he's too fat. You know what I mean? Like, you just got to keep going. And then it's like, finally you meet up with one and shit like that, and then it's just like, oh, you got to, like, weed through her fucking indoctrination bullshit to, like, getting that ass. You know what I mean? It's insane. They don't know how hard it is for us, and they're all like, what are they worried about? You know, you could go and, like, do any guy you want, man. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's crazy, man. It's insane. It's just like, they don't know how hard it is, man. Like,
they don't care.
They don't know what rejection is. They don't know what it is. It's just like, You know, like to get some pussy, you have to be like a duck with water off its back, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Crazy shit, dude. Crazy, crazy times we live in.
True enough. Yeah. So anyway, I was going to say something about that Anita Sarkeesian story. A writer called Brian Whitmore, or a reporter for the Liberty Voice, has apparently, well, he's written an article saying Anita Sarkeesian, a masked feminist icon, or con artist, and he's looking into the this chap behind her called Bart Baggett, who was a B-list actor at some point, but seems to have been doing. I don't know. We'll have to have a look at this tomorrow and talk about it another time. But you know, there's bits and pieces here that might be reasonable and might reopen talk about whether she is a con woman, as we think. But I don't know. I also saw it on the Ralph Retorts, and he tends to jump into things and give them much more meaning than ever the real media are going to let it carry.
He's a good soldier.
He's a good soldier, absolutely.
Yeah, he's on point, man. He's just like, he's chomping at the bit, man. He's just like waiting for one of them to fuck up. I love the guy.
Yeah.
He's amazing, man.
That's the point. But like constantly, I think he expects too much from his revelations, even though to us they're like, bloody hell, look at that.
It makes me aware, and then I can
bounce off a glass ceiling.
Yeah, we can make our own judgments, but he does make us aware of a lot of things that are happening, like a lot of happenings, and you're just like check into it. It's like, okay, yeah, he's gone over the top, you know what I mean? But you know, he's like, he means well, right? You know?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, and his information is fine. All I'm just saying is that I think he expects it to be more salacious than it is because it never gets past the firewall of the media, and never really can. But yeah, there's more stuff that suggests Anita is just in it for herself, so we should be pushing that this week, definitely, once I've read it and understand what it is. Carry on.
Right. It's like, got you! It's like, oops, got you! Oh well. Got you! Amazing.
Oh, this is it, isn't it? There's nothing you can really catch her in. She plays a very kind of clean game. She never gets into arguments with people. She maintains a bit of distance. She only talks to certain levels of people, like she'll talk to shows, she'll talk to newspapers, reputable stuff. Keeps herself high rent, high tone, if you know what I mean. And this
I liked her
very
face
credible air.
On Colbert, like she was terrified. You know what I mean? She was terrified. Did you see her fear in her face? She was like looking down at the table. I never saw her like that before. Like I've seen a bunch of her videos and stuff. She's always like assertive, but it's just like once you confront her, she's like whoop, like you know, like in fear. So, you know, it's like it says a lot. You know what I mean? Like that teleseminar stuff, I won't be taking it. It doesn't look like it built any confidence and all that. It's like everywhere she goes, you know, it's like you know, it's like they're always gonna like give her like they're not gonna hit her with any questions. It's like I bet you she wouldn't even go on like Pac-Man's show, and that guy's like the most timid guy there is. You know what I mean?
Well, this is what convinces many of us that it's actually she is sort of a human sock puppet for
She's reading a script. Yeah, she's reading a script, man.
She's reading a script. She's working to her narrative. He's filled her with the narrative, which she was probably quite okay about. I don't think she's a proper full-on feminist at all. I think she understands she's selling a particular product. She can't change the brand. It must be sort of sex-negative feminism that's going to appeal, and I expect it's that because that appeals to the widest number of feminists. I expect many of them are sex-negative lesbians that she wants to appeal to.
You'd be surprised, man. Some of them like go in there like when they're younger. It's like they get in there and they're just thinking like, okay, yeah, you know, I don't want to be a victim. I heard that it's like if I live my life like this, I'm gonna end up being a victim. That's like they got that pumped into their heads. But once they get out and about, you'd be surprised, man, how like rational like most of them are. It's just that they don't get out to like out of fear. They don't get out to like regular places. It's like they're like in this hug box bars. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like But once you get them, like you start talking to them, it's just like, you know what I mean? It's like they're all right, you know. But it's just like listening to that shit, man. They're being brainwashed, you know. That's why that shit's gotta end. It's just like if you're
and
like
that's the thing. And that's the thing, because we see them saying the same thing over and over again, it just shows the indoctrination, the dogma. I mean, it's a religion. It's what it is. It's become a new sort of faith that these people need. You know, we're living in a secular world, so you can't discuss things like God anymore with good reason without people raising an eyebrow. And so what they need is this this new original sin, which they're calling privilege. They need this new these new priests, like Anita Sarkeesian, and it's all that dogmatic religiosity missing in the sort of hearts and minds of some people now that they don't have that old religion sort of thing to support them anymore. So that's all it is.
That's why I'm thinking like that's why I like Sargon's like digging Digra. That's the people that have to be taken down in all this. Those are the people that are going to the Senate. Those are the people that are indoctrinating all these kids. It's just like we could have just like we could have like normal lesbians. They're just like living their lives and productive members of society and everything. And it's these teachers, man. It's Digra that's doing it. Digra's just like like hate men are bad, and blah blah blah. It's just like no, we're equal. You could whatever your sexual preference is. It's like. Do what you want to do, man. Do anything you want. Or just like just changing the world and shit like that. It's just like I'm gonna change games. I'm gonna change religion. Fail. I'm gonna change Wall Street. Fail. I'm gonna change film. Fail. I'm gonna change music. Fail. I'm gonna change video games. Aha. There's like a minority of these neckbeard dudes in their basements, and it's like that's bullshit, man. You fucked up this time because this is gonna be a long fight for them, and they can't win it. They will never win. They'll never win.
Well, exactly, and they're not understanding that it's that to each their own sort of thing, and that's something they pushed for the longest time was you got to let us do what we want to do, and now when we want to do something, well,
exactly. That's exactly what's wrong with this. That's exactly like if you want to live in a utopia, if you want to build a castle in the clouds, man, go get some money and build a ladder and build your castle in the clouds and be happy forever. But why do you want everybody to be like you, man? Macintosh and shit. It's like just do what you want to do, live your life, man, and like it's great, like what are you so worried about? It's like he doesn't seem to be worried about like all the hot spots in the world. There's like wars going on and shit. Like if you care so much, it's like, oh no, I'm gonna change like the toxic masculinity. I'm like fucking like Muslims are doing some pretty crazy shit to women, man, according to their social justice warriors as a religion. It's like, and then Sam Harris comes out and criticizes them. Sam Harris criticizes like that religion, saying that, they're misogynist. It's a misogynistic religion. Oh, Sam Harris, you fucking racist bastard. It's like, get your fucking priorities straight, Yeah. Amazing. I just think that's wild, man. Like even like fuck Shirtgate. Just say fuck Shirtgate to be expected from them, right? But I mean like Sam Harris, man. I'm like, come on, the guy's like criticizing religion. Okay, yeah, you could stone a woman or whatever you want to do and all that. So it's like, okay, you're a feminist. It's like, why aren't you attacking those people? Why are you attacking our society that's evolved?
The SJWs have always hated Sam Harris. I mean, any real atheist, because they've been invading atheists for years, any real atheist, they will tear to bits and try and proffer their own left-wing atheist commentators, the Atheism Plus movement and that kind of thing. Even though Atheism Plus failed, the SJWs haven't. They're all atheists who run different groups and things like Rational Wiki. They're totally in control of that.
So it comes down to shekels. It always comes down to the shekels. Amazing.
Well, the power, even. It ain't even the money, it's the power of the people. That seems to be what they're more interested in.
That Rebecca Watson, man, that's a disgusting person. Like she's not a good person. Rebecca Watson.
Well, I don't know about that.
That's like the Atheism Plus spokeswoman or whatever.
Oh right, no, she's been in. I think she's
Elevator Gate.
But like, it's Ophelia Benson and PZ Myers, Lousy Canuck. There's a whole bunch of them that regularly talk about all these issues, and they're all SJWs.
Amazing.
But even
It
in
tells
like,
you.
even in Warhammer 40,000, yeah, in their fandom, you find SJWs walking around saying, "Why aren't there any female Space Marines?" And there is very good reasons why there aren't any female Space Marines. They're all genetically made. You know?
I also like how
There's a battle.
that's what they focus in on. Not that millions and millions and billions of people are being sacrificed every day to things that are totally pointless in that world. No, the real problem is why aren't there any female Space Marines?
Yeah.
Because
Like, it's supposed to be a shitty, dark place that you don't want to be in. Like,
Yeah.
They made the Sisters of Battle and all that. They caved like a few years ago and made the Sisters of Battle.
Yeah.
And all that. And like some nuns, these nuns have the Emperor's purity mark on them. It was pretty hilarious when it came out. It's like, why? What's the point? You're not going to attract any women gamers. You know what I mean? Women don't play tabletop. It's just the facts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't want that shit. They're not going to spend all that vast sum of money on crappy little plastic toys. They're older than that. They're more mature than that.
Yeah.
Plus, they can't paint shit for toffee. You all see what happens when feminists get hold of art materials. It goes horribly wrong.
And
everything. They just drizzle blood all over everything.
Yeah. They either drizzle blood on stuff, paint angels, or paint a vagina. Very weird. Very weird.
Although I guess that might work for like a,
It does. I mean, sometimes you'll get really good paintings like Georgia O'Keeffe, but other times it's some chick with an egg up her whoopsie dropping it onto a piece of canvas, which is less good. But there has been some very nice feminist art, but that was when feminism was trying to appeal to people, was trying to present a sensible case when it wasn't fucking insane like it is these days. Nowadays, it just wants to show off and get its fanny out for some reason.
Okay, guys. Breaking news. I don't know how much of you have me on Facebook, but I was saying before I was in a public place.
Yeah.
I was just handed this most beautiful note by someone who was sitting near where I was, and I posted it. I'm gonna dictate the note out. Not dictate it, I'm going to write it out and post it in a minute.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to take a look at that, I'll share it with the group.
On Ultras?
Yeah, I'm sharing it on Ultras as we speak.
Oh, right. Blue or splat?
There, I shared it. All right, it should be in the group now. I think it's hilarious. Like I can't make this sort of shit up. This is hilarious.
I can't read that. It's all.
I know. That's why I'm going to be.
Oh yeah.
You're Kevin Wu.
Yes, I am Kevin Wu.
Huh.
You've had this from a feminist.
Hmm.
A feminist has given this to you.
Yes, she has. And
Why did you screw it up?
Hmm.
Why have you screwed it up then?
What do you mean? I crumpled it up. I was about to throw it away. I'm like, no. I'm going to show it. I'm going to read it.
What does it say? Dear ignorant what?
Dear ignorant gamer dude. Here, I'll have it.
I dare you to open your mind.
Yeah.
I dare you to open your mind.
Oh man, you guys are gonna love this. I'm going to. Because I'm writing it as we speak.
How dare these whore crash my podcast? I'm infuriated. Bitch. Fucking letters. Wrap it in a rock. Wrap a rock in it. Throw it back up.
A brick wrapped in a brick through your window.
No, I wouldn't condone. No, I must. No. I'm joking. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I dare you to open your mind.
Now, this undisclosed public location is sort of known for the kinds of individuals we deal with on a day-to-day basis. So, I'm not surprised.
I see. You're in the dyke bar again. That's why there's so many beers being opened.
You know me, man. You know how much I love these places.
Excellent. No, where are you? You play through, sir.
It makes me feel
Got the skill.
so special. Yeah, you know.
Brilliant.
All right.
An old
Share that.
friend of mine runs one now. That's like there's like a couple in my town, and one of my friends he runs one. It's a pretty cool place, like when nobody's around. But when they all pack in, like at the end of the night, you're just like, this is bullshit. Hey, he makes money off of it, you know, like specialized bars and shit like that. It's pretty cool. You know, it's a cool spot. And, yeah, it makes money.
I'm gonna have to nip off again, just for a second.
Yeah.
More tea. I'm British.
Oh
Podcast
man,
will stop if I don't get enough tea in me. You
that is so British. It's ridiculous. It's all right.
know? Yes, rather.
I'm sitting beside this this spent coffee cup from Tim Hortons, so I can't really say too much. We don't know Tim Hortons, really popular Canadian coffee place.
I do.
Yeah, it's not very good coffee at all.
Yeah, the only thing I miss about going to Canada, I used to go to Canada every year to visit my grandparents. The only thing I really miss is the milk that comes in bags.
Yeah, Matt, it's really cool. I mean, it's like everyone complains about it. Well, people who aren't from Canada complain. We're fine with it here. You just get a little jug to contain. It's so handy. I don't know.
And it tastes better. Like, I don't know why, it just does.
Well, it's because our milk isn't like processed. Like American milk is like processed with like sugar and all this nonsense, all this garbage in it. Ours is actually like, at least so we're told, is pretty direct. So I mean, I think you guys have like corn syrup in your milk or something like that. Like you guys put corn syrup in a lot of stuff, don't you?
Yes, we do. We like corn syrup.
We do. I don't think I've ever seen anything in Canada that has high fructose corn syrup in it in my
You know,
life.
the one thing that America has, though, that's really good, like, we get crap for having high fructose corn syrup, but we also discovered and popularized xanthan gum, which is like the best thing for making things thick and delicious.
Yeah, it's true.
You guys also have more flavors of Ben and Jerry's.
Yes.
And you have like Carl's Jr. and whatnot, and that's like.
I wish there was a Carl's Jr. near me. It's all I'd eat.
Like I went to the States once, and there was a Carl's Jr. near where our hotel was, and I went out, and it's like, wow, like this was probably worse for me than anything I've had in Canada, but it's so much better. Like I miss.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. I was just gonna finish my point, but go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, but it's like in Canada we don't have all this option for fast food. We have like Subway and we have McDonald's, but not a lot. So it's like you guys need to check your American privilege with all your fast food. You know.
We have Burger King too.
That's true, we do, and we have Wendy's, and we have all the main places, but like all like really good stuff, like I was saying, Carl's Jr. and Rowley's and whatnot. We don't get up here like at all, and like that breaks my heart that all the good places just aren't available.
I was in Manhattan in '98 for like 8 months, and there's these like those bodegas. You just go in there, man, like half a fried chicken with like tostones, like plantain chips. $3, man. It was just like, holy shit. You could like, junk food's so cheap, but it's like real food is expensive. Like, you know, like healthy food, it's fucking expensive, man. You know what I mean? Like an apple, what the hell? I could get half a chicken for an apple. You know what I mean? It's crazy, man. It was just like, I loved it though, man. I was like, you know, it's great.
No, it's prices are ridiculous. I mean, the problem is that all the inflation's going and our wages aren't going up to sort of balance that. So it's like things just get more and more expensive. You know?
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep working until the day I die, man. I'm not gonna rely on any pension plans or any of that shit, man. It doesn't keep up with inflation. You're a fool, man. I don't want to live on toast. You know what I mean? Keep working, keep active and stuff. You know.
You want to get a YouTube channel together, that way you can like be like 90 or something and still podcast. Nobody's gonna fucking know.
I'll get a Patreon.
Yeah.
Start a Patreon and just say, I want to eat a lot of weird things. Give me money.
I was just like, I looked it up, right? You know, like after they were like, hey, Jack Conti, take down like what is that? Those guys making like the Sarkeesian effect, like nix their Patreon. This is like, okay, yeah, that's really democratic of you, you know. So he's just like, oh, we're gonna have a private discussion of it in the next like 15 minutes or whatever. So you know, he told them, right? It's just like, fuck, I can't do that. You know what I mean? It's gonna look bad. So just like you just gotta weather it. You know what I mean? I'm just like, I'm just like, who is this guy, Jack Conti? And it's just like, you know, I don't know about this stuff. You know, I'm like fucking a no fart, right? So I go and like, I find this like YouTube channel. I'm just like, what the fuck is this shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That music that he does, it's like, no, that's crazy, man. I don't know. Maybe you guys are into that kind of stuff.
No, I don't know. I don't know anything about it. No.
Just check him out, man. He makes like music and then he some crazy shit, man. I don't know. It's just like it's a pretty smart guy that would make Patreon or seems to work for some people. But yeah, $3,000 a month. Some of these guys.
Yeah, you can. Well, Zoe Quinn gets $3,000 or something, and presumably that was a conservative estimate from the last time someone looked. So there's no telling what her full earnings are. So Anita Sarkeesian must make a bit of Patreon thing because everyone loves her. You know, even
It's not about your it's not about merit. It's about like charm. You know, it's like that's like I don't like things like that for some reason. It's just like you reward people for bullshit. You know.
Yeah. So that's the very nature of their movement is anti-meritocratic. I mean, we go deeper into it, like socialist and Marxist sort of ideologies. It's completely against merit, completely, 100%.
Yeah, I remember when Florida passed, the Florida legislature passed merit pay for teachers, and it was being billed as the worst attack on education in American history. That like teachers were going to be paid based on how well they did instead of just like based on they want a lot of money.
yeah. Well, this is the only way someone with one of their crappy general studies degrees is going to get paid if there's this kind of non-meritocracy culture where everything has the same value and everyone has the same value, not very much.
It's like I don't know. It's like you're gonna see like in the next little while, you're gonna see everybody's gonna be like every employer's gonna be like 5 years experience minimum. So if you're 20, it's impossible. You know what I mean? So they're gonna fuck themselves. They're gonna shoot themselves in the foot with all that shit.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna know it's like a bullshit degree. You know what I mean? We handed this out like Pez candy and stuff, and like you're gonna have to show that who's the best. How are they gonna prove who's the best? You know what I mean? It's not gonna be by how much money you make on Patreon. It's gonna be actions and deeds. So they're going to be like 5 years experience, you know, and they won't be able to find work.
Yeah, and they'll be tending bars or
baristas,
whatever they do, begging for money on internet. So I was interested, Kevin, if you're actually online.
I am still here. I'm just trying to write out this note. But yeah, no. Go ahead. Shoot your question.
So did some just random person overhear what you were saying on the podcast and come over and give that?
So I was sitting in an unnamed Ottawa educational establishment, and I was just talking away here on this live stream, and she starts packing up and hands me this note, and here we are, right here with this beautiful little note that I've carried. I crumpled it up because, like I said, I was going to throw it in the trash, but I'm trying to.
But then you realized it was brilliant.
I realized that it was comedy gold.
It's
right.
gold.
Amazing.
Yeah, it absolutely is. What a wonderful memento of a podcast.
Yeah, that's all I remember. It's like I'm actually going to probably post it on my fridge to remind me.
Oh yeah.
Of,
that's fridge material, all right. Yeah, comedy gold.
Yeah, no, I don't get letters written to me a lot, and so I feel special today.
I'll tell you, that's the kind of thing that you want to get out of after Christmas dinner and say you'll never guess what happened. Right.
Man. Oh no, you know I'm showing all my friends.
It's also wonderful to know that you rustled someone's jimmies so bad that they had to write you a note.
Like
About
that's
how pissed they were.
And that's not even cowardly, because they could see you were busy, and they thought, well, I'll just do him a note, tell him how. I think that's excellent. Good thinking on both
Well,
of your part. Yeah.
what they could have done is they could have come up to me at any time, try to, talk to me, and we could have actually had this discussion. But true to form, they don't want to open discussion. They just want to shut things
Yes.
down. So
They just tell you. Yeah.
my feeling is that I want to make this guy feel really bad for feeling the way he does, and I'm just going to write this note to him and not start a discussion whatsoever.
I'm going to write him a shitty letter. Yeah, that'll bother him.
Exactly.
Message day.
Fantastic.
Real shit post.
Yeah, it's completely like the in real life form of shit posting. It's fun, and the fact that she left like right away was the best part, because it's like, okay, what's this?
It's like she turned off the comments.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh.
Do you think she's driving home like all like white knuckled and worried and shit, like like regretting
That,
it?
or she thinks she struck a blow against the patriarchy.
Either one of those.
Posted in real life.
But she'll won't be sleeping very heavily at night, because she'll think I'll be harassing her or some nonsense like that.
Probably we're harassing her just by talking in a public place.
Oh yeah, man. Like I have to check. Man.
How dare you force your ideology on her by making her listen to it a little bit?
Yeah.
But not really, because she could have left at any time.
I'm so pleased we've actually managed to oppress someone.
Never, I've never felt like I've been oppressing anyone, but apparently I have been this whole time.
Yeah.
Just
We've got these brilliant long distance oppression powers. We can reach out anywhere in the world and oppress people. It's fantastic.
Yeah, you've reached across the pond here, and tonight, tonight Ottawa feels your pain.
Yeah. Yes. And we feel Ottawa's pain. We certainly do.
Tomorrow's going to be awkward. Tomorrow's going to be awkward. It's going to be like, like after guilty sex or something. You're going to like make eye contact with her, and it's like, what the fuck was that, and all awkward and shit. It's like going to be crazy, man.
It's a pretty big place. Like, I've never seen this person before in my life.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
I hope I meet them again, because what I want to do now is kind of write my own note, and then if I ever see her in the hall, pass her my response.
Except your note just says LOL.
Or better yet, we find her Facebook profile and we give her a link to the podcast.
Amazing.
Oh.
Maybe not. Good. No, that is a bit harassing, I think.
Just a little bit harassing, though.
If you don't write anything, don't do anything. It's like next time you see her, just like give her like a knowing wink.
Yeah.
So
say GG. Say GG to her.
Yeah, just like don't say it, just like word it with your lips, like G, and give her a wink.
What I'm going to start doing now is wear purple and green every day. The colors of rape, so.
Piccolo.
Yeah, come to think of it, you probably just voice raped her, right? I mean, that's what happened.
Yeah, that's it.
It's like the stare rape, except for with your mouth.
You could cut the misogyny with the knife in this room. Oh, boy.
Well, what I did was I actually committed a thought crime here, see, because I disagreed with her, and because I expressed those in my capacities of free speech. That's constitutional rape right there.
Your mind needs to be opened. It's like send you to a re-education camp or something. Who knows what's gonna happen with this crap?
What if she comes marching back in with some security men and the camp? So there he is.
Then you guys will be here for the live arrest of Kevin Wu. Yeah.
We'll be so famous. It will be fantastic. Everyone will want to know us on Twitter. It would be.
Man, I kind of hope that happens now.
Yeah.
I can go down in history as that guy.
Yeah, the guy that got arrested live on air because he was podcasting about Gamergate in the real world, and oh my god, it would. Everyone would want a slice of that. That would be on the Week in Stupid. That would be.
Oh yeah, then Sargon Senpai can finally notice me.
Yes, Saint Sargon Senpai would have to notice you, yeah. Oh my. Yeah.
Oh,
Sargon Senpai would be feeling lucky if you noticed him, I should imagine.
that'd be the day. Oh man, I don't even make it a secret how much of a fan of Sargon's I am. He is just a hero.
Yeah, that guy's based,
Thank
man.
you.
Don't you love it when you like pop into a stream and shit and just like totally
Yeah.
build bridges, man? Like it's classic, man. The guy's such a bridge builder. You know, he'll come in just like, whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, whoa, everybody shut the fuck up. What's your beef? You know, settles it and then he bails out. You know what I mean? Guys, he's
Oh,
he's a
yeah.
grand chap. Yeah.
Brilliant person too. Like
Yeah.
he gets it so on the head, and he understands it. He just gets it. And
Yeah.
there's so few people who can not only get it but articulate it in such a way as he does. You know.
Exactly. Yeah, he's like, this is like, he was meant to do stuff like this for sure, man. You know what I mean? Like, culture critic. You know, like,
Yeah.
An actual one. An actual.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, for sure, man. It's like, seriously, it's just like, the guy's like, he's like the biggest activist that I've seen, like, online in a long time. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much shit going on, he's calling it out, man. This is like his form of protest. You know what I mean? He's protesting bullshit. It's like, he's amazing. Same thing, like, I like T-Foot too, man, for that kind of stuff, you know? It's like calling out like crap. Some people might disagree with T-Foot because, you know, like the atheism stuff and all that, but I'm like, since I share the same views as he does, I'm just like, yeah, it's amazing, you know? Like, Sargon's great, man. It's like, some of those streams, man, everybody's just like going nuts, you know, like, it's just like,
Oh, yeah.
Who's another guy that's like that too? Like Robin does that, right? Robin or
Robin Gething is much smoother, I think. He seldom ever loses. No, actually, I tell a lie. He does lose his temper slightly. Just today, somebody was making all this noise in the background, and he went, "Oh, could you shut up, please?" And it was just like, and I pissed myself. It was fantastic. And
maybe I
Simon, the other day, he really lost his shit. Thumped the table and was like, "Jesus fucking Christ, Summer!" And like, I literally dropped my cup of tea on the floor and cracked the handle on it. And I was like, "Whoa, excellent!" And I mean, that is when podcasting is. That is the best.
there was two streams where I saw like Jenny Barrage or whatever. She was on one of them. It's like Sargon was on there interviewing her, but the one before that was that Robin. Like there's two guys on there. I'm just like,
Yeah.
It made me uncomfortable. I'm just like, okay, so what if it's a woman? It's like, it doesn't matter if it's a woman. We don't have to scrutinize like every penny that she's going to be spending. Of course, she has to eat. And she's a zealot, man. She's our zealot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're lucky to have
I've not
somebody
heard
like that.
this. I've not heard this. I was aware that it had happened, but I listened to a different podcast. In fact, I've avoided the Jenny Barrage stuff and the base thing because I want to avoid it. I don't think it's a useful issue for us. It's a splitting issue. So I've kind of left that thing on the slow burn and away from me. But I have to agree, you know, once she starts the business up and running, then those things will become very exact accounts, you know, that will be able to be transparent. But when you're setting up a business, you can't, you haven't even fixed your business plan properly, so you do have to loosely estimate those costs. She cannot say penny for penny before she spends the money how much is going to go where.
I don't know if it'll work or not, and I don't know how sound her plans are. I haven't like checked into it. But what I had a problem with was just that she's not accountable to each member. Like, she's not accountable to us. She's opening up a business. She's asking for our support. If you don't support her, don't. If you support her, support her. But she doesn't have to, like, keep us updated on every second of her day. You know what I mean? Imagine if you were opening up a shop.
Especially not people who haven't invested. And especially not Gamergate as a body. We don't have any right to question what she's doing with the money.
Yeah, she's not accountable to us.
You know, we're not a government. It's not our place to do that. There are people whose jobs that is. Like, there's the people at the Kickstarter who've raised the money for her. There will be the people who have invested, and it's their responsibility. Caveat emptor, buyer beware. It's their responsibility to check what she's doing with their money. They have an interest. The rest of us don't.
It's gonna go sour anyways because money corrupts. At a certain, like, say if it did become successful and she did get, you know, like 10% of like what Gawker's getting, money corrupts. She's gonna have to form alliances with like certain advertisers and to keep you know, it's like it's gonna go sour. She's gonna go like once she goes mainstream, it's like, you know, she's like she won't be like a
Well,
Puritan anymore.
no, not necessarily. I tell
Um,
you what, because I do write reviews and I know how it works. And the companies, they never do that. They never come around to you and say, we want you to make sure this is good for you. Or if they do, most of us do just say, no, we absolutely can't do that. No, I'm sorry, you have to go away. If you want a paid advertorial promotional thing, we'll do that. But we're going to tell people we're doing that, and and it will reflect that. We would never do something like, we would never do what the SJW have done, which is form a monopoly to rate games up and rate games down, to exercise power in the game industry. No respectable magazine would ever dare to try and do that. That's illegal. It's completely illegal. It's the
I don't
cartel.
know. She's been there. She's been there a while, man. And it's like I trust her. She's got pretty thick skin.
Yeah.
You know, like she's taking like shit from both sides, man. We have like people that just don't like her. You know what I mean? We do have like misogynists in our
I
amongst.
should imagine there are people who have beef with her for all sorts of reasons. Probably some of them are just like, oh, I don't like her eyes, or her nose is funny, or something like that, or oh, her accent just doesn't gel with me. And I'm sure there's a lot of that in the competition between people.
She seems to be able to handle it. She should be like a role model for some of these anti chicks too. You know what I mean? It's just like, hey, like look at her. She gets like shit all the time, man. She's still able to function and stuff. How come you can't function under such duress? You know what I mean, or whatever.
Absolutely. Yeah. Look at our Gamergate ladies. They all stand up under your crap. Why have you got such a problem? Yeah.
And their crap's pretty bad too, man. They get away with it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's shocking, and they can do it totally and open, and they know they can. They know they can get away with it. It's very odd. Very odd. But menacing.
Yeah, that's crazy. Double standards.
Yeah, I mean, that is part of the plan. I mean, it was Saul Alinsky who was saying, always hold your enemy accountable to their own rules. But basically, also do anything that is necessary for you to do what you want to achieve, the goals you want to achieve. So it's basically they have a license to cheat like fuck and point out everybody else's mistakes.
That was his 12 rules or something? Was it 12 rules? That was some pretty reckless kamikaze shit, man, that he was writing down, man. Like, take no prisoners, man, go all out.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking reckless shit.
Go for the person rather than the organization, the whole bit. Yeah, it's ruthless stuff. And we should castigate them for it, because it is harassment. Deliberately harassment. Well, they call it relational aggression, don't they, or something? So you can see exactly, they are quite open that we want you to go out there, bully people, hassle people, to push this politics, to push our ideology. He was very clear about it. They're very clear about it. And that shouldn't be allowed. These people are admitting they're harassers. Yeah? And they should be called on it. Well, not called on it, it should be fucking stomped.
But I mean, like if one side does it, it's seen as okay, and that's the funny thing is they don't see the inconsistency, they don't see like the hypocrisy in saying, you guys are harassers, we can harass as much as we want. And there was a graphic I saw that was like most of the harassment is towards the Gamergate side, is towards the opposite side.
It's pretty sick shit, man. It's like hitting below the belt like constantly. It's just like, oh yeah, the only way to beat the patriarchy is to punch in the balls like all the time. You know what I mean? And from behind. You know what I mean? That's like those are rules. Straight for the nuts, from behind.
Well, that was their big hashtag before all this flared up. Was kill all men, wasn't it? And they were happy to have that until people started calling them on it. And it was that fucking stupid shit that basically started women against feminism. And so they consistently create their own enemies, and it seems to fuck up for them eventually. They've got no friends left.
I saw a list that they put out of devs to boycott. While we're discussing, like, we're having an argument, like, not to boycott devs, and there's, like, straight out a list, like, boycott these devs. It's like, it's like we're discussing it. We're like arguing, like, no, don't boycott devs. Half of us are like, I don't know what the percentage is, or like some of us are like, no, I'll boycott games. It's like I don't like the dev. It's like, I'm gonna boycott. Like, no, it's like, don't support all devs, get them on our side. They straight up like just printed a list, like blacklist these devs, like no argument, no discussion, and if you argue, you're on that list too. You know what I mean? Just like so, like it's hard to fight people like that.
I was asking the other day, has anyone got a decent program for exporting group members to a spreadsheet, CSV? Because I remember I used to have a program that did that in the old days, and we'd use it in games and that kind of thing. We'd go onto another clan's Facebook page, take all the membership links and that kind of thing, and then confabulate them over to Mafia Wars links, and then we could use it as a spreadsheet to fight with them with, all above board, and we'd do that as part of the war, just to make it easier, or a free-for-all and that kind of thing. So I was thinking, I know it's fairly easy to do this and it's possible. And I was thinking, well, why don't we just go around all the IGDA groups on Facebook, and there's quite a lot of them, and they're all open and that kind of thing, take all their membership lists and turn it into our own block bot. And we say to people, quite basically, quite openly, that we're going to come around and do this again in, say, a month's time, and the list that we compile that time will be people that we're going to block and people that we're going to avoid buying games from and boycott and that kind of thing.
That's a really good idea.
So we just basically tell all the IGDM members to fuck off, or they're going to get blacklisted. And I bet
that's it. Yeah, that's it. Doing the same thing that they're doing on Twitter, like do it to them. Like yeah, but it's gotta be one of us. It can't be like a free BDS girl like offering to make one for us and stuff. It's like her shit's a failure anyways. I don't want to block the Colonel. I like Colonel.
Yeah.
Colonel Sanders, you know.
Yeah, well, this will be much more exact because it will only take IGDA members from their groups. I mean, there will be no one who isn't an IGDA member. There might be people who support Gamergate in there, however, so it will need some form of whitelist.
You know that they wouldn't be able to handle that the way like we've been taking it. They wouldn't be able to handle that. They would like freak. I'd like to see what the reaction. It'd be interesting to see that.
Oh,
like, say if we like
fucking shit.
Made an anti-GG blocker. I'd love to see the reaction.
Oh, they would lose it. It would be so unfair. Oh, this is terrible. They would say, "It's outrageous. You must be killed."
I'd just like to see the numbers. I'd like to see the numbers. Like, what would it be? Like 200 of them or something? What the hell?
Yeah, well,
like 10,000.
Well, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of IGDA members, but like of the actual SJWs, it's probably under. So you might be right. It might be 400, 500 people. But I saw an infographic the other week that showed the different positions of Gamergate and anti-GG in terms of blobs of interconnected data, and each blob was a person on Twitter, and a blob estimated their rough size in terms of followers and how many connections were going out to other blobs and smaller blobs and that kind of thing. And we were a big round circular blob with loads of big blobs in the middle and huge and massive. And then theirs was this little slimy circle of blobs around the outside of us. With one big blue blob that was Chris Huey or something, tweeting to like, at one point, tweeting to like about 100 of these smaller blue blobs that were all roughly the same size and who I assume must be.
I didn't see that. How come that's not being boosted, man? To like, you know, just so that they know.
Because it was their propaganda. It was enemy propaganda. They were trying to make the point that, like, oh look, Gamergate is one big echo chamber, but it wasn't. It's just what their data was showing. What their data also showed is that they're basically a fucking botnet.
Yeah, because I don't think that they understand like that. Like, no, you guys are small. You know what I mean? It's just like. Like I think they need to realize nobody's listening to you. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's just us. We're the only people listening to you. Minority.
But they're small and well connected, and that's why it's so difficult. I mean, yeah, we've got the power of numbers, but they have the connections in the media. They have connections to the wealthy. Because keep in mind, these people are from upper class San Francisco. They're well connected, and that's why it's such a problem. So yeah, there's not a lot of them, but they have power, and a few people with power.
Like lip shits.
Yeah. I've always maintained that the only real thing we could do to win Gamergate is to pray for a tsunami.
Amazing.
Basically, just wash them all into the sea. That's the only way we're ever going to get this sorted.
Yeah, it's too bad. It's like a tsunami can be selective because there's a lot of good, nice tech companies down there that have done a lot for us. It's too bad that it's like their spawn seems to be like
Well, they
fucking
can make a
everything up.
noble sacrifice.
Yeah.
We will remember them. Yeah.
I won't.
I must retract all of this. Yeah, I must retract all this. I wouldn't wish to harm on any of them. Yeah, to be fair. Poor old internet aristocrat. I suppose he must be touching down in Israel soon.
Man, he's going to cash in all the shekels, and he's going to be so rich. It's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, so rich. I presume he's not actually going to Israel, and this is just his response to being called a paid Gawker shill or whatever.
Yeah.
But, poor son.
Amazing. You got to be pretty butthurt to accuse him of that, man. That's pretty. That's low.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But
It's like,
it's-
come on, if you don't like the guy, just like say it. You know, like I'm envious of his success on YouTube or something. Just say it. You know, like
Yeah.
I'd like
No.
to get some trickle down views or something, or like you didn't recognize me, or you don't mention me. How come you don't come on my stream, or you know, like engage with him, not just like like you're a shill. You know, like you're Sir Shillington and all that. It's like that guy's successful, man. He worked hard. His videos are fucking good, man.
His credentials are beyond compare. He's been doing it for a lot longer than Gamergate. You know, he ain't ever going to be a shill. He's super staunch, you know.
That's it. It's like if somebody criticized him and did something 10% as good as him, I'd be like, okay, yeah, you know. But I mean, like, what have you done? You know what I mean? Who are you to criticize the guy? The guy's like, his fucking videos are brilliant, man. You're an celeb. Yeah, so what? Fuck, he earned it, man. You know, he's an celeb. So what? He earned it. He did hard work, man, and he researched his shit, and he came out with some top-notch videos. It's like, so he's an celeb. Like, what the hell? Can't be part of the movement?
He's totally paid his dues. People have no right to attack him on nothing. On nothing.
That's it.
By the sound of it, I should imagine it's shills. It's their shills in our movement going for him. Because frankly, that's their kind of behaviour. That's not really the way Gamergaters work. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few shills here and there poking other people to say this kind of stuff.
But yeah, no, we have to watch out that we don't become a witch hunt either, and this is why I kind of left a lot of the groups. Specifically, GG 2014 is. It became very dramatic and very who's the shill and tone police. It's this sort of personal drama, this sort of drama class that I found very irritating. It's like, look, I'm sending a dozen emails a day on top of balancing my own schedule. Why are you just sitting around here talking about who's the shill? Why are you guys sitting about here having drama? And it's the same thing with this IA crap. It's like, why are you guys sitting here talking about how much IA sucks now apparently? It's like just keep the movement going, keep moving going forward. It's like just who cares? Like it's just but a scratch. Just keep going. It's no big deal.
Yeah. And I've never trusted that. I've always had issues with what went on in Gamergate 2014 because there were obvious shills wandering around the place. There was that Tyler guy who was the chairman of one of the IGDA groups, and he was just being allowed to call Gamergate into question all the time, and it was supposedly about fairness and balance and that kind of thing, but you're just letting them put their propaganda in your group, and you're just losing, mate. I just thought you fucking spastics, you don't know what you're fucking doing here, do you?
And
Pac-Man says it all, man. Pac-Man is just like, I'm asking a question, just answer it. This is a hit piece, and then all of a sudden the guy's like public enemy #1, But like, look at the guy, man. It looks like he's taking it like physically, man. You know what I mean? It's like growing his beard, man. He's looking like he lost weight, and his clothes are all ratty and shit. I'm just like, oh man, the guy's like, what the hell? If anything, he was being nice to GG. You know what I mean? He was trying to be diplomatic to GG, and it's like they threw him right under the fucking bus, like in a split second.
Yeah.
It seems to be like affecting him, man.
They did that with all sorts of moderates. They were talking, if you weren't immediately in line with them, you were part of the enemy. It was that us or them mentality. And yeah, of course, we've all taken we're all tired. We've all taken his. I mean, King of Pole melted down. IA, he's gone now because of it. Yeah, Dave Pacman, like you said, looks worn down. It's damaging. I mean, but that's what it is to be at war. And the fact of the matter is, we're doing something very important here. Like, maybe we're not current cancer. We're not doing anything like significant, but we're resisting against a group that seeks to impose its will on everyone else.
Yeah.
And that's very important. It's so important to keep that. So it's
just the most important thing. I looked at that press release that Rad whatever was approaching the Senate with. I was just like, they're associating us with fucking the fappening and shit like that, man. I'm just like, what the hell are you guys doing? They have like this whole thing. It looks like total propaganda poster, same colors. You know what I mean? All you needed was like a sniper in there, and it would have been like for Mother Russia and all this shit.
Yeah.
I was like, come on, guys, man. I'm just like, anybody who looks at that and reads it, it's like, man, psycho, crazy shit. Like, everybody's like, what about when later on, when you go to next year, if you go to do like another Occupy Wall Street, it's like everybody's gonna know who you are, man. According to your rules, you won't be able to dissent against anything online. Like, you know what I mean? You're pre-doxing yourself with your rules. It's like,
yeah,
incredible, man. I can't get over it. And that's like, I think that's the most important thing.
Well, this is why they want to be in control of the actual doing of it, isn't it? They want to sit as a body over everybody else making these judgments. They don't want to, and once they have that control, they don't need to say anything at all. They can control the debate just by stopping what other people say.
Free BDS girl got like 10 seconds of control, and she just went ballistic with it. Yeah. It's just like, that guy, that Brazilian member, he's just like, hey, how come I'm on the list? Oh, you question me? You deserve to be on the list. It's like, wow, man. It's like, never give somebody like that a badge and a baton, man. They'll be just like beating the shit out of everybody within like a baton reach. You know what I mean?
The thing is, she's into bondage and all that stuff as well, isn't it? So she's loving it, trying to push all the men about and that kind of thing. Oh, David Pacman, oh, suck my nipples, you bad boy.
It's like, it's beyond feminism, because it's like she beat up women and men. You know what I mean? She beat up kids too. She probably hit a kid. You know what I mean? Like, I heard she had trouble with her own kid or something. Like, I don't know what all that's about. Like, I saw that on ED, but I'm just like, I don't know if it's true or not. But I'm just like, somebody like that would just start swinging. You know, like, that's a psycho. You know, it's just like, you don't like what I'm saying. I don't care what gender you are or what your political views are. It's like, you're getting the beating. You know what I mean? It's just like,
so many of them are narcissist psychopaths, aren't they? I mean, you've got Georgie Tate with all his death camp stuff. Sam Biddle demanding to bring back bullying like he's fucking.
Did you see what she tweeted about, like, when people started, like, hey, your software is, like, pretty shitty, like, Colonel Sanders is blocked. It's like, yeah, well, like, I'm vegetarian pretty much, so good, like, it's good for chickens.
Right,
you know what I mean? All chickens should, like, block everybody on Twitter, too, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is that shit? Like, no apology, oops, no, none of that. You know, it's like,
but
no.
Do these people honestly think they can win a fight against Kentucky Fried? Like, do they honestly think? Are they so arrogant that they think they can win against a corporation? Like, it's the stupidity. It's like it's that belief that we are so in the right. It's this crusade. It's like
how
God
can
is on our side.
How can they support Ferguson and then ban KFC? I don't see how that works.
Well, it kind of works together.
It's amazing. It's just like it's just incredible, man. It's just like there's no, like, you don't have a cause. Like, it's like if you had like a real cause and you like laid it out, you know what I mean? I'd understand, but I'm just like, it's just like, no, it's just me and my gang. And it's like, if you go against our gang, we're gonna fuck you up. You know what I mean? That's sort of what it comes down to.
It's a power grab. These people built this culture on their own, and they're trying to force it on others. It's expansionist, and it's imperialism, basically. They're trying to push the San Francisco Bay Area culture onto the world. They want power. They're hungry. They have that Marxist ideology of authoritarianism deep in their hearts, and they want to expand that power so that everyone, including us, is part of their, and that's why we see whenever they have even an ounce of power, they abuse it because they want it so bad and they want to use it so bad, you know. So that's why we have to be careful. You know,
if we win,
fight so much.
I'm drunk and everything, but this is like a serious thought of mine. It's like, if we win, I'll retire here. But if I see that they're getting too much control and like too much shit's going on, I'm gonna retire in Thailand or Vietnam, man. I'm gonna get my pension money, go over there, live at a sixth of the cost, and like I'm talking Vietnam, that's a communist country and shit like that. I'd rather live in communist Vietnam than fucking live in North America with these fuckers at the wheel, man. Forget it. You know what I mean? You'll be freer in fucking communist Vietnam than you'll be here. I know it sounds insane and shit, but it's forget this shit, man.
Well, it's a good thing we don't live in Sweden. I just gotta say that.
Damn, some of those places are crazy, huh? Like, I respect Iceland for what they did with the plants. I don't just like.
Oh, sorry. Is that?
Not Axis. It's okay, Axis, but like, I mean, the cheering one is quite loud. But I mean, dick about with the effects if you want.
Sorry.
That was me. Sorry. That was me. Sorry, I didn't know they were transmitting.
It's okay. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of good ones there. I mean, if you use them at. Oh yeah, Google it. Yeah, there's like cash registers and.
Yeah.
That's what
excellent.
I use often. This is the old.
But Tish.
Yeah, I mean, if you get that in after someone's done a joke, excellent. Epic. But,
yeah, Sweden, man, that sounds pretty fucked up. What is it? They don't want people. Oh, I gotta get back. Phone's ringing. Sorry, you back there?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's like with their new like misogynist game labels, like you know the SJWs over here are salivating at that. I love the idea of misogynist game labels. You know, it's so ridiculous.
I feel like games that are labeled with that though would actually sell better.
Well,
boobs.
Yeah.
What we know is which games to buy. Then I mean, it's like just out of spite at the least, you know. I would even if it weren't a very good game, just out of spite, I would buy those sorts of games. Like just
to keep things natural and normal. Yeah, just to redress the damage they've done.
Because here's the thing: you can put all the you can impose whatever you want, but I mean, capitalism will win out in the end. Like people will vote with their dollar. They'll say, you know, we don't want these. We don't want Depression Quest. It's at the bottom of the free-to-play list for a reason. I mean, even when you have to pay no money for it, people still don't want to buy it. I mean, so people will vote. People will say we don't want to play this kind of game, and they want. And companies aren't stupid. They're like, we want to make money. They don't care. They don't care about an agenda. You know, they care about making money. So it's like if we buy the games that are against these people, eventually in the end we'll have those sorts of games. That's why Call of Duty gets renewed every year, because people buy them. You know, it's not because they're great.
That's why I keep banging on about Space Engineers, because it's a 94% male player base. Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
Really?
Yeah, 94% of its players are male, about 6% that play, and the feminists have never cottoned on to this, so I'm hoping that sooner or later they will, because it's going to be a real non-issue for them, but they'll go.
No, but that's the thing, though. It's just like they have to like stick to their guns, right, and not make games like that, because like like I'm not going to make like a misogynist game and all this shit. But then it's like when nobody buys it, it's like patriarchy and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like you made Revolution 16. It's like, what the fuck is that crap, man? I saw not somebody demoing it or something like that, or it's like.
It's a game is shit, man. Mini games and cutscenes, isn't it, basically? And there's like 700 people on their Facebook page, and it's been like that for just ages. Nobody is interested in it at all. People say that it looks like something that was made in the 90s. It looks like a PS2 game.
I had Dune, Command and Conquer back in the day and stuff like that, and then it's like the ex-wife wouldn't play any of that shit. You know what she'd play? Like Dr. Mario and all that.
Yeah.
You'd be playing head-to-head and shit like that. Have to let her win every once in a while, but that's just the proof in the pudding. She doesn't want to even play like any strategy games or any of that shit or any shoot 'em ups. He wants to play Dr. Mario. It's like it's fun and everything, and I'd enjoy my time with her doing it. I'm just like, that's what her preferences were, you know, and it's like that all across the board. Yeah.
People should enjoy what games they like. There is nothing inherently wrong with Farmville or any other sort of games. But
Absolutely, and like growing up, you get people all the time saying, "Man, you play too much video." Like it used to be a cultural things, like, "Man, you're being antisocial. You're gonna end up like the Columbine shooters," and it's like now it's like, "Man, you play video games. You're gonna hate women."
There's millions of people playing this shit, man. It's like you get in a clan, man. You know what I mean? It's just it's great, you know. It's like it's like a pub. It's like this replaces the pub for me. You know what I mean? I'm having a beer and shooting the shit with these guys. It's like we're in the pub, you know. It's like we're making contact and stuff.
All sorts of things from guilds, don't they? I mean, it's amazing. Some people have never experienced camaraderie before they join a gaming guild or fraternity and that kind of thing, and they tend to love it. That feeling of being in something much bigger than themselves, even if it is only playing. I mean, often they think, "Oh, I wish I'd joined the army," or "I wish I'd done this," and of course they're never going to actually do that or take those risks. But this is a great way of experiencing that kind of camaraderie. That's the only word for it.
Exactly, and that's so important to a lot of, especially gamers. It's like because we've been so ostracized by the main part of society. And continue to because this whole media take on it as well. And it forces the main society to an extent.
Yeah,
we built these strong friendship. We built a strong camaraderie. So it's so important to us. So And in the end, because we've built those skills through games, we built those skills of network building through guilds and that competitive competition, that determination that comes with beating the game. We've built those skills, in the time they've spent, backbiting and socializing and whatnot. So we built these skills to face them head on. So and I think that scares them to an extent. That's why we continue. That's why we persist for so long, because we have an ideology that isn't built to quit. It's not built to, just say forget it.
Yeah, we don't see games as things that end. We don't see wars as things that end as such. We will happily keep them going on forever. Generally, our idea for when to stop a war is when the other side don't want to fight anymore. And we're fine with that. But if the other side always wants to fight, then we will always fight back. It's logic to it.
Just put it this way. Like, remember the night of the big dig just a few days ago, right? We're like in there. It's just like, guys, get in here. You know what I mean? We're digging on Ryulong, right? And it's just fuck, man, I stayed up so late, dude. We're like, everybody's digging, guys, you know that feeling? Like, we're fucking, like, start off, we're like 20. Now we're 30, now we're 50, now we're a fucking mob, man, and we're just digging, and it's just like, what do you got? It's like fox hunting, man, And then you get to see the fruits of your labor after, you know what I mean? Like, that guy's gone, you know what I mean? That was beautiful, you know what I mean? And it's just like, we didn't have to see each other, and we're all anonymous, man. It's just like the feeling, though, you know what I mean? We're like a fucking mobilized.
Yes,
it was great. It was a great feeling, you know what I mean? I got like a high off of that, man. I was like, that was amazing, you know what I mean? It was so cool.
Yeah.
You can't do that anymore, you know what I mean? You can't just go to a pub and like like a club, you know what I mean? We used to have like private clubs back in the day and shit, and like you could go in there and like be amongst like your peers and shit. All we got left is like a work site now, you know what I mean? It's like, so what? If we've got to have a space too, you know what I mean? You're not allowed to have that kind of a space anywhere else, it seems, you know what I mean? Like, got to go into the cathedral of misogyny now to like be yourself. It's fucked up, Anyway.
Yeah. And Total Biscuit said it best, like I was kind of taking my point from what he was saying before, when I was speaking before, but he said it best, people, like on the autism spectrum as well, need it for, it's very therapeutic. Games are enjoyment, they're entertainment, they're relaxation.
It was the true PTSD, man.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Exactly. And that's what they don't understand. I mean, these SGers think everything is ideological. Everything is pushing an agenda because that's what their lives are. And so I think that games themselves, even the most innocuous of games, are pushing an agenda, and they don't understand that we just want to have fun. We just want to relax. We want to get away from the world that's continuously being corrupted by their influence. You know, so it's like we just want that space, and that's why we're fighting so hard. Not because we want to protect this magical agenda that might exist in some nebulous way, but because we want to keep our space. We want to keep what belongs to us. You know.
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic, man. A bunch of damsels in distress on Patreon. It's like, sorry, Mario's busy. You know what I mean?
It occurs to me that we are not even really fighting as yet. We are sort of resisting, complaining, awareness raising, maybe. That's about it. But it's not got to a state where it's push comes to shove at all. But they keep trying to push it there. So I really am concerned that sooner or later it will get there. And I just wonder what they're going to do when that happens.
Well,
I still consider the Riolong affair. That was like a great victory. That was a good job. People.
So
like
what actually happened there? Because I don't fully know, and it'd be good to explain to the viewers, really, even the future listeners, what was exactly happening with Ryu Long.
There's 5 people on there like changing, making like really shitty edits, right? And then it's like they're like anybody
about the Gamergate.
Yeah, exactly. Then it's just like these guys are coming in, right? And they're just like, okay, yeah, like so there's some people that are in there that are just like, you know, you could tell that they're pro Gamergate. So that's like we're trying to keep it neutral, right? But these guys are like making the argument. It's like you're not accepting sources that we bring out, and it's just like Ryu Long's just like, oh yeah, you can't use that as a source. He's not credible. He's not credible. It's just like you're saying that your sources are credible, but these are the people that are implicated in the scandal. Yeah. So it's just like it just kept on, and he'd ban you. You know what I mean? Totally like bring down the ban hammer and shit. And he has power, and so we're just like, okay, like let's dig this guy out, man. Let's see like where else he's done shit like this. So it's just like, okay, fine. It was mostly like finding his snark anytime, because he's a snarky motherfucker, and he's easy to piss off too. You know what I mean? If you call him on something, he gets fucking mad. That's when he gets snarky, and he gets. So you all you had to do was just like pull that shit out, and it's like some of the smarter lads, they compiled it all together, but then it's just like, oh yeah, well you can't use that here, you know what I mean? Because it's like it has to be within Wikipedia, and it's like finally Wales came. He did an AMA on Gamergate, and Wales caught wind of it, and I guess that's what pushed Wales over the edge. And he called him out, man. He's just like, you have to recluse yourself. Then he started arguing with them, and that's it. He's gone. He's done. He's like, I think it's like 30 days. It's good that he's gone, though, man. Did you see like, the worst thing about it is like this other guy that was doing edits on there. Zoe Quinn tweeted him to like try and get I don't like the picture. Can you put this picture up instead? It's like he when he did it, and it's just like it's like that's like saying like I don't like my mug shot. You go to the police station, you use this picture instead. You know what I mean? It's like it doesn't work like that, man. You don't get to decide that shit. It's like Wikipedia. It's like you're gonna turn the police into a joke. It already was pretty bad to begin with, and then now they're messing with Based Mom's fucking page, man. There's a big scrap going on there now. Have you guys been keeping updated on that? You should go and check it out. She's not a feminist.
Well, what I think a lot of this illustrates is that we're already having a couple battles. I mean, like Ian was saying, the push comes to shove hasn't really started yet, but we're already starting to have skirmishes. We're starting to fight on a couple fronts already. So I think we're past the point of marshalling armies, which I think was, that gamers are dead in the aftermath of that, and we're starting to have the skirmishes yet. Yeah, sure, we're not in total war yet, but it's going to get there. I mean, these small battles will lead to a grand sort of combat. Yeah, exactly.
These guys trying to rewrite history. I'm totally against that. You know what I mean? This is like history's important. You know what I mean? It's just like what happened like 50 years ago. Like that I want to know. I want to know why. That's why we are the way we are today. If somebody goes and rewrites that shit, it's just like we have nothing. There's nothing. There's no point. You know what I mean? There's like you'll never be able to see the future, right? You know what I mean? It's like, but we'll always know about the past. If somebody goes and rewrites that shit for their own agenda, that's some of the most criminal shit that you could ever do. That's unacceptable.
It's even worse than book burning, isn't it? To rewrite all the books.
Exactly.
And they keep trying to do that, don't they? They say, oh, we can't teach these books anymore. They're far too sexist, and like, can't we all get rid of all the
insanity.
Words here and there and that kind of thing? And you say,
like,
well, look at that's what they said.
Put it this way: look at poor Geordie Tate. What was he saying? Like, he was pulling out these numbers out of his ass. It's like, oh yeah, this happened like 10,000 years ago. And it's like, what books have you been reading, man? It's just like, what, like you didn't read anything. Did you go to like, did you learn this from Digra or something? You know what I mean? It's like, they did that in the past. You know what I mean? Like the first movement tried to do that. They started getting into schools and telling kids that if you drink alcohol, your liver will explode. Alcohol causes like spontaneous combustion. They cut that shit short, but they cut it quick. But they actually did get into education, but people cut it down back then. You know what I mean? But it's like full circle, man. It's just like
absolutely
unpeer-reviewed fucking papers that they're putting out. Oh no, we don't believe in the peer review process. We peer review each other. It's like, talk about circle jerk, man.
Yeah. And that's exactly what it is. Yeah, it's this faux academia. It's this belief that, well, if we just quote each other, we all just cite each other, that'll be fair. I mean, I've not only watched Thunderfoot's video on it, but actually read the PDF of Anita Sarkeesian's master thesis, and it wouldn't get a passing grade in any other sort of actual academic field. It wouldn't get a passing grade for a first year paper, let alone a master's thesis. By God.
Did you see your article today in what newspaper was that again? I saw it, like somebody put up an archive today of it, and it's just like they're calling her oh yeah, she's an academic and blah blah blah. It's just like, okay, yeah, so I could just go there and just like, you know, like take any bullshit course. It's just like I know political science, now I'm an academic and shit, and it's just like my view matters and stuff.
I'm gonna kind of contradict that. I mean, political science is pretty academic. But I mean, Anita Sarkeesian has a degree in communications, and communications is long known in the academic field as a bullshit degree. I mean, no one respects someone who has I'm within academics myself right now, full disclosure. So I mean, and my field is political science, so I guess that's why I kind of defend it. But anyway, so
but I mean, like, taking a political science degree and then it's like, you know, like, oh yeah, it's like I'm gonna like, I don't know, like, you're a dentist, so now it's like, since I'm an academic, it's like I could tell you how to pull teeth or something. That's what she's doing. That's what she's doing, but they keep like citing her like little course that she took, so now she's an authority on everything. It's just like, you're supposed to like focus on one thing, right? You know what I mean? It's like, if you're gonna take political science, you're gonna be like going into a certain field later. She's just like, hey, I took this course, so now it's just like, you know, like sexism here and there. It's just like, and it's not even her degree that's like talking. It's like it's full max. It's full max here. So like, what has he got under the belt? I never like checked into it. Like,
I think he's gender studies. I think he is. I'm not sure, but I think he has a gender studies degree. But I mean, like, she has a communications degree, which gives her authority on basically nothing. Like, all communications degree certifies is that you can write really pretty. Well, nice, but I mean, like, it's bullshit. It's a bullshit degree. I'm looking up Jonathan McIntosh right now to see what. I'm pretty sure it's gender studies. It's gender studies.
He's probably the first gen of that kind of shit, right? Like, how long have they been teaching gender studies in school now? Has it been that long? Is it like 15 years or something, or like they haven't been doing it for like 50 years?
He is one of these mixed up millennials, I suppose.
I don't know. I think it is close to 40 years. I'm pretty sure 70 is just when that started.
Wow. Amazing. That's incredible.
So, well, I hope they sort it out for base mum as well. And I'm really glad that this review guy has been booted. And he ended up arguing with, was it Jimmy Wales? And then they booted him, sort of like, they are right off your butt.
Yeah. He's like, he's banned. I think it's like 30 days or something. Nobody can do anything, and Yeah, it's like he told him like you got to bail on this, man. It's just like everybody was celebrating. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
It's like the next one to do is like
Mm.
I think it's the Red Pen of Doom that's like doing edits on Christina Haas Summers thing now. It's like one of the ones from Gamergate. So that's damning right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's sort of, she was already a target because of her involvement with the men's rights movements. So SJWs have always hated her, especially feminists. So I should imagine they will jump all over that as well once they work it out. I don't know.
She's not involved with any men's rights movements or anything like that. She's just like, you know, like second
No,
gen
but she
femme.
has made videos and that kind of thing. And
Yeah, that's like, you know, rational videos. It's like,
yeah.
she's not like, you know, like women aren't better than men, or women are, like, women always traditionally had this role versus this role, and it's like nothing's really going to change. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know, it's just facts and stuff like that. I don't see like she's not like gunning down women or anything like that, or like not, you know what I mean by gunning down? I mean like she's not attacking feminism.
Oh.
She's attacking like radical people.
Yeah, but you know what they're like. If you're not with us, you're against us. And if she's slightly off their narrative, they're going to hate on her, and they do.
Oh yeah, they do big time, big time. It's like they're saying like they edited her page like that. What was it, like 2 days ago, 3 days ago? They edited it to say like that she's not a feminist. You know what I mean? So it's like the argument is just like if she self-declares herself as a feminist, she is a feminist.
As an anti-feminist. Well, that's a bit.
Yeah.
That's pointless. So what?
Just rewriting history, man. I think that's one of the most evil crimes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You change the past to change the past to change the future, to change what people think in the future. You know what I mean? It's like that's an evil thing to do. You know?
Yeah, and like base mom is going to become like Trotsky, you know, the feminist that everyone kind of writes out as not a member of the Great Revolution. You know, it's like like this thing done last year. She was
become like Trotsky. I mean, fuck.
Well, I mean, like, just hopefully just figuratively speaking, but it's like a year ago she was one of the most respected like feminists within their circle, and now she's a complete outcast because she chose to take the wrong side in an issue. You know, now she's an enemy of the revolution, so to speak. So it's like it's exactly what it is. We're seeing the sort of Trotskyification of base moms. You know, and I'm grateful that she's helping us out. You know, that she's at least showing that she's standing by her old factual feminist. I mean, I disagree with her.
That's it. She's not even trying to help us or anything. She's just stating facts. And that's the thing. Is like it's like, of course we're going to be on the wrong side, right? According to them, but it's just like they're ripping each other apart. You know what I mean? It's just like they're throwing each other under the bus just because it's like, okay, yeah, you used a hashtag or oh, you said something, you questioned me, and all this stuff. Is just like they'll throw you under the bus really quick. That's the thing, like, you know, like we shouldn't be doing that with like COP and IA. So what? It's like they fucked up or something. I don't think that they fucked up. I just like some of us chomp at the bit. You know what I mean? We want to win so bad that it's like you try and cut corners or something. You got to stick with the facts. So it's like I'm not mad at COP, man. He runs good streams, interesting stuff. It's fun. He runs fun streams. You know what I mean? He's allowed to have his opinion. Everybody's allowed to have their opinion. You know what I mean? It's like I don't agree with some of the things he says, but it's just like if I was in a bar with him, like what am I going to do? Like start punching him in the face because he said something that I don't agree with? No, he's like he's allowed to believe what he wants. It's like let's get another pint of beer, right? You know what I mean? It's like I can't be friends with you because you believe in Jesus or something. I don't know. You're allowed to believe what you want to believe in, man. It's just like that's the problem with people, man. It's just like, what the fuck? You have to like make all these factions and shit, man. It's just like, damn, crazy bastards, man.
They are, and I think they buggered up their plan really to an extent. All they had to do was keep quietly pushing, and then they got all arrogant, and the kids took over, and because they've been educated by Marxist principles, they were all fucking stupid, and they made a fucking mess of it. And they've really, in a way, we should be grateful because they've screwed up a Marxist plot that seems to have been a good 60, 70 years old. And once it fell into their hands to finish the work, they just totally balls it up and given the game away to everyone. And not only that, it's like previously only a few small right-wing people complained about them. Then people all over the internet start complaining about them and going, what the fuck is up with these people? And then gamers start saying, oh, Jesus, these people are a bit odd. And everyone's turning around and going, oh, Christ, well, how did this happen? Who are all these whack jobs?
They're smart, though. They're smart. Like, you know what I mean? They're using the badge to get us. You know, and it's a good idea. Like, you know, burning out Emma Watson. How come they didn't burn out Free BDS Girl? Because everybody'd be like, nasty hag. You know what I mean? Not listening to her. But you bring out Emma Watson, there's going to be some, like, dudes that are going to be like, oh, yeah, it makes sense, you know? And it's like, if I do that, I'll get laid. You know what I mean? If I wear that shirt, I'll get laid. And it's just like, well, when they fucking attack Shirtgate, when they attack, like, that scientist, it's like, okay, you fucked up.
Exactly.
You know you done fucked up, man. You know what I mean? It's like, you fucked up big time. Everybody knows it's absurd. That's absurd. You know what I mean? It's like, so they're gonna...
their stupidity. They all YouTube. They're all advertising how fucked up their ideas are at their core when they should be hiding that, and they don't.
It's like, I know that they can't win because they can't win by like changing anybody's minds and getting them on side. But the thing is, though, it's just like what they can do. What I'm scared of is just like, okay, in 5 years they're gonna have like positions of power. Like they've been being groomed by Digra, right? And they're gonna be like set up through like connections, and then they're gonna have like a say. They'll have a say, but it's just like they'll never convince us. So we're always going to be like rebels, right? But it's going to suck, though. You know, if they're in power, it's going to suck for us. It's going to make our lives difficult having people like that. You know, like Demolition Man, just say, or something. You know what I mean? Like, can't eat salt. You know, you're not allowed to eat Kentucky Fried Chicken and all this shit. It's like, what the fuck? Instead of apologizing, you're like, yeah, fuck it. Kentucky Fried Chicken's bad for you anyway. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy, man. It's just, that's all. I'm worried about that. Yeah, sorry.
I think what's been created is a sort of standstill. I mean, let's be clear here. There's no definitive way we're going to outright win this, and that's something we have to keep very realistic about. Is we will get very far, I think, but to definitively win this and it's not going to happen. I mean, like, so what we've done, thankfully, is created a balance of power where it's not just going to be one side marching, as it were, all around unchallenged. So as long as we can at least keep a balance, you know, like not to completely take over everything, but to at least keep that balance of power. And I think that's what's most important to keep.
Their downfall is going to be that they stick their fingers in their ears and you know what I mean? Just like, your opposition, I don't want to hear what you're saying anymore. I don't want to argue or anything or debate. I'm just going to stick my fingers in my ears, and that's what's going to make them fail in the long run, I think. You know, but it's like, you know, like things like Wikipedia are important because somebody will be like, you type up, Wikipedia is always like first in like Google, right? You know, like if you're looking up anything, it's going to be Wikipedia. And then you click on it, then you're going to, oh yeah, it was a misogynistic movement, and Christina Haas Summers is not a feminist. You know what I mean? It's like that shit is important because that's like that's the front line. They know that. That's why they're putting in their fucking propaganda there, and that's got to be taken down. And I think that after we take out those five, the thing is like dig and Digra. That would be the best thing. We got to go through those papers and just show that it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're crazy. Hey, back it up. Like, you know what I mean? Everybody knows that that's not true. You're pumping out papers to keep tenure or whatever. I don't know how it works exactly, but
it's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they got to be called out on their crap. I haven't read any of them yet, but I know that it's crap. You know what I mean? It's got to be bullshit.
Any field that continually ignores the peer review process is slowly going to become more and more abstract because they will start agreeing with each other and basing. It'll be like Chinese whispers. It'll end up with them writing the most insane crap that nobody can possibly even understand, let alone believe. It's kind of getting that way already. And they will have coupled that with the fact that they've been around insulting everyone that they possibly can to the point where nobody particularly likes them and wants to listen anymore. And they will get themselves to a point where everyone just turns around and says, right, let's lock these fuckers up. Let's just throw them all in fucking jail. And that might happen. It'll come out, there'll be some long period of Republican government, I expect, or some sort of rightist type thing somewhere, and they'll all say, look, we've had enough of these people, we're going to have a sort of purge, and all these people are going to be fired, they're all going to be watched or something. That's the way we're dealing with it.
I'm torn with, like, some of us are saying to, like, ban the devs, and some are saying not to. I'm starting to wonder if it wouldn't be worth it to, like, ban all indie devs, and that way it's just like, okay, now you have zero revenue, and it's like, you know, like, you could go on Patreon and, like, be part of, like, the e-bagging and stuff, because none of us are going to buy your games, and we're like a big critical mass, right? So
well,
it's like,
I think we could get to a position where we just basically say to people, rather than organising campaigns or anything, basically say to people, sure, buy indie games, sure, trust indie devs, but expect them to be like this because their trade bodies are like this. So expect their kind of games to be pretty weird, pretty gender-based, and or lack of gender-based, and know what you're going to get. And don't be upset when that's the kind of crap you actually do get.
yeah, you can't force me into buying your game. It's just like that's like, what the hell, you're gonna start, like, that's like putting cocaine in Coca-Cola or something to get me addicted to it or whatever. It's like, it doesn't work, man. You know what I mean? You can't like change me into liking something. You know what I mean? It's just like, that's what you're doing, and it's not gonna work. It'll never work, because it's just like, boring shit is fucking boring shit. You know what I mean?
Well,
they're gonna fail. Yeah.
All that'll happen is if they do manage to get significant power, where the video games industry will collapse because no one will buy the shit anymore, and then another venue will open up for people to put their money into that doesn't have that, and then feminists will try to take that down, and
shit, we gotta keep running, huh?
Yeah,
we gotta keep running. Not allowed to hang out anywhere.
Yeah,
Can't have
and that's why we have to
club.
draw the line here. You know, we have to draw the line here at video games, so we don't have to run from decade to decade to decade of whatever they're invading. We draw the line here and we fight. And I mean, I think that's the most worthy part of it. You know?
What do you think they'll move on to next?
Nothing.
Like
if we stop them here, nothing.
Well, no, we're going to march into everywhere that they've been and push them out. They're on the rear guard now. They're on the march back. They're on the retreat, rather.
Yeah.
So we keep pushing them. Yeah, we keep working at them and picking at different angles of where they are, where they intersect, I believe is the term of things.
Yeah.
You know, I'm up for that.
Has anybody tried to recruit, like, people that they've messed with in the past? You know, like, hey, they tried to make...
It's hard to say, really, isn't it? Because by signal boosting all our stuff around, that's essentially what I'm doing. Although not person to person. And that's kind of how I'm going at it. It's different for other people. Maybe people directly in the front lines are sort of face-to-face converting people's thinking. I mean, to an extent, when King Apollo and Sargon talked to Georgie Tate, they did chill him out a little bit. They changed his thinking a little bit, but not a lot.
That guy won't change. Did you see him with the lawyer Cernovich?
Right. No, I didn't, but I wanted to watch that.
Yeah, you should check that one out. That's pretty good too. It was just like he was pretty like based with them, man. He was just like, you know, you seem like a nice guy, you know, like, why do you want to go kill everyone?
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Well, this is it. I mean, Mike is an old nerd. He's only sort of in his later life sort of bulked up to become a bit tough and that. And the minute you hear his accent, you can think, oh yeah, I can see he's geek. Yeah. Because to begin with, everyone was saying, oh, who the hell is Mike Cernovich and that kind of thing. And then you see him talking about video games and going, yeah, I used to play a lot of, and you think, oh yeah, he's just a geek, yeah.
That's why I like the guy, because he decided, like, you know, like, okay, yeah, you know, I'm kind of a shy person, and I'm gonna change the way I am because I want to go out and like meet some girls or something. And you know that all those SJWs want to do it too, but they don't have it in them to go and do that. You know what I mean? Like what he did, like, you know, if you want to bulk up or something like that and go to the gym, it's like, you know, it takes a lot of time out of your you're weak. You have to be pretty dedicated. It's like a big major thing to do, and he went and he did it, and then they're all like, oh yeah, what did they call him, a muscle head or whatever? You know what I mean? It's just like, like now you're slut shaming his slut shaming his body now, because it's psycho shit, man. It's weird. It's weird. You don't get it. Yeah, you're not allowed to make yourself better.
Well, it's the by any means necessary thing, isn't it? They want to achieve their goals, and they will achieve those goals, which is permanent revolution. They will achieve those goals by any means necessary, and this is what Orwell was warning about in 1984. This situation of permanent revolution by any means, which is totalitarianism that never stops. As he framed it, a boot eternally stamping on a human face. And that's what they want, and that psychologically is what they're absolutely prepared to do. They've clearly been talking about it a lot and jimmying each other up to believe this kind of final solution nonsense. And we can't hide away from this. It sounds far-fetched, it seems far-fetched, but that's what they're saying. That's what they're talking about. And we can't turn away anymore.
They thought it would be easy, low-hanging fruit. Bunch of basement dwellers, low-hanging fruit. This will be easy. And all this stuff. It's like, you fucked up, man.
Yeah. The war will be over by Christmas. Yeah, that sort of mentality.
Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like totally like Napoleon in Russia or Hitler in
Musical's
Russia.
not even going to be out till Christmas, and that one's going to run and run and run.
Yeah.
So this doesn't end. It doesn't ever end as such.
No. Because even after Gamergate, if and when it ever dissolves, there'll be another generation who build up a movement to fight against. It's a fundamental battle, So as long as two sides exist to the argument, there'll always be resistance, And let's say their centrist regime falls apart, we'll have to face another group of radical feminists and SJWs, So it's a perpetuating issue that it's two opposite ideologies fighting with each other. Like after the USSR fell, communism didn't die. Communism, just a new wave of communists grew up, and that's what we're facing today. So it's like these are two opposing ideologies, and we'll be facing it for generations.
It's amazing. It's like we were this vast hidden army, perfectly set up there to beat them for this, almost exactly built for this eventuality, because we're a meritocracy. Yeah. So we're always going to have we're always going to have the ideology to not like what they say, because they cheat. They like cheating, and we don't like cheating and stuff like that. We're absolutely diametrically opposed to them, but without knowing that was ever going to be our purpose. Just because we like games, it has put together people who are the perfect antidote to what they are. And it was all by accident, all by some weird quirk of fate. It's very odd.
And fate works like that sometimes. If I were a more religious man, I'd point to a more religious answer. But it was meant to be. I feel. I'm a very strong believer in fate, and I think that it was meant to happen as it was, and we'll see how it sort of turns out.
Yeah.
It's like they don't cherish anything, man. It's like when you work for it, and you worked for it, you got your money, you get it, and then you enjoy it. If somebody just gives it for you, you just take what you have for granted, man. It's like that's that whole mentality, man. It's just like it's nothing like buying something. You're like, I fucking worked for this. It's my money. I earned it. Now I got it, and I wanted it. I went out there and I got it. It's not just like e-begging for it, man. It's just like how can they just keep going like that, And it's unsustainable because all that shit is charm. Like when you're living like that, you're living off your charms, and charms is just like it's like beauty, man. You know what I mean? It's like that shit fades. What do they do later on? Like some of these people, it's like it's like no plan. Like they don't have a plan or anything like that. It's just like they're young though. They're young, right? Yeah, they're 20, so it's like okay, in 5 years, who knows where they'll be? Like they're probably like won't even be thinking about this shit. You know what I mean? They'll moved on, like those kids on Stefan Molyneux and stuff.
You're right. They they don't have a plan in the way we don't have a leader. They have an ideology which is supposed to sort of keep them straight and keep them on the right direction, irrespective of what they think individually as time goes by. It's designed to sort of keep them being Marxists, really. That's how it works. They self-police. It's got all that stuff built into it. It's fun. It's got all these narratives to police them, all this structure, but it's not a structure. It's like individual mindset stuff, so that they all know how to behave in any given situation. So they're very Borg-like in the way that we're very Borg-like and interconnected, but they operate at a much, much slower speed than us.
It's like dealing with skinheads all over again, man. It's like a bunch of Nazi skins, like in your neighborhood. You know what I mean? They are like totally like a group of like a bad group of like troublemakers and shit trying to stir shit up, man. It's just like
and in the same way, you can have groups of them dotted all over the planet, and they all pretty much do the same thing. You can have a load of skinheads in Mongolia, and they will be just the same shitlords as skinheads in London or in New York, if that's their ideology, if they're full-on sort of Nazi sort of skinhead, I suppose.
Like that Phil Fish
the other
video.
types of nicer skinheads.
That Phil Fish video, like DJ Phil Fish. Did you look at the crowd? I was just like, wow, you know what I mean? It's true. Like our Anita Sarkeesian's crowd. It's like it's totally, man. It's just like they all look the same. They all dress the same. They all look the same. They all like do the same moves. They're all like sitting there in front of DJ Phil Fish. There's like, I think I saw like 2 people of color in there. All the rest were like young white SJWs. I was just like
young rich white SJW playboys.
Yeah. It was like it was pretty weird.
Yeah, it is weird. It is a very closed, closeted, culty type of world. And I think this is another of their problems. For the gamers and sort of internet nerdy geeks like we are, when we find something this interesting and this sort of conspiracy based and all this good stuff, it's all the stuff we love to meddle around with. Look,
and the funny thing is,
carry on, sorry.
And the funny thing is that unlike most conspiracy theories, ours actually turned out to be true. I mean, the whole Zoe Quinn Five Guys things, she confessed. Like there's evidence and it's facts and it's like there's good confession. Like it's in the bag. Like the conspiracy theory that we put forward happened. Game Journal Pros. That's another example when it came to light. These aren't just and that's the funny thing is that I think that's what really perpetuates. Like eventually, it could have crumbled apart if the conspiracy theories didn't turn out to be true. But the fact of the matter is, like we were suspicious and we were right. It's like we weren't paranoid. It was actually happening.
That Digra stuff is not a conspiracy to me. It's like 3 of them are like in downtown, like right downtown. It's like the Triangle, the Bermuda Triangle, and all the pubs that were around there. It's all these kids. It's like 3 different schools, right? Totally different courses and everything. And it's like they're right downtown. You go into the bars and you hear them parroting that shit, man. The same shit that I'm seeing on Twitter. They're all like blah blah blah. And if you say anything, even if you like start swearing, you get side glances. It's like that's not politically correct kind of glance. And you're just like, what the fuck, man? You don't know what this bar used to be. There used to be skinheads in here. You know what I mean? It's just like it's insane. Like I'm just like.
I mean, times change, but I mean, you do. They might actually be just staring at you because you're really larily drunk, but mind you, no, you're actually quite a chilled drunk, and it doesn't seem to affect you. I mean, you don't even slur, and you're totally on point with what you've been saying. So you're probably like me, and it's not until like the last drink in the evening when suddenly.
Yeah, that's it. At the last one, man, it's just like hopping a cab. It's like I know like okay, I'm about to pass out. You know what I mean? Better get home. But I'm a chatty drunk, man. I consider myself like a dumb bitch. If I'm out, I'm just like I'm all over the place. I like to have fun. You know what I mean? I like to live it up when I go out. I don't care what people think, man. Because it's always worked for me so far. You know what I mean? Like,
fair enough.
Like you make yourself bigger than life. You know what I mean? And it's just like girls like that shit. Like, it seems. I'm not doing it on purpose. It's just like. I like it, what I mean? And it's the way I am, It's like, it's fun,
They've written a million love songs about you, haven't they? Throughout history.
It's like sometimes I look back and it's like, if only I would have married that one instead of this one. You know what I mean? But it's like it would have been the same shit, Well, like that shit doesn't last forever, man. Like women need variety. That's the thing. If you don't constantly keep them interested, they'll go get it somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't give them drama, they'll go get drama with the next guy. They don't give a shit what you look like. You just got to keep them like constantly entertained, constantly entertained. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. Just want to pimp Seedscape for anyone listening. It needs a green light on Steam. So if anyone's on Steam, please try and go and have a look for a game called Seedscape and give it a like so it gets greenlit.
I heard it already got greenlit. Didn't it already get greenlit?
Oh, right. Brilliant. Well, when it comes out, go and buy it. Or,
yeah.
You know, because the SJWs are wandering around saying, oh, let's make sure this doesn't get anywhere like this.
Yeah, they blacklisted her and a few other people today.
Yeah.
And that's the funny thing. You know, they're talking about how we're harassing women, and they go and they find a female game dev. It's like, oh, conflicts with the narrative. Shoot her down quickly.
Yeah. I made sure to. I did like a little bit of investigating myself to make sure that it's not like some false flag shit to get my shekels and all that. You know, because like, you know, one of them could do that. It's like dox themselves sort of thing. You know, like they usually do. You know what I mean? It could be like, I thought it was like a setup. Because it's like, they wouldn't stoop that low, but they do stoop that low. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, I'll go on there later and put in my what I can do, you know, to help her out. Poor thing, man. It's like I read up. She's been taking flack since like 2013, like way before all this shit came to a head like it did. It's like that's not fair, man, and not cool to wolf pack somebody.
Yeah, these people are bastards. They really
are. They are.
Heartless, vicious bastards.
Yeah, like that boogie guy going after one of your own like that to that extent, man. You know what I mean? The dude like the Digra dude and the IGDA dude. That's like horrible. Just apologize. Admit that you made a little mistake. No. Yeah. You're you know, like,
they can't possibly make any mistakes, and that's an indication of their narcissistic.
Yeah, that's an indication of like what, insanity? There's like schizophrenia. Like, what's up with that lady, man? You fucked up. Your code shit, man. Fix it. Like, I admit that you fucked up and fix it. No, you're wrong. No, that's just
hey, tell you what, like something's just popped in my news feed from IGDA Melbourne, and it's details of their IGDAM end-of-year shindig, and it's the menu of what they're going to be having to eat. It's Mexican barbecue, and they're holding this end-of-year shindig on the 14th of December, 12:30 to 5 p.m. in the testing grounds, 1 to 23 City Road, South Bank. And they're going to have slow roast pulled pork, whole roast sirloin with a spiced dry rub, annatto and orange glazed barbecue chicken, Anaheim chili stuffed with corn, polenta, and 4 cheeses. 4 cheeses, yeah.
Man.
This is going to be served with 2 kinds of slaws, presumably cold slaw, Mexican pilar rice, dry rubbed buttered corn, potato salads, and tortillas.
What date is this? What date?
This is this December in Melbourne, in Australia.
Jeez, you know, I have a friend, this female friend of mine, that's like she's in university. She works there now, and she's getting they're paying for her to go down to Mexico for a paper she wrote. So it's like I looked up her, I did a search online with her name, and I can't find the paper. Like, I don't know what she wrote, and I don't want to ask her because it's like, you know, like we go way back, but it's just like she's not advertising it either, right? You know what I mean? She's not like, she's just like, oh, my paper got accepted. It's like I'm going down to Mexico, and it's like they're paying my trip. It's like, oh, have fun and yakety yak and all that. So I'm like, what did she write? You know, I'm trying and find it. I can't find it, but she didn't post it either. So I'm just like, so it is them meeting up down there. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
So many different people in the
I'll
world.
tell you what, the funniest part of this IGGDA Melbourne shindig menu is the catering's provided by a company called The Beggar's Bowl.
Well, that's exactly how they got the money, isn't it?
That's exactly how they, yeah.
Oh, you said Melbourne. This is like, I thought you said Mexico. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, no.
It's not the same. It's not the same thing. Yeah.
No, but I mean, there is an IGDA Mexico. It's a Mexican barbecue. That's what it's billing itself as, but it's in Melbourne. You see, this is the Australians. They love barbecue so much. They can't just have a barbecue. It's got to be a Mexican barbecue now, or an authentic Moroccan barbecue, or whatever. But still barbecue. Sorry to interrupt with that, but it was hilarious.
No, that is funny.
They're eating a week's worth of food, and like from where I am saying, it's like I've eaten that much in a week. Like forget one night, forget one meal.
Yeah.
You know, and these people have done it off of the backs of their con. You know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's an amazing con, and they've generated so much money. It's brilliant. Amazing.
None of my feminist friends eat meat. The ones that are my age, they never eat meat. They're all vegan. They like put nasty shit on their food. Like instead of cheese, they put on nutritional yeast. So when you go to like a potluck at their places and shit, it's just like, oh, you know, like got to learn how to cook beans again or something. You know what I mean? It's just like I just bring like a case of beer every time I go, but they make it's all right. You know what I mean? But they're all like, you know, against eating animals at all costs. So it's funny to see like this third wave. They're like, I'll eat you alive. You know what I mean?
It's amazing that like it's all meat, isn't it? These social justice warriors, and there's like a massive pile of fucking meat. So there's not many vegetarians, clearly.
Yeah, you know, like most anarchists won't eat meat, right? So it's just like it's totally separate. It's a whole separate thing from like all the group of people that I know. You know, it's just like. You know, and it's like if you eat meat, it's like they'll tell you like, oh, you know, it's like not cool, you know, the meat industry, and they'll try and explain their situation. I'm just like, you know, like I eat to live, I don't live to eat. You know what I mean? So it's just like, and all that, and you know, so they don't argue, and they just like, they'll tell you not to use their pots. You know, like don't cook meat in my pots if you're over at their place or something, or you know what I mean? But
meat smells horrible. That's the
it's like what's their motto? It's like. Their motto is just like animals are my friends and I don't eat my friends and stuff like that. It's kind of pretty funny stuff, you know, like it's all right, you know, but they don't harass you for your lifestyle, like they let you live your life, you know what I mean? But these so like these guys, like, you know, like they don't even cut the mustard in that aspect of it. They're like out there eating like barbecuing like sheep and shit in Melbourne and stuff
as well. Yeah, even just like a couple of prawns here and there. No, it's full on big old steak, and here's a lump of chicken. It's stuffed with 4 fucking cheese.
Well, and these elaborate feasts kind of tie into that whole aristocracy. Sorry. Anyway, no, it ties into this whole this idea of the new aristocracy, right? They have these huge, magnificent feasts to celebrate. You know, it's all part of that same mentality. You know, full of meat and massive pork, just to show their power. You know, it's a display of power.
Yeah, they're not frugal people, I have to admit. You see like how they are, like they try and live like very large. They're out and about, like, you know, and like throwing these shindigs all the time and stuff, and it's kind of weird. Yeah, they're not humble.
This is what I was saying about why they operate at a slower speed than us, a significantly slower speed. It's because they are doing it all with like these meetings, with blog posts, and with just personal emails between themselves. That's about as fast as they communicate. Now, sometimes they'll get a few of them together in Skype rooms and things like the Game Journos Pro List. But I mean, even so, they are not connected together like gamers are, because you look at us and say, oh, we're all over on Twitter one minute, then next we're all over on Reddit, we're all over on, you know, we've got this fluidity and this ability to get around the internet like a lot and quickly, and to intuit where we need to be on the internet when something's going on. They kind of don't have that. Like one of them will be on Twitter, one of them, they all got LinkedIn pages, but otherwise they're always going to have problems like connecting, because they'll have different stuff.
The only thing that could hold a diverse group like us together is just like freedom. You know what I mean? And it's like they don't have that, so it's just like they're just like this little clique, man. And you know what I mean? It's just like if you step out of line, okay, like when we, you know, like we're doing some stuff, you know, like, oh yeah, you're an E-celeb and all that, but it's nothing compared to like compared to what they're doing. It's like, nah, it's over for you. You're done. You know what I mean?
Totally restricts their creativity, because they daren't come out with their wackier ideas, which might be the best ideas, which we do all the time. You know, nearly every tactic we've done has come out of the thrall. Nobody really quite remembers who thought up any of it, and we're totally fine with that.
And all our stuff is it's out in the daylight. They're doing everything all secretive, like these Digra papers and all this stuff, and their Game Journal Pros list. It's like we're like on the public forum, man. It's like Twitter, it's like Reddit, 8chan. It's like anybody could go in there and look at what we're doing. You know what I mean? These guys like
we're bloody everywhere.
Yeah, that's it. Their shit can't touch light. It can't touch light. It withers in the light, man. Yeah,
I mean,
so it's like it's doomed.
Yeah. I mean, I cover Facebook, Tumblr, Twitter, I'm on YouTube. What else is there? LinkedIn. I think there's a couple of other random bits. Oh, Steam, obviously. I'm always hopping around on Steam. And there's different elements of Gamergate in all these places. And this is kind of what I feel my job is to hop around other places, bringing stuff back here, and taking stuff that I've collected back to those other places, like a two-way sort of funnel. And because I'm not very clever, I've not got an amazingly huge personality, so that's sort of the best thing I can do, just kind of like a glorified postman.
We can't all be, we can't all be, the presenters like Total Biscuit or Sargon. We can't all be the face, So it's like, we need people who do that. We need, news aggregators and basically messenger roles. We need those sorts of. So I mean, don't undermine your role in all this. I mean, we all have a role to play. So I mean, that's fantastic.
That's it.
It's
like if it wasn't for like Cop and IA and Sargon and stuff like that, it's like I wouldn't even be here right now, And I bet you there's a lot of people like that can say the same thing. You know what I mean? It's like through like the Rationalist, I found the Ultras page and stuff like that. It's like it's wicked, It's like.
No, I'm glad that my spamming around places like the Rationalist and corruption in video game journalism, Women Against Feminist Gamers, and Gamergate, Not Your Shield, and all the other great groups out there. I'm glad my spamming there has paid off, and that they continue to let me do that.
It works out good. It works out good. Yeah, it's wicked. It's just just gotta keep going, man. It's like I got like I'm not on Twitter, but it's like I have a couple of people's Twitter pages up at all times. You know what I mean, to see what's going on and everything. It's like it's like, I can't be bothered with Twitter, man. I'm too old school for that shit. 140 characters, man. It's just like I don't know. It seems to be like
I think
it's not getting out to anybody. I don't think it's just like there's the two factions and that's it. You know what I mean? There's nothing more than that. It's good to like.
There's a third-party people who come in and screw it up and have done all the threats and that kind of silly stuff. When I say third-party, I mean an unconnected third-party, just
the
trolls being arseholes. Yeah. I mean, that's what's given Gamergate its bad name. And to a certain extent, I think like some of them have deliberately cried wolf and threatened themselves, because we've seen that as a feminist tactic before in other places. They're very, very good at false accusations and creating a space where accusations are not going to be judged or looked at with any sort of critical eye, where nobody can have a critical judgment on that. The safe spaces, like they use their safe spaces to assassinate people's characters. They use them to disseminate that information, so that it's then put by third-party people, human shields, special puppets into the mainstream media, into.
They know damn well too. That's like the most dishonest part. Is like they know damn well that it's not Gamergate. It's just like Brianna. She knows damn well it's not Gamergate, but it's just like she has a beef against 4chan. It's just like it's all the trolls on 4chan. It's like dumb, whatever you are. It's like everybody's an 8chan. You know what I mean? It's like she finally catches on later on, and then she's like, oh yeah, they're all an 8chan now. So she's just like. She's targeting a group of people that she doesn't like, and she'll use whatever means necessary, It's like
it's like she will, whenever something Gamergate pisses her off, she'll go and pester 4chan or 8chan for it. I know what you mean.
Yeah, she knows damn well it's like who's like messing with her. It's like good publicity for her game too and everything, all this stuff. It's like.
It's very good publicity for a game.
And Quinn
still only got 700 members on her fucking page.
My thoughts on Quinn is just like Listen, look at that article from Milo. It's like his words were so sweet. It's like only a gay man could be so catty, man. It's just like a former softcore porn actress, and you know, like how he worded in that article. I was just like, wow, man. He's like, whoa, that was like it's like beyond snark, man, or whatever. But I was just like, the problem is the way I feel it, because you know, like I have a lot of feminist friends and stuff, and I see things from their point of view, right? It's just like the problem is, it's just like that industry is run by a bunch of like misogynist dudes that are like wolves in sheep's clothing, like you know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, I'm a feminist too, baby, and all this shit, you know, and it's just like, you know, they're just doing it to get laid. See, the problem with that indie scene is just like the fact that she had to fuck one of those guys to get publicity. It's not her, like, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's like Hollywood, you know, like Marilyn Monroe had to suck a few dicks. Didn't like what's his face, that actor there, fuck, I'm so drunk I can't remember his name. What's that dude there?
Yeah, maybe we
John
should.
Travolta.
Right.
He admitted to getting diddled too to get like movies out
Oh dear.
when he first started. Remember?
John.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So I'm just like, that's the problem with those guys.
People
It's
do
just
for
like,
fame has always amazed me. But
yeah. So to get into those guys' clique, if you're a woman, you got to like start sucking cock. You know what I mean? That's what's wrong. And nobody's talking about that side of it. It's not like the fact that she did it. It's the fact that it's like she had to do it to get in. And that's not like AAA shit. This is like these indie guys that are like
that's a
partying
very
in
good
Frisco.
point.
Yeah, you know, these
Very good.
they're all in a bar with DJ Phil Fish. Hey, little lady, if you want to be friends with us, you know, like you could have to put out. You know what I mean? That's what I think the problem is. Like,
how horrible.
yeah, it sucks, man. Nobody's calling them out on that shit either. You know what I mean? It's like I seen this shit
I don't
happen in
think
bars.
anybody's really thought of that until you sort of said it, and now.
I've seen stuff like that happen in the clubs in town here. You know what I mean? It's just like girls have to like fuck their way into the scene. You know what I mean? It's like it happens often. It's like, you know, like they'll call you on it too. Like in New York, you're a squat mattress. That's what they'll call you. You know what I mean? Around here, they'll say like you're a scene fucker. You know what I mean? You find like the guy that you consider the alpha, and like you start hanging out with him, and now all his friends are your friends too and shit. That's what she had to do in that indie scene, man. It's like, you know, I feel sorry for her when it comes down to it. I don't think she was maliciously planning it out. Just like,
Oh, I totally feel sorry for her. Just think of the amount of moustaches there are in the social justice journalism network. Fucking ridiculous haircut. Hang on, let's listen to this.
It's not in English, so.
Oh right, well, let's not listen to this then. Let's ignore this.
But like we have to keep in mind that in the case of Zoe Quinn, yeah, there's this culture of it, but she went willingly. It wasn't that you know she was told, but she willingly cheated on her boyfriend. I mean, like we have to work on returning ethics to the culture itself that makes women do this. But it swings both ways, you know. So yeah, we have to fight against both. You know, we have to say like you shouldn't be creating this culture where women have to do this, but at the same time, we should be castigating people who say, you know, I'm going to do that. Like, so it's one thing to fight the system, but she worked her way through the system. Like, we have to go against the system.
It's the fact that she had to do that. She couldn't just like present her shit and like
it's not. Yeah, she had to do it, but she went willingly through it. It's like I prefer not to see her as the victim on this because she went willingly. These guys did not say. These guys were not like, yeah, you have to do this to get into the industry. She went willingly and said. Yeah, exactly. You know, and that's exactly what it is. Like she and this is the thing she admitted to. She admitted to engineering the situation. She went to these reviewers and said, "I will have sex with you if you review my game well." It wasn't like, okay, yeah, you want a good review? It's not like it is in Hollywood, but like.
I don't see it like that scenario happening. Like she walked in and it's just like, okay, listen, I got this game. If I suck your dick.
But that's what happened.
No, it's just like she knew that. Okay, whose dick do I have to suck? So she goes over there and sucks that guy's dick, and now the guy's just like, oh, she sucks good dick. Yeah, she's a good girl. She's like one of my hoes now. It's like, yeah, I gotta give her a good review. She sucks good dick. You know what I mean? That's the way it works. It's not like as if like I know that's wrong and everything like that.
But
that is
she isn't the
wrong.
victim.
But it's the
But she's a
fact.
victim in this.
It's the fact that she could suck her way up to the top. That's what makes those guys like totally guilty.
But it makes her
Women
guilty.
do this stuff all the time. Women do this stuff all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like so. You know, she did what she had to do. It's like she could have flashed her tits or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But her tits suck.
But she doesn't lose agency because she did that, though. It's not like she becomes the victim because she had to. She had no other choice. She had the choice to not do. Like we can't just take away the agency from this person because she chose to do this. She committed an ethical breach, and she, you know, it's like you can't say, oh yeah, she's the victim on this because it's this evil. Yeah. That's exactly what they want to say. But that's exactly what they're saying is this evil male system that forced this innocent young woman to do this. No, she went into a situation where she knew she can trick people with sex in order to get what she wanted, and she did it. And this is by her own admission too. So it's not an issue of, oh, this evil system exists and we have to change it. No, it's this issue of people know how to, like, she knew how to manipulate men into getting what she wanted, and she did it. And that's it. It's this manipulation of men, and women know, and for the most part, women know that they can do this. Women know that they can.
Yeah, for sure. You know, like you'll be talking to a girl, and when she wants something, she'll like rub a boob on your arm or something. It's just like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. I like boob on my arm and stuff. But these guys, man, it's just like that's pretty lame of them to allow it to happen when you're in a position of power. If it's just like, you know, she was doing it for a beer or something, you know what I mean, or something like that. But these guys, you know, like, okay, yeah, you know what you're doing is fucked up. Yeah. You know you're like, you know what you're doing is wrong. And on her side, it's like I feel sorry for her too, because like, how far could he have gotten with this shit? Like, okay, yeah, say Air John or whatever that guy is, like he was clueless and they broke up and yak and he never knew. So it's like, what would be her next move? Okay, that's his boss. I'll suck his dick. And it's like, okay, yeah, I'm at the top of the indie scene or something, making shitty games. Like, there's no way it would work out. It's not feasible. It's like it wouldn't be sustainable. Like you know, like what she wouldn't end up at Ubisoft or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, how far could she have taken all this? That's crazy.
Well, she got to the point where Depression Cast became a featured game and got onto Steam and got all these rave reviews. I mean, that's how far she needed to go, and that's how far it went. I mean,
so her next step would have been to like make another game. So she makes shitty games, so she would have like got like suck some other guy's dick to make a game for her or something, like a decent game. It's just like,
well, who's to say that's not what would have happened if people hadn't found this, if Aaron Johnny hadn't gone out and said, you know, this is what happened. If this had gone unchecked, who knows how many years this could have gone on for? Who knows? So yeah, absolutely, it could have gone to that point. But it was open to the public, and Gamergate started, and well, there we go. It spiraled, and she lost that ability to do that. But who's to say, you know, how long it would have gone if it wasn't revealed to the public? So.
I wonder, and sometimes I'm curious about that. I thought about it because, like I'm the king of the indie, the queen of the indies, Queen Khaleesi of the indies developers or whatever. I'm just like, what are you doing, lady? You know what I mean? It's like it's not feasible. It's just like, you know, like okay, next stop, the president of Ubisoft or something, or World of Warcraft. I don't know. You know, like what a crazy little plan she had, man. It's just like anyways, you know, like even if her game was good, I still think that she would have had to like because of the way those people are, like those indie, that indie scene in Frisco, even if her game was like top notch, I still think that she'd pretty much have to like suck some guy in, because I think those guys are the real misogynists.
See, like I would debate, like, I don't think she would have had to if it was a decent game, but see, like this, and this is hard to say because we can speculate on how it would have been, but I mean, we create an unfalsifiable hypothesis at that point. The simple fact is we should just hold on to what was, and what was.
Yeah, for sure, not speculate or anything.
Exactly.
There's no point speculating. You're right. Just me, drunken spaghetti.
Yeah. No, I mean I understand, but yeah, no. So like we should keep an even story. This is what did happen. Let's not worry about this. This is the corruption that we're fighting against, not some you know seen this sort of speculated corruption that may exist out in the void. But this actual corruption is something we have to stay focused on.
Yeah, for sure. That's a facts. Facts are facts. That's it. The truth is the truth. Facts are facts. Just stick with those. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Because otherwise you get carried away.
Yeah.
And you forget forgetful, and it's much easier just to. Well, it's hard enough for us to remember the goddamn truth, so we really don't want to start fucking making shit up, do we?
No.
And plus, we can't really lie because whatever we think comes out of loads and loads of mouths. So we're never going to be able to make a consistent lie because we can't do consistency. Even the messages we do want to get across kind of come out garbled and a bit Chinese whispered. I shouldn't have run up the stairs. Disappeared quickly, made a tea, had half a cigarette, ran up the stairs, and now I'm sort of like,
Jeez. Like, we deal with facts because, like, just look, when anybody does the smallest thing, like, we fucking attack each other too on cop, man. It's just like, Wah! So if we were like, if you're in any doubt that we're wrong, we would have called ourselves out a long time ago because we're sticking with the facts. You know what I mean? The facts are those guys are like trying to run an op, man. You know what I mean? They got motives and stuff like that, and like they're doing crazy shit, and we just want stuff to keep going the way it was going. Like we don't want any problems with anybody. Don't want you like calling us like neckbeards and misogynists and we're violent and all this shit and like gonna shoot up schools and crazy crap.
Yes, we're categorically never going to do that unless it's some new level in Call of Duty.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the only time it's ever going to happen. And frankly, levels like that are going to be a thing of the past thanks to social justice. Kind of a good thing, I suppose.
Quick scope Anita, fuck. You know what I mean? I went down to the school and they quick scoped me.
Did you see that game? I forget what it's called now. No, 420 Blaze It.
Yeah, I was watching Cop play it, man. It was
so funny.
Amazing.
Yeah, I was crying. Oh, I was crying. And like the Shrek swamp level. Oh!
I is kill.
Yeah. The Gamergate has created so much wonderful stuff. I mean, it's such a wonderful creative project because basically we only want a few emails off people a day, so it gives them a great space of time to chat and have other ideas and make pictures, videos, and podcasts.
I'm trying to find that poster, man. It was the best one ever. It's just like before Gamergate, and you see like a bunch of like Napoleon soldiers with lightsabers fighting each other and like pew pew pew. And then after Gamergate, it's like a bunch of Marines. You came to the wrong neighborhood, heretic.
Yes.
I can't find it anymore, man. That was like the best poster. Pre-Gamergate, we were just enjoying our video. After that, afterwards.
You came to the wrong fucking neighborhood, heretic.
Yeah, trying to get low-hanging fruit.
Yeah. Well, this is very much the spirit of Gamergate Ultras. I just saw so much shillery going around, and I thought, well, we really need a group where the people are going to be on message at least, and are not looking for ways to shill it up. Where the only kind of thing I will get on people's arse for is going wildly off topic. But we don't get too much of that, so I'm not too worried. Shills tend to stay away because they can see we're fucking poison. They take one look at the membership list and think, ooh, I recognise them.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's classic.
Because I don't want to say who we've got in the group, but there's some quite high-level podcasters in there, some really nice people.
Didn't Mackenzie Kelly try to get in?
Yeah, I had her in for a while, and I was giving her the benefit of the doubt. But then so many other people in the movement came and said, look, she really is just going to exploit it for whatever she can.
Yeah.
And you're going to look silly, mate. And I thought, well, yeah, that is probably what's going to happen. So I'm going to...
I would have let her
Plus, she
roll.
put some very negative tweets about Gamergate out, so that was what
Yeah,
the
once
trigger was.
once people like started calling her on her insanity, but I'm just like she's so nuts, man, that she's got like rubber skin. She could like probably deflect bullets. So I was all like, maybe we should let her roll with it and see what happens. You know, like yeah, sure, you're the leader of Gamergate, whatever. You know, not like nobody endorsed it, but just let her go and do the rounds of the talk shows. Because if anything, she's less crazy than Brianna Wu, right? You know what I mean?
I'm not so sure because I saw her YouTube. Well, I didn't actually watch the YouTube. I looked at the picture on the front of it, the thumbnail, and thought, no, I'm not interested. Because she dressed up as like
Vivian.
Vivian James. Yeah, sorry, well, she went away from my mind there for a minute, which is very odd. She dressed up like Vivian James in a sort of sprayed T-shirt, and I know the feel's there because I tried to get a T-shirt in Gamergate stripes, but I couldn't find one for love nor money. I found one. And I got it. I saw it on the shelf, and I thought, "Yes, wicked." Went down to the till, and it was dark blue and green. It was just extra purpley red lights in the shop, and I was like, "Oh, damn it!" And I said, "Can I help you?" No, I don't want it. It was very weird, but they were like, "What's wrong with the shirt? It looks fine." And you can see her looking at it, like, see if there's something wrong with it. As I was stomping off.
I was like, we created a monster. Go forth, Frank and Mackenzie, and like slay all my enemies. You know what I mean? It's just like, you know, like let them chase her for a while. They'll go after her. Like she's a leader of Gamergate. Let's get her, guys. And then it's just like, you know, enjoy some video for a few weeks and all that shit while she takes the brunt of all the assaults and all that shit. I was like. She could maybe last like a good 2 weeks before she cracks, you know what I mean? And then turns on us.
No, I would never use someone like that.
I know
how disheartened today I was at Internet Aristocrat. Like, I feel slightly guilty. I mean, I've not pushed him physically because I don't know him, but I've pushed Gamergate so much and his videos so much. I feel like I've contributed to that toxic fame that he didn't like.
When's the next video coming out? What's it going to be about, you know?
That kind of thing.
I'm going to lay off Gamergate and do a couple of Tumblrisms again, you know? It's like, cool, those are dead, you know what I mean? Take a break, you know? After
that's what will happen. Because I know I've been through burnouts before, and they happen, and you think, I'm going, that's it, I've had it. And then like a week later you think, oh, I'm bored, I want to fucking log off.
And that might be what happens with IA anyways. I mean, but like, let's keep in mind, when you have a big following like that, anyone who has a big following is going to get that sort of thing. And he made it very clear that he wasn't comfortable with any level of fame. So, you know, he'll burn out and he'll start a new channel and he'll start again, and maybe, you know, someone will find him. It'll be a cycle, you know. But
I think it's a damn shame though. He built up a lovely big following. If he'd monetized that properly and kept doing his Tumblrism, he'd get a very tidy, comfortable living on fire. Well,
those Tumblrisms were great. It was great.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's still got his VP of Camel cigarette stuff all back on. So, you know.
Cool.
But you know, it's sad losing such a prominent voice, someone who had so much to say on the topic. Just leave. You know, suddenly just say, you know, fuck it. You know.
He was an absolute expert on Tumblr. That was the thing. He absolutely fully understood the social justice world and mindset because he'd been in Tumblr for so long examining it. And it is really good examination, even when it's sarcastic and jokey. Really, the points he puts out about them are very real, very backed up by the evidence of the people there. And it is a worrisome place. And that kind of stuff that needed to happen isn't going to happen now. And
yeah, and we're losing that. We're losing that insider perspective of it. You know, this guy, like we all talk from a sort of distance. You know, because you know we get news, and I mean personally, I speak at a distance, well to an extent. I mean, I'm evidently I'm within the belly of the beast, as it were. But it's we lose that perspective of these sites when those insiders go in. So we're losing a valuable arm. You know, we're losing We're losing a very valuable limb of the movement, and that's what should be said. I mean, we still got plenty. We still have plenty of excellent speakers. We still have plenty of people willing to support our cause. Like, this is not the end. This is not even close to the end. This is a wound. You know, this is an injury. This is a it is but a scratch, you know. And he's still got 3 arms left, and you know what? We'll bite his legs off. It will bite their legs off.
And it's certainly spurring me on to think, right, we need more podcasters, so we've got to push some more people into becoming them.
Like some of these minor guys, man, I'm just like, they just get on, and it's like the same guys that are like sort of slag cop and slag. Now there's today, like I heard them like slagging internet aristocrat and stuff like that. I'm like, you guys aren't going to pull a crowd like those guys, you know? Like how can you criticize like somebody like IA, man? The guy was a genius, man, with his videos. They're fucking amazing. It's like I was even aware, like I knew about Tumblr, but I never went in there because I'm like, oh, I can't sell like any product on there, so it's like I'm not interested, right? There's no point. Then it's just like I'm like watching his videos. I'm just like, is that what they're doing in there? Then I go in there and I look at it, and I'm just like, holy shit! It's like an insane asylum. This is like, it's like, you know, like it's the cathedral of like schizophrenia or something. You know? It's like, you ever seen that picture? It's like oh, sometimes I wake up at night and it's like my wolf nose is itching me, and it's just like, what's you need to go see a psychiatrist, man. If you're waking up and it's like you feel that your nose is 3 feet long, something's up, man. You know what I mean? You need to deal with that shit, you know. But they're all in there, you know, like, yeah, I feel the same thing, you know, I got a donkey nose. And they're like, what the? This is a real thing. Like, it's a real thing. It's really happening, you know, and nobody's saying anything to them. Nobody's just like, you know, like, you guys, like, you know, I'm a doctor. You guys need some help and stuff.
Parents be like, you know, are they not noticing that their kids are coming out saying all this wolf stuff, and they're thinking, oh, that's nice, dear. No, it's not. It's a fucking...
A lot of these people are from like suburban sort of like families where their parents are sort of working and they're disconnected to what their kids are doing.
I don't know what my kid does either. It's just like, and you don't want to know. You know what I mean? Like a few years ago, he ran up like a porn bill for like it was like $200. Yeah. It was like big tits and round asses, and I was like, yeah, fucking right. And big tits and round asses. It's like it wasn't like, you know, big dicks and like, you know, so I was like, yeah, right, this is great. You know what I mean? Like. It's like proofs in the pudding and all this shit. It was like, you know.
Oh, you think you're a wolf? I'm so proud that you're constantly going to identify with wolves. Oh, you want to fuck a wolf now? Oh.
Yeah, you know. So it's like I don't know what he's doing in there, right? You know what I mean? And it's like I don't go in there and inspect it. That's the worst thing you can do. It's like, hey, what sites were you on? I'm going to start policing you. So it's like there's a shitload of kids out there that are just in their room, man. And it's just like, oh yeah, you know, like I'm gonna cut my arms and I got a wolf's nose and you know what I mean? It's just like doing like weird shit. It's like maybe that part of the internet needs policing. Maybe you guys should go and like leave gamers alone and go and check out Tumblr and like help them. You know what I mean? There's a lot of sick kids on there. It seems like to me at least.
But how could they help? They're not psychiatrists. They've done stupid degrees.
Yeah, they probably make it worse. Yeah, for sure.
I suppose these communications degrees teach them to communicate and agree with people. So probably the only thing they can do in the face of all this Tumblr weirdness is tolerate it and tell people it's normal.
A degree in communications. It's like a degree in shilling. That's what it comes down to, right?
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, how to like pass your idea onto somebody else with the less debate possible or something. It's like, you know what I mean? Like how to turn no into yes or something. That's what it sounds like to me. You know, communications. It's like it's not like military communications or anything. You know, in logistics, it's just like how to like project your ideas onto somebody else.
Yeah, basically, here's how to shill and brainwash and all that good
stuff.
stuff.
Take a course in shilling. Call me Sir Shillington.
Shillington, yeah.
But like, if there's anything today is kind of top, I've been kind of staying silent on this. I've been kind of working in the background, but like I said, I've been saying like, sending dozen emails a day. I'm just trying to keep it. But I mean,
Yeah,
I've been thinking about.
fellow college members could try and keep it quiet.
Yeah, I mean, but it's like what I've been thinking today is like, I don't know. I've been thinking about for a bit is start not necessarily vlogging, more scripted than that, but kind of like discussing some of these issues myself.
Mm.
It, it's so disheartening. I mean, it's ridiculously just it's so disheartening hearing all of this.
Yeah, yeah, I know what I mean.
Shirtgate was good for me. Shirtgate helped me a lot that happened. After I feel bad for the guy, but was able to help let me open up a dialogue with some of my female friends, and it's I was really really relieved that it's just 7 out of 10 men are just yeah, it's absurd. You know what I mean? It's absurd. Yeah. It's like would a shirt like that stop you from going to university? It's just how much shit I've eaten and yak. You'll hear stuff like that.
Yeah.
I have this a lady friend that's an electrician, and she works in a big construction company, right? And she's the only girl. So I go what's it like? Tell me about it. It's well, sometimes the guys I could tell that a guy will like me, but he's scared to approach me. So instead of putting his hand on my shoulder, he'll sort of give me a poke in the ribs, and it's always a poke in the ribs. So I go what do you do when they do that? He goes well, I just look at them. I'm did you just poke me in the ribs? And the guy would be yeah. Then sorry, and then carry on. You know what I mean? So it's just she's got it down. You know what I mean? It's so these are based girls. Most of the girls that I'm still friends with, because they're based. They have their feminist views, but they're not this next gen of femmes, man. They're just bathe in men's tears.
They're not radical misandric feminists, are they? They're not man-haters.
Yeah, and they never put any of that shit on my feed, you know what I mean? Them kids cussing and all that shit. You never see them reposting stuff like that. So I'm pretty proud of them. I'm proud of the ladies, that these, it's pretty psycho, man. Pretty psycho. I don't know.
Yeah, it is all definitely on the mental illness perspective, isn't it?
Yeah, other than that, it's
it's it's a mental condition, it's the whole bit. It's an ideology, it's politics, it's a whole weird, perfect storm of oddness.
Yeah, it's weird.
And only we stand between them and things.
That's so reassuring. That's so reassuring.
The walls of the temple of misogyny. I love that, man. When somebody drew it, did you see it? The Eye of Sauron, the castle with all these penises and Hitler in the background. Somebody they live in the 8chan is the cathedral of misogyny. So somebody actually what would it look like?
What would a cathedral of misogyny look like?
Yeah.
I have not seen this. Have you got a link to the cathedral of misogyny?
I'll try and
find it. Just walk into any Catholic cathedral, you'll find a cathedral of misogyny.
Yeah, they took an old cathedral and I guess
misogyny. Yeah.
MS painted some penises into the spires, and then the Eye of Sauron, and then there's Hitler up on top, and it's just that was funny as shit, man. It's
this must be CC to me. Excellent. I need this on my desk now.
That's great.
God, this tea. Yeah, that British thing with tea, we really do. This fuels British podcasting, tea. We all drink
that's. I can count 3 that you've had since the stream begun.
Yeah, and this is a big this is about 3/4 of a pint. This mug will hold.
Oh wow. That's
probably about my 30th cup of tea today on a rough guesstimate.
Well, hopefully, you have some crumpets to sort of absorb that whole thing. Get a pack of jam, some crisps.
I tell you what, if somebody who wasn't used to tea tried drinking 30 cups of tea a day, they'd be really fucked up by it. But I will. As soon as I finish today, I'll crash off and I'll be asleep in 10-20 minutes. And if I had coffee, it'd be totally different. It would be word fuck. But with tea, we're actually used to it, and it's a do much to it.
Amazing. What kind of tea are you drinking, anyways? Is it sort of
Sainsbury's
Earl Grey
breakfast
stuff?
tea, I think. No, it's not posh. It's builder's tea.
What's
Teabag.
that coffee you guys drink over there? It's like a Mellow Bird or something? Instant coffee?
There, you could get it, I think, but I mean, generally most people would drink Nescafe instant coffee.
Oh, I was like watching some of the old commercials. They're pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, Gareth Watsit with his free beans shaking them up. That was always a reference to masturbation when I was at school. Excellent. Gareth Hunt. He'd do this thing like showing he had 3 different types of coffee beans in his hand, but it always looked like he was, because that shaking the hand thing has always been a synonymous hand for a wanker. It was edgy. That was what was edgy when I was at school. We didn't have memes then, I tell you. We just talked about fucking Gareth Hunt and pretend to be wanking.
Did you ever? Did you guys like back in the day, like say like '99 or something like that, when you'd have to like play online, you'd have to use like MPlayer or something? You know, like I go on MPlayer and I was like, this is like '99, and it's like I use my real name, right?
Yeah.
And some guy gets on, he's just like, he talked to me totally like if I was like a 12-year-old kid. He's like, listen, so and so, you should never use your real name on the internet. The internet's a very dangerous place. And all this stuff, I was like, oh, fuck, he thinks I'm like a 12-year-old kid. So it's like, I go and it's like, you know, I make a handle and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Then you get in there, man, oh my God, man, the language, man. I was like, what the? Like, nothing was, there was no censorship at all. You could cuss and everything, man. It was just like, people were going insane. It was just like, it was ballistic, man. You know what I mean? It's just like, just the names, you know what I mean? People's names. There's like that's the internet. Like that's I got baptized in that form of the internet. So all this shit is just like I'm being harassed. What the fuck, man?
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's like a pub back in the day, man. You go in there, there's people swearing. There's some drunk. You know what I mean? Like just the way the world was. You know, like what the hell? It's like me ranting.
Don't worry. No, sorry, carry on.
I'm done. I'm just like, why do they think that the internet should be like all cleaned up and stuff, you know?
And how do they intend to police it? Are they going to follow everyone around and join everything going?
Well, things like WAM, they're gonna get into agreements with these social media groups, these the admins of places, and they're gonna enforce their will that way. I mean, we're already starting to see it. You know?
Did you see their press release that they sent to Congress?
No.
It's crazy. It's like a total like long propaganda poster, and it's their timeline of events. It's like first they go like the celeb picture leak. Then they give a date, and then it's like you see like a picture of like a pretty one of the celebs, but it makes it look like she's battered. You know what I mean? Then it goes down like, then it's like they passed them around the internet for the next week. And then after that, Zoe Quinn, and then after this, and just their timeline events. And it's just like, it's impossible to be a woman on the internet. And then it's like they go like their proposals of what they want done. All social media, everybody can't be anonymous. Like they're going to store ISPs. Then it's like the next line, it's like in chat groups, it's like if somebody breaks like one of their rules, they should be banned for 30 days for a minor offense, or their ISP banned for life. All these things, man, it's just like all their rules of like what they want the internet to be like. And I'm just like, you guys are the problem. It's like this is like beyond the journals and beyond the devs. This is like Digra and those people, like, you know, like trying to make the internet like this a safe space, or trying to turn the internet into Tumblr, you know? I'll try and find it.
This is exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to become the secret police of the internet so that they can get an awful lot of power out of it, bars and authority and all that good stuff they love so much.
I tried to find any information. It's like, no, maybe they filmed it. You know what I mean? You know, like usually they'll film it. Like if they go in front of Congress, they'll like have it on a vid, and you could get it on C-SPAN or something. I tried to do all kinds of searches for it. All I could find is like their proposal and then their press release. There's no videos or anything of like them talking to them. I wanted to see it, you know what I mean? Like who was involved, like, you know, like I'm pretty sure if they showed up and it was Lindsey Graham or something like that, Lindsey would tell them to take a hike, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, what are they doing there? Beating someone up. Sorry. So who is Mike 10A? Does anyone know? Mike 10A. He appears to be some sort of commentator in America.
Really? See, I'm a little backwoods Canada here. I don't really keep up with what you guys do in the States.
Well, I'm not in the States, but apparently he's the king of vaporwave, which is this odd sort of musical and art style, I believe. It's sort of based on meme type stuff. And he appears to be a wrestling commentator. So I'm wondering why he's connected with some strange sort of ambient, trippy music art thing. But, like, I'm not going to go into it. I'm just going to accept it.
Yeah, that's the best thing that you can really do when it comes to that sort of thing.
Just pretend you know, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Duncan Zoller thinks Game of the Year 420 Blazer is disgusting. This is disgusting, says Duncan Zoller. Excellent, excellent. It is disgusting. It's degenerate. We need more of it.
I chiefly love the Mountain Dew vending machines. Just accentuate the whole thing so perfectly.
Yeah.
I just wish the bullets were Doritos, you know, like just to complete it.
You watch, they're like, people would demand, we need bigger, more, we want this moddable and that kind of stuff. And I expect they will go away and do more and moddable and just stick 3 or 4 quid on it and it'll waltz or steam. People will love it. It'd be like Goat Simulator. That was funny when that came out because it literally was just a bit of a spoof. I think it was even around Halloween. And people were so enamored of the video that they were, it shot up the charts and was their most watched video ever. So they thought, hang on, we're onto something here. So they put another video out, and then by then both their videos had like 300,000 views. People saying, make this, and that kind of thing. A few weeks later, it was on Steam for just a couple of quid. And then the Yogscast played it, and whoosh, it just roared out the door. And now they've updated it a bit with a patch, and now they've turned it into some kind of MMO thing.
Yeah, I saw the MMO, yeah. It's hilarious.
It's so cool. And I think there's a similar thing with something called Grass Simulator or something I was joking about.
Yeah, I saw Grass. It's expensive, too. It's like $10.
Really? Yeah, that is quite expensive. Now, I don't know the story behind Grass Simulator, but I expect it's another one of those Game Jam wonders that people really buy.
I've seen 1,000. I've seen the Warehouse Simulator. I've seen all sorts of, like, people are like, yeah, we just want really bad simulators. That's,
yeah, I mean, we like that kind of shit.
Yeah, it's that so bad it's good that's become so popular, liking things ironically. You know, it started with movies a few years back with, like, that Sharknado nonsense, but, yeah, it's gone into video games now, you know?
Yeah, it's brilliant. And it's such a European thing as well. It's just very kind of German. And it's brilliant because the Americans come out with warlike fighting games, which you kind of expect. The Japanese come out with pervy role-playing games, again, which you kind of expect. And the Germans, they all want to go to work, which you kind of expect. Brilliant. And then you get like all the Czechoslovakians, and they're all wandering around, all the Eastern Europeans, and they're all wandering around in post-nuclear wastelands, which again you kind of expect. It's crazy.
It's too true. It's too true. And then you got the Chinese copying everything. Yeah.
Yes, and not letting people play it. I'll tell you what they do. They go around some of our games and that kind of thing. They'll like take a photograph from Halo or something like that, some new gun and power suit or whatever, and they'll go on the news and say, this is what the evil capitalistic Westerners are building to fight against us, but don't worry, we're going to match them or something. So, and because the Chinese people know that, like, oh, we steal everything off the West and it quickly comes into production, they think, oh great, we're about to steal all these robot power suits. But of course, it's not going to happen. It's just Halo. Okay, I don't think they'll go for it.
Well, then you see the once a week Korean grinder MMO that pops up. It's a fun world out there. I mean, there's just so much shovelware that just is out now that you can just get, and it's like,
Yeah.
I mean, like I'm thankfully don't really like use mobile all that much, but I mean, mobile is worst for it. I mean, you got loads of
one's just drifted past my feed now from a group called Gameloft. Pastry Paradise is now available on iOS, Android, and Windows. With a jump start on your Thanksgiving feast with this delicious puzzle game, and it's Candy Crush. It's basically Candy Crush.
It's Thanksgiving Candy Crush.
It's Thanksgiving Candy Crush, yeah. And look, they're probably thinking, yeah, we might get a bunch of likes over Thanksgiving, and that's fine. We'll make a few quid on that. What we do.
Yeah.
Hit and run. So, Seedscape. Let me go and have a look at what that's like. Because I haven't really paid it much attention other than green lights earlier this morning. It appears to look a little like a sort of Don't Starve to me. You've got a pack full of interesting stuff. There seems to be a map that you're walking around much in the style of Don't Starve with resources and creatures and that around you. They're very pleased they've just been greenlit. The reveal of the players won 3 races, 2 nature sprite races, the sprout and the mushroom, as well as the ability to play a human for a more traditional farming sim field. It's a sort of farming bang. Online cooperative play, claiming the land, never feel boxed in. The entire playable map is yours to construct your house, animals, boat, and farmland. You're not side to finding plot of dirt. Good, so it's getting away to an extent from the Farmville model. Like combat similar to games like Rune Factory, has you occasionally defending your farm toward the beat. So that's a bit like Don't Starve. Catch bugs, go fishing. Yeah, it just seems like a cross between a farming sim and look, a low-level RPG and a bit of Don't Starve, which is quite interesting.
That's pretty cool.
One of the elements I loved about indie games is that they are very, very good at blurring and mixing genres, which often throws out some really, really wonderful new games. It's like how you got tower defense games out of real-time strategy, original real-time strategy games.
Well, it's like how we got MOBAs. I mean, you know, Dota was born and as a war. I mean, I was there playing when it was a Warcraft 3 mod, for Christ's sake. And same thing with tower defenses when they were a Warcraft 3 mod. And, well, they started as a StarCraft mod, but you know what I mean. Yeah. But like, you know, it's fascinating to see these games, and you know, you see indie games. You know, they've really come a long way. I mean, my favorite still is FTL, is this like roguelite mixed with space travel. You know, it's really like it's fascinating. You know, and just seeing these. This mix and match of culture of genres is really just absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot what game it was. FTL. I was playing that the other day, and it is really good. It is really inventive, though. It's essentially the same kind of thing. It is just this amazing variety. And there's another game much like that I was playing just the other day, Space Pirates and Zombies, which is fairly getting on a bit, but that was a sort of game that did that kind of thing. You can see how in the past, at some stage, that was asteroids and now it's not, or that was like some scrolling shooter and now it's become a big whole deal other thing. And that's a bit like a sort of FTL thing. You're actually flying around in a ship shooting stuff down. But equally, you're hopping around buying new weapons for your little ships, getting better ships. So it has that sort of FTL thing. And it is don't know how roguelike it is. I'm playing it on easy, so I've not really died or anything yet. But I think that's got elements of it to it. So that's what I've been playing. Very simple, easygoing games. Not even casual as such, but very stressful. And it's really helped get me through Gamergate. That and a bit of Space Engineers here. What are you playing?
Right now I'm just kind of, well, I'm busy most of the time, but I play Dota 2 and I play, I finished Metro 2033 when it came up for free. I play a lot of Dwarf Fortress actually. That's another indie game that it's pretty fascinating.
Somebody else was shouting out about the Dwarf Fortress the other week. I'll go and I'll get it up now. So what happens in Dwarf Fortress?
Well, like there's a couple modes in Dwarf Fortress. I mean, the first one's kind of like a city management game where you're basically running this fortress and all the people, all the food. It's very micromanaging, to be honest. And then you have adventure mode, which is essentially a rogue club, almost to the point. It's pretty it's pretty close to Rogue, the original Rogue, that is to say. And then it's all like it's user generated, so it's like you generate a world, so you can generate a world with these parameters. So it's pretty fascinating actually. There's a lot of replayability to it, and then there's pretty good modding capabilities too. You can test those things out. It's pretty fun. It's been around for a while actually.
What's it called again? Dwarf
Fortress. Yeah.
All right, I'm trying to find it.
It's freeware too, so it's actually like surprising. But it's actually what inspired Minecraft. Notch said that he was a huge Dwarf Fortress player, and he wanted to sort of make a game like that. So it's really fascinating to see.
Steam, around.
No, you have to get it off the developer's website, which is Bay 12 Games.
Oh right, well I'm going to start playing Dwarf Fortress then.
Yeah, no, I don't like spending a lot of money, so I try to get as many free games as I possibly can. So a lot of then I play DOSBox games.
You want to start writing about games? I can put you in touch with reviewers who will get you, companies that you could write for that will get you in touch with people who review copy. You write 800 to 1,000 words about the game, and
I'd be interested in that. I mean, I like to write. And, I mean, yeah, that's something I would love to do. Is review, but
there's no money, but there is free games.
And that's
fella in the group at some point.
That sounds absolutely wonderful. Yeah, no, I'd love to do that.
Cool.
Cyber misogyny.
Yeah.
He's no big fan of social justice warriors either, so you won't be upset if you want to talk about social justice issues. He occasionally does news pieces like that. We got some hate mail the other week. We got some hate mail about his coverage of Gamergate. And there had only been 2 articles. One was negative about Gamergate, and one was in middle about Gamergate. Absolutely bizarre. Anyway, it was only the one, and it looked like it was some crazy loner. It came back. We ignored it. He ignored it. I forgot what I'm doing.
But I mean, Seedscape should be interesting when it comes out. Should be fun to play.
I noticed one of our members has just what's the word? Released a YouTube where he's playing Seed. What's it?
Yeah, I'm watching it right now. Actually, it's very interesting. There's like this. It's not like something I've seen before, and that's kind of refreshing. It's kind of like this weird like Harvest Moon mixed with and then building a house. That's pretty impressive.
I'm gonna check it out later. I can't really watch it while I'm doing it. Looking at the Dwarf Fortress play, that is so cute. I love what they've done doing that map with this sort of letters and stuff.
Yeah, and you could buy not buy. I mean, you can download download actual graphics packs for it. I personally use one of them, so it's like it's all ASCII, you know. So it's you get this. It's really nice, but I kind of don't like it because I get confused really easy by what I'm supposed to be looking at. So there's actually on the developer site you can download a version with all the graphics packs and the graphics pack kind of inclusion software at the same time. So you have these options of how you want the game to look, which I find fascinating.
This is annoying now because I'm sitting here on the page thinking, great, I'm going to download this, but of course I can't because I'm going to immediately screw the podcast. So I'll just sit here soon. Probably have a go at that later.
Yeah. I spend a lot of time on it myself when I get the chance. It's really fun. I mean, the adventure mode is pretty like detailed. Yeah, and there's an option where you can look through the history of the world that you created. So when you generate the world, you decide how long you want the history to be, and the longer it is, the more it takes a lot of system resources when it's generating the world. So it's going to stop responding a few times. It's very resource intensive. But after you've created the world, you can go into this thing called Legends and basically see your entire history, you know, generated history before you started playing. See the history of your fortresses, history of the people you've created. So it's really quite fascinating.
Oh, lovely. I can't wait to get this out. I'll do that later.
All right, post that link up in Ultras.
All right, I'll hop over there and have a look.
They took a poll like right after Celebgate, and now they're using those numbers to like push this agenda. If you scroll down, you see like users who have harassed others should be suspended for a specific period of time. Social networks should shut down the users' accounts for posting the photos. Social networks and platforms should create a code of conduct that all users must abide by. Internet service providers should shut down harassers' emails accounts. Web hosts should not permit harassing behavior and allow the sites to enforce violations. This is what they took to Congress. This is their press release. Yeah, this is dangerous stuff to me.
It is. It absolutely is.
Is this
Oh my God, it looks communist, doesn't it? Look at those graphics. It's totally,
yeah, you know.
Is this not the onlineharassmentdata.org one?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
All right. Oh yeah. Wow, that is pretty USA. Sorry. Wow.
If you want to see the link, it's on the Ultras wall right about now. I'm not going to link it below, but I think it. Wow. Ready to
The timeline.
So it's all this faux academic stuff without any sort of citation, or these are really bad citations. One of them is Wikipedia, and the rest are articles. Oh my Christ! And they source themselves. They source themselves. Holy, like this does not pass for academia at all. They're all websites.
No.
They're all, with the exception of their own, like they're all articles in a Wikipedia. Oh my God. And people are taking these people seriously.
That's why it's good that Ryu Long got taken down. Now it's like the Red Pen of Doom should be next, I think.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like these people, it's just like, and it's not like the opinion's not like, you know, oh yeah, you're silencing those guys. It's just, like, what they're doing, it's like they've proven that they can't be trusted. To edit anything. They couldn't edit their way out of a wet paper bag. They have an agenda. It's not neutral. You know, like
they're bad actors. Not in the sense that they're crap at acting, but they're acting.
The Guardian. You got like Jessica Valenti there.
Oh, I bet. I was going to say, is that Jessica Valenti? Yeah.
Oh. Like, they teach this in schools. You can't use Wikipedia. You can't use articles as citations. Like, you can't just say sources and I'm on. Oh, it's academic. I mean, there's a process. There's a peer review process. You know, they can do basic academia right now. It's ridiculous. Like, and these people are supposed to be taken, you know, seriously. You know.
The average, every Sargon of Akkad video actually has better citations than these.
Oh yeah, I mean, just
one of
like
these videos will have more citations than this.
Well, I'm just going to pull up like what I like is he includes them in the description because I like to go like step by step through this. And God knows his sanity's taken a huge dive since he started researching all this.
Yes.
Because
my God, the exasperation level that's shot through the roof is brilliant. I mean, it's not brilliant for him, but it makes a very good list.
So which groups are these anyways doing this? I can't remember which ones is like Lincoln Park Strategies and Rad Campaign.
Lincoln Park. Fuck 'em. Those untrustworthy musical bastards. Oh no, hang on, it's Lincoln Park.
Okay, so it's like they polled like 1,000 people. Interviews among likely voters were conducted from September. What does that mean when they say likely voters?
Well, they say it means they've asked the question, do you plan to vote?
Oh, okay.
Or,
Okay, so it's not a certain age group or anything like that.
That's it. But this is how they cover up the fact that most of their people are too young to vote. Yeah. Or are just in college or shit like that.
Yeah, that's it. You know, they could have just like polled a bunch of people.
Gender studies students, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly what they've done, isn't it? They've gone on Tumblr and in their gender studies classes and said, oh, we need volunteers for this feminist project. And so they've packed the audience, as it were.
Yeah. And that's the problem with statistics is the sample. And they don't show where their sample size is. Like, they don't do the very basics of it. And because people are either too lazy or too stupid to take a look into what they're actually doing, they get away with it. I mean, and it's such false academia, it's ridiculous. I mean, I'm pulling up, some Sargon videos. Like, he goes right to the source. He goes, and then in his videos himself, he's like, this is how you do it. And the funny thing is like, he's clearly not in academia, but he does it very academically. Like,
True.
This is the kind of research we need.
Well, the thing is, he's pretty much self-taught himself history, or how to do historical examinations or studies. And he does them really well. I mean, if you look at his life stories of Pyrrhus, the Fool of Hope, or Sargon of Akkad,
I watched
historical stuff.
Oh, I watched his Pirates of Epirus. It was so fascinating. I mean, it's not a figure I know a lot about, but wow. I mean, that could pass for a historical paper. Like, it could totally do so. And it's just fascinating to see, the non-academics doing the academic work. It's hilarious.
It's good enough. Say if he was going to make it a television program, it's good enough for the kind of it's good enough research for the kind of stuff that you see on television. Well, here, like when you have this historian wandering around a few old sites and talking about someone's life, which we have a lot of on the BBC. It's that kind of quality. Certainly the research, maybe not the presentation as such, but I reckon if he started doing all that again, it'd be so much better.
And that's kind of unfortunate thing is we've kind of taken him away from what he's good at, what he's good at. I mean, he does wonderful. I wish he'd do more historical videos. It's fascinating to hear. He's got this very soothing voice and this very good way of presenting. It's good. I mean, I love, like I said before, I make it I do not hide it that I am a huge fan of Sargon, and I hope he continues to work on it. I for one love his work, but it's a sad day when you can also kind of argue that he's anti-academic. The anti-academics are doing the academic work. It's hilarious.
It's hilarious. Yeah. Well, I think there have always been in history autodidacts, self-trained thinkers, and that sort of thing, right from the very basis. All the great ancient Greeks were like that.
Yeah.
And one of the good side effects of this crappiness in academia is that it's reinstituted that as a trend in people, that they now think education really is important, and it's so important that we have to be careful who we get it from. It's become a much higher value thing because what's on offer is kind of scary. And if anything encourages people to think for themselves, to teach themselves, and study for themselves, then that's a good thing. And it would be lovely if society did get back to more of this kind of view of education, classical view of education as a result.
Yeah, and that's the sad thing. I mean, I'm with a lot of people on a daily basis who just see kind of see it as a birthright to an extent, but also kind of see it as just another chapter, like high school. They just see it as an extension of high school, and I really value those who genuinely care about learning. I for one, went into academia to specifically for learning, for the purpose, and I've been kind of shocked, how little learning is involved in it, and that's what kind of scares me to an extent. I did a lot of independent research before, and still, and it's helpful to learn a little bit, but yeah, it's a game, it's a game, and the stupid and the weak get drug into it and become gender ideologues, and that's sad to hear.
Yeah.
Wow, this thing, it's like I never, like on the first time I saw it, I didn't click on at the bottom on view press release. Once you click that, they go right into Gamergate.
Yeah.
Panel to discuss Celebgate and Gamergate, the new culture war.
Yeah, again, this the classic fallacy of the SJW, where they do the really nice fallacy of composition and division, where they put stuff together that is not meant to be together and say, oh, look at this, how terrible. They do this so much. It's like with Islam, their classical fallacy, or that they use all the time, is the tu quoque one. You ever say to them, like, look at these beheadings, all this, that, how can you... They don't answer the question. They don't say how I could justify that. They just say, but you did Hiroshima, or Second World War, Crusades. And they use that tu quoque. And of course, the Christians like their circular logic and all that kind of thing. But this is the particular fallacy of choice for the SJW warrior, the faulty comparisons of things, the faulty tying things together. They do that a lot.
Yeah, and it's like I was saying before, you see even in fields that have nothing to do with gender studies have this indoctrination in them. It's, just completely different fields. You can understand why they would exist in their specific dedicated fields, but it spills over, and you create this sort of network of basically it boils down to is which flavor of SJW rhetoric do you want? And that's the current state of it is, and it's disheartening. It's absolutely disheartening to see. Because I love learning and I love the academic process. I think it's great. I love writing essays. I love writing that sort of thing. But to see the sort of learning, and I feel bad for people who get taken up by it, who say, this is totally fine. I don't care. It's absolutely devastating, the current state of academics. It's just devastating.
Yeah. And the worrying thing is, if academia gets too polluted and it continues for a few generations, it can't be fixed. That without teachers that actually know something to teach, you can't have new lecturers as such, or if the educationalists get stupid, the education will always be a crap education.
Yeah, and that's what's happening now. And the funny thing is, government oversight makes it worse. It creates this sort of, because government oversight puts this, puts the people. Yeah, they populate it with the people who, and so they infiltrate everywhere. And it's this just swarm and this amount of infiltration and subversion that's just,
shocking.
It's already started and it's already done, and I don't know, it's very depressing to say the least.
It is.
to see the sort of thing I love, that I put forward as the biggest thing, because if you want to write a thesis on my life, it's learning. I love to learn. So to see that very institution of learning be just completely subverted, and I think that's why I so identify with Gamergate, and that's why I sort of identify with the movement, because I don't want to see this, and the one thing I get to escape from that sort of thing is also being infiltrated and subverted. So it's like, from my point of view, it's this whole where does it stop? So if I don't fight, the things I love will be taken from me. So why not fight?
Sorry, carry on, Axis, please.
Oh no, I was just agreeing. That's the most important thing, man. It's just what the hell? You're not gonna tell me what art is, and I'll pick what I want. It's just your story and all that stuff like that. Sure, write it. If it's good, I'll read it. It's I like to have choice, man. If I want to eat bacon, I'll eat bacon. You know what I mean? If I want to eat vegetarian food, I should have the right to do it. I should be able to do whatever the hell I want, man. It's like this is just a test. You know what I mean? If they ram it through here, it's just like they got it, man. Because I'm just like, you know, we are like able to, like, you know, like we are able to stay like anonymous and stuff like that, and just like and tell them like, no, I ain't doing it. You know what I mean? There's no way. You're full of crap.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like if we're in some, you know, like I seen those guys like attacking like MRA. They know like, oh yeah, the guys like want a space on campus, and then all of a sudden they go and raid it. You know what I mean? They can't do that to like all of us all over the world. So it's like the perfect. It's a perfect time to stop this crap, man.
It
you
is.
Know what I mean?
It is possibly a test for pushing their stuff all over the world using the internet to do it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should have chipped in there.
Yeah, sorry. Man, it's just like I'm looking at like some of these these people going to Congress. I just searched them like for their Twitters, and none of them post the hashtag. They don't touch Gamergate with a 10-foot pole because they want to stay anonymous too, right? Like I wouldn't even know about any of these people. Like they're not like writing. They don't have blogs or nothing like that. She's got a consulting firm. The other one's like you know, they don't touch Gamergate with a 10-foot pole. Like
they're
they don't.
Probably actually the academics, and like will talk to government. They will talk to the anti-Gamergaters in their own spaces. But they want to maintain a distance so that they don't get, because they know it's fucking toxic and that people are going to get.
They don't want anybody debating them. They don't want any debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like this is a block list. It's like she's probably using the block list anyways. You know, it's just like.
Well, what I'm sort of saying is that they've used the SJWs to push their ideas so that if
her army.
Wrong,
where's my army?
SJWs get burnt and like they're all right and they keep their jobs.
You remember like the XOXO thing? It's like, where's my army? It's just like, you know, like. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You didn't realize that she had an army.
And it gets to a point where they just say the most audacious things, dare someone to challenge them, and then block the person challenging them, and then say more audacious things. You know, it's like, it's maddening. You know, it's like, oh, and you know, this is why like these people turn comments off. You know, it's not because they're trying to provide a safe space. It's this, they are afraid of dissent. Because they know that if someone challenges their madness, and it was like this for a time with, I see it as religion. Like it's how it was during the heyday of Christianity. It was this, if you spoke out against us, if you thought out against us, you were a heretic, and that's what it is now. Like we will silence all heresy.
Yeah, that's it. It's like, they have their own little religion going, like that indie dev scene, and that's like their church, and they have like, they're the ones that like have the only printing press for now, right? So it's like they're trying to like keep control of it, just like back then, right? And it's like if you want in, you have to like follow the teachings and all this stuff. That's why I'm starting to see it like that. It's like, but they're just a small little group, man. Nobody's gonna buy this crap. They could like keep trying to like pound it into people's heads, but you're starting to see articles like after that Shirtgate stuff. You start to see articles like, "You're fucking insane. You're crazy." You know what I mean? Come on.
Yeah, they really have made. Just as you say that about Shirtgate, I see a couple of colourful shirt patterns go through my news feed that are obviously connected to Shirtstorm. It really has gone big, and they were such fools. Wow, it was just one person acting, really, but it's made feminism look very, very bad indeed. Made them look ridiculous, which is
they fucked up twice in like what, a matter of like 3 weeks. What is that? When they printed those shirts and they're getting made in India by like women that get like 60 cents a day. I'm like, you're only worried about like white women. You don't worry about any other woman anywhere else in the world. You're not worried about women in Afghanistan, a woman in Iraq, women in Syria, women in India.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what I saw today that I know is not going to be register on any feminist radar. There's an Islamic feminist who in I think was it Qatar, I think, but she's called the for laws that allow people to keep Christian women as sex slaves. She
Oh
said
yeah,
to
I saw that.
feminists, this is a very good idea for Muslim women.
But it's a lot like first wave. I mean, first wave feminism was a lot like this, where it was focused only on the rights of white women. So it's kind of come full circle. If you see.
Yeah. It's just for the gentry, man. There's like, like, hey, I got money. Why can't I get all the fruits too? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, like I wanna, like I wanna enjoy the same things that I wanna eat in the fancy boys club with my husband and all that. It's just like make a stink because if there were like women that were sewing, working in cotton gins or something like that, like they'd be like dealt with pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah.
You can't mess with the mayor's wife, right? And all that.
And you see this, today. I mean, who is the proponents of this new wave? Mostly, middle class, white
Rich
wealthy
people.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like
clueless too, because it's like didn't Brianna know that she shouldn't talk about like receiving like $200,000 to blow from her parents? Like, does she think that everybody's got like money like that or whatever? Like, or you're being harassed, you're struggling, and you need like e-money, but it's like fuck, you just blew like $200,000 of your parents' money and you have nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
So it's like, like it was for a cartoon or something like that, or it wasn't even for a game. It was for something like a cartoon or something like this. It wasn't to develop a game.
A vanity project. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So you already blew $200K of your parents' money, and now you're like, I need money, I need this, my game. No, such baloney, man. $200,000 that could get me a lot of tools,
But I mean, money means nothing to these people because they've had it all their lives.
That's it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm freaking pounding away at life like a freaking jackhammer to, you know what I mean? Put my kid through school and stuff like that, and then I have to worry about him when he does end up going to school. I have to worry about him being like indoctrinated by like a bunch of freaks, or like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's funny because like I work to pay the bills and I go to school. I mean, so it's like I'm always busy, and I just
rough, man.
Yeah, and I can't stand these people who are, like, you have so much privilege, like, nuts to that. I mean, there's no way, I am oppressing. I have fewer privileges than these people who can literally beg for money all day and make videos denouncing dissent, and they are the oppressed group. Give me that. Give me a break. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's the first thing I did, man. The first thing I did was just like start putting away money for the kids' school, because it's like I just worked, right? Like I got into trades like right away, and it's like I'm doing all right. It's like she went to school and she worked at the same time. She couldn't handle it. It's like up till now, man. It's like she's suffering from like PTSD. She's like road rage everywhere. If it's the weekend, such a pleasant person, but like Monday morning, like every weekday, she gets up and she's like, takes a deep breath, goes in, takes a shower, gets dressed, prepares all the lunches and stuff, and then she's like, okay, now I have to attack the world, and then she's like road rages all the way there, and she comes back all stressed out. Now it's like she's got her sweet job, she doesn't have to go to school, but she's still got that attitude, and I'm all like, dude, the war's over, man, you did it, you made it. Like you went to school for all those years and you worked and you pulled yourself out of the shit. It's over. Just enjoy life now. She's like constantly stressed out. It's like she can't handle. I don't think like a woman can handle all that shit sometimes. You know what I mean? I guess it takes like thick skin, man. You know what I mean? Because you don't have any time. You know what I mean? Any time for anything else. It's rough. So I was just like, my kid was all like, I don't want to go to school because I don't want to be stressed out like mom. I was like, no, don't worry, man. I'm putting away money for you, so you don't have to work and all this stuff. It was just like, just don't take any fucking gender studies. That's all.
Yeah.
Like, I ain't paying for that. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like life's hard, man. It's rough. You know what I mean? It's just like complaining about the internet. It's like, what the fuck's that?
Yeah,
You know?
and I mean, money will only cushion you from so much. The games these bloody people are playing may see them dragged away from all their privilege. I mean, they are doing things that are edging on the criminal all the time, and the law will. There's a limited amount their money will do in the face of the law. They may very well find themselves in prison, and it's going to be so fucked if that happens.
Well, unless they claim they have affluenza, of course.
Yeah. That was classic.
Oh,
Couldn't believe that.
I'm
you know, like
too rich to go to prison like that.
Yeah. That's like when you see that, then you know it's just like, okay, it's all about shekels, man. Just like get them shekels. That's all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like you know, like you know, like I always try to have like a certain amount of money on me because you never know. You know what I mean? It's just like something could happen. You gotta like get out of there. You know, if you're in like a third world country, you could buy off the law for pretty cheap. And all this stuff.
Yeah.
So you gotta have money, man. It's like, especially like, you know, when you get older and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like it's like
You
don't want to rely on pension money. Forget it. Right?
All these people will always be rich, won't they? And have inheritances, so you know that's their talking about.
Yeah, that kid like Alex Lipschitz or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that talk that he did, when I saw that, I was just like, "What the fuck are you going on about,
was quite
man?"
Scary, wasn't he?
Yeah. It's
We're
like,
all gonna die.
It's crazy. I'd rather listen to like I'd rather it be like Omar Gaddafi up there. You know what I mean? I have more faith in fucking Gaddafi. Gaddafi, at least like I can make a deal with that guy or something. You know?
They do sound like dictators when they get.
Yeah, that totally was dictator stuff. He was like little Hitler, man. He was just like you know, it's like blah 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 blah. It's like holy shit, this guy's spewing out, man, and his tone. You know what I mean?
Or what was that film Prometheus? And there's a bit where that Wayland guy, Peter Wayland, is giving his speech about the future of Wayland Industries and all that. And I thought, oh god, you sound like that. What a pretentious cunt you are. You're not like a multi-million-dollar, the CEO of a multi-million-dollar company. You're just a git. Crazy. They love it. Any little bit of power, and you see them, they're drunk as Irishmen, aren't they? They don't love it.
There must be a chip on the shoulder, like you know, like you know, like there's got to be like I gotta live up to my father's expectations. He built like a multi-million-dollar business, and what am I doing? I'm screwing like what is it, a softcore porn celeb or whatever. You know what I mean? Failed game developer. It's just like, what am I gonna do with my life? I know. It's like I'll get an army of social justice warriors.
And we'll scam gaming. We'll extort the gaming industry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sort of what it's about, isn't it? They want a nice,
cushy job.
Yeah, for life, and that kind of thing that allows them to just shoot around the world, being wined and dined, and they give a few talks to people who love them. You know, all their needs are catered for financially, emotionally, and that kind of thing. They get to play rock stars and make it pay. We've absolutely got to stop, because otherwise people will see this and think, oh, there's a great way to make a living.
Yep.
We'll see more.
Exactly. And we're always starting to see that too with the sort of underlings. You know, they're starting to do this sort of shit. You know, it's,
And their laziness shows up in their work too. Like they pump out crap. You know what I mean? Like their laziness is just like their laziness comes out in the product that they have. Like even their artwork. Their artwork is crap. Their games are crap, and it's like then when you don't like it, it's just like, oh, it's because you're uncultured or something. It's like what the hell? And it's like
one of these days, I'm gonna curate a whole group based solely around feminist cartoons, because none of them are funny. They're all badly drawn, and they all look remarkably similar. Lots of mute pastel tones and lines that are just casually drawn with like brushstrokey things, and everyone's got these bland little smiley faces. Oh, they're revolting.
Fuck, I just remembered listening to that song last night that you put up, man. That was fucking hilarious.
What song is that?
It's like it was like a lesbian song or something. I was so drunk, man. I was just fucking in tears, man.
Me too. I can't remember.
That was hilarious. Anyone can be a lesbian.
Oh yeah, no, I saw.
That leapt out of YouTube at me. I was doing some other search or whatever.
Who put that up?
I don't know. I don't know where I found that.
I was so drunk, man. I was just like sitting there. I was like fucking like I was laughing so hard, man. Just her voice, you know. Like, anyone? It's like,
Can be a lesbian. I remember it now. Oh, depending on whether she's got rights on that or not, I might start using that as the intro to the podcasts and that kind of thing if I work out how to do it.
Oh, that'd be fucking excellent, man. Like,
yeah. I think that's probably why I hooked it out in the first place.
Like, not the start, even the ending. It just ends like that and it phases out. Like, you know, like, it just phases out.
Giving you the idea that she might still be sitting there now singing "Anyone Can Be a Lesbian" in the hopes that people will become lesbians.
Well, if you see enough, it'll be true.
Imagine she said something like I don't know. It's probably not on Twitter, right? But imagine she tweeted something and they threw her under the bus after like writing such a passionate song. You know?
This is just fucking rubbish. You destroyed lesbianism for everyone. I've pasted it. Oh my god, how much shit is there on my wall? What was I thinking last night? I've just pasted all these random photographs. Every video I've ever put up about space engineers on YouTube. Why that's all there, I have no fucking idea. Jesus, what a fucking mess. I just spammed all this random crap. Oh my god. This is why I never look back.
Yeah, me neither, man. Sometimes I put out some spaghetti. That's why I wouldn't stream, man, because like most of the time, like I do programming from a distance now for a bunch of places, right? And then it's just like I work at home and stuff, right? So I'm like after I finish, man, I just go and I get some beers, man, and I'm just like I go buck wild and shit. And then it's like I used to check. You know what I mean? You're just like, no, why did I put that up, man? It's like, holy shit. And it's like, you're just like, I don't care anymore. Nobody said anything. And everybody who knows me knows that I'm like, I get pretty vocal when I'm drinking and shit, you know? All stuff like I think I'd end up putting Cop to King of Pole to shame, man. And all this stuff. Yeah, like nothing too crazy, but just like drunken, like, you know, like drunken shit, you know. It's, yeah.
Hang on. I've been scrolling down my wall looking for these videos, yeah, and I hadn't really noticed, but I've gone back to the 21st of March 2013. It's obviously just leapt me into other areas of my timeline. So like, I've been sitting here for like about 10 minutes, totally wasting my time looking for that lesbian song. Oh, I'll have to search it out somewhere else instead. Oh, anyway, thank you.
That was fucking. I couldn't believe it, man. I didn't know there was such a thing as a song like that. It was.
I'm really so annoyed. Yeah, I can't find it now. Oh well. Saves me some lesbians for later. That's
Hey, I'm gonna run off to the store to get another couple of beers. I don't know if you guys will be back around when I get back.
I'm probably gonna get going soon myself.
Yeah, well, probably
it's getting late.
Because we have been going for quite a while. I doubt anyway.
For about 4 hours, I think, at this point.
Right. Oh, we've definitely done enough then. More than what we've signed on for.
Yeah, so, I do feel bad for anyone. I do feel bad for anyone who's been listening, even for an hour of this. My God, we have just. Wow.
Well, we went up to 7 viewers at one point, so presumably people have appeared and carried on listening, and we're still at 7 viewers. So fucking yeah.
I keep walking up and leaving and coming back and being like, "Wow, they're still going."
Yeah. Terrible. We're terrible. Yeah, chatterboxes.
5, 6 people might just be dead at their computers of boredom at this point.
Yes, they just left it on and wandered off. I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
Man.
Hey, if you guys, while I'm out, if you guys like take off and stuff like that, if there's any other good streams on, can you put them on? Put the link up on.
Yeah.
Ultras?
There's bound to. I need to find some streams with people talking about the IA stuff. I need to find out more about that. So I'll definitely be doing that anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope he didn't disappear forever, man, because it's like that guy's videos, man, they were classic. Dude. I can't say enough about his vids. Like, I can't believe anybody.
Someone's already posted mirrors in most of his videos. You can find them.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's press fart to continue. I've posted the link on the Ultras board, and he's put all of them up, I think. So
that's sweet. That's sweet. Yeah, I was looking forward to him. Like he said, he was going to make more of them and stuff like that. I was like sort of looking forward to like seeing like what else he'd do.
I was waiting for his otherkin one that I heard was supposed to be the next one coming out. Yeah, I was like, wow, that's disappointing.
I don't know. You'll probably still make it. I can't see that guy doing something half-assed. Like, if he started it, he'll probably finish it, right? And he'll get on there somehow. Yeah.
Post under a new account. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's very likely he would, if he came back at all, he would go back to doing what he'd been doing before, rather than more Gamergate. And I won't blame him at all, really. People are disrespectful to you and you're helping them out. I think the best thing you can do is fuck them right off. I totally respect what he's done.
How long ago was that the drunken stream? What is it? It's been almost has it been a month already or something? And they're still like harassing the guy about it, you know, from the inside being harassed. I'd want to bail too after a while. I'd be like, what's the point of like doing anything for these guys? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like if people are gonna rip you up like that.
Yeah. And people do this. They like build people up and then bash them down, and they think it's funny.
What was it they're saying? Like in North America, we love to hate you and hate to love you. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like everybody wants to see Britney Spears crash and burn and then come back. Same thing with that other girl or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
They get high and then it's like we love it when they hit rock bottom and make a comeback. You know what I mean? It's like
yes. Yeah.
Anyway, it's just the way we are here, I guess.
It's jealousy. Just jealousy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty shitty.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll catch you guys later.
Indeed.
I'll mute myself, and if you guys are still around, I'll be back and all that.
Well, I'm getting tired. It's sort of 1:29 in the morning here, so I'm going to shut it down. And only so long three of us can talk.
Well, we can always do this again sometime. Hopefully more people.
Oh yeah, I want to do a lot more of this and get a lot more people doing a lot more of this. We need more podcasts.
All right, well, take it easy, guys.
Yeah,
all right, talk to you,
Alex. Brilliant. And yeah, cheers, Kevin and Chris. It's been wonderful.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Cheers to all our viewers, our wonderful 8 viewers. But that's okay. That's okay for an impromptu stream. I'm just sorry to be letting them down by because one of them just appeared. It was 7. Then I said that, and then they buggered off again. I thought, oh well, fuck this. Let's go. So we should go. Thanks again, guys, and thanks to everyone who's listened and might be listening in the future. Bye.
Bye to all the people who don't exist.